Good morning. We're almost halfway through the group stages here in ECS Portugal, the Premier Division 2025, but we've still got so much more exciting cricket to come. We're on the European Cricket Network. I'm Tina Goff. The cricket starts right here, right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
We've got 5 exciting games to bring you today, and while we already had 5 great games yesterday, we're getting towards the halfway stage, but there's still a lot of cricket yet to be played. Before we move on to match 11, we can look a bit forward to match 13. That promises to be a basement battle between Punjab CC Amadora and Gamblers SC in the final game of the day. That sees Marlow take on the Lisbon Capitals. That's the top of the table clash, so be sure to stick around for that one. But first we have match 11. That sees Oeiras, the Swans, take on Gamblers SC. Mixed fortune for these two sides so far. Oeiras, they've picked up 2 wins. They lost that early game on day 1. They'll want to make it 3 wins. As for Gamblers SC, well, I wouldn't bet on them just yet. They've played 3 games, they've lost 3, so they dearly need to pick up a win. It's all to play for here on day 3 of this Premier Division. We're here in sunny Santarem, the Santarem cricket ground, and the G-Force is in full swing. Phil G is in the commentary booth and he's going to take you through the day's play and also talk you through the coin toss for game 11. Phil, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tina, for the introduction. And yes, good morning, everybody. I hope you're very well wherever you're watching from all around the world. Welcome to the Santarem Cricket Ground once again. We love it because it's bathed in beautiful morning sun here, blue skies as far as the eye can see. It looks terrific out there. And I hope you're having a wonderful start to the week. It's Monday, T10 action on the cards, being prepared for you right now and delivered piping hot to your table from the G-Force here, myself, and soon to join me will be Tina as well, of course. And yeah, taking you through this this action-packed day today. It is indeed day number 3 of the Premier Division of the European Cricket Series Portugal 2025 edition. This is European Cricket Network and Phil G on hand to just take you through the first few minutes before we get the game up and running. That first match, really important match coming up to start things off, and it is indeed going to be Oeiras versus the Gamblers SC big game for both these two, as they always are. Remember, it's 30 games during the group stage. Every team plays each other twice. And after the end of today, we will be halfway through the Premier Division. Gee, it feels it's gone quick, but we'll be already halfway through. The standings will start to take its shape, and I think we should start to draw a few ideas about who needs to do what and which teams need to really dig deep and do an awful lot more. So the toss news is that Irish won the toss. They're going to have a bowl first, put the Gamblers into bat, and they're going to have to be looking to get amongst it pretty quick smart, you'd expect. But yeah, the news from the ground is it looks an absolute picture again. There wasn't no fog this morning. Had a couple of mornings recently where there's been a little bit of fog. Nothing like that. It's looking absolutely sweet out there in the centre, and it's clear, good vision. The outfield is lightning quick. You've seen that over the whole duration of this tournament so far. It's been really, really good. So a big good morning to everybody in the chat as well, watching on the YouTube channel, ECN's YouTube channel. Good morning to you all. I can see Barbara Corsairs in there. Bob, hello Bob. Dave B, Thomas Martinez, Rob Thompson tuning in from New Zealand. Johnny He, of course, is in there. Kev, I saw Kevin there. Paul Kempen, really good to see you all again. Let's have a look at the dashboard. Irish and Gamblers going head to head. Couple of changes here for Irish. It's Ashraful Rapu and Naeem Rahman coming to the side. And Shan Aziz, also an inclusion. So a couple of inclusions there. Remember, it's this Monday morning, and some players will simply just not be available, but that's okay because there's depth in the teams that are registered here on the Gamblers side. Vikash Sikri, he comes in. It's going to be his first game for the Gamblers too in this tournament. And have a look at the supercomputer likes Irish, 81% to 19. That's well outside the Goldilocks zone, as we like to describe it, and very heavily in favour of Irish to take the points here in this game. So Gamblers with a lot to do here, a real lot to do, and they need to get score on the board. The power play for them is going to be absolutely vital. Need to get runs and maintain wickets, and really give their bowlers something to bowl at when their turn comes around. And just looking at the Irish guys, they're warming up in front of us for about half an hour just before the game started, looking very fit, very keen, very chatty team as well. Positive, they just have that feeling of a very confident and very positive group of individuals. And it's a pleasure to watch them play, and so far they have been extremely competitive out there in the centre. So they've got this first game this morning, and then they're going to be back later again for match 14 where they take on Gorka 11. Obviously, we'll get to talk about that later on in the day. But for now, it is Irish who are opening the bowling against Gamblers. First ball, here we go. That's a nice little start there. A gentle little movement forward. There's a bit of wind going around. You see the flags in the background there sort of gusting up. Funny enough, as I speak, the flags sort of slow down with the wind gust. It is picking up and then dropping. It's not a constant flow right across the ground. So that can cause issues with some of the balls that are skied up into the air. We'll keep an eye on that. A bit tough out there for the outfield. Just a chance of no. Calls are well bowled. Important start here for Gamblers. They are in real danger here of losing touch with the top four after this game, and they've also got a second game today. They've got the danger match, and Tina alluded to this in her intro as well. They have got Punjab CC Amador in the third match of the day, match 13. What a big game that is going to be. Two big games today, well, standout games, that one and the last match of the day, which is going to be a top of the table tussle. That's a wide ball. Batter throws his head back in a little bit of anguish there. Feels as he probably could have got something on that. Have a look at this again. Just a bit of a swipe there. Doesn't really get to the line of ball. Just the lack of feet movement as well. Not really helping things. Good start here from Irish. Still searching for a first run off the bat. We have had a wide ball. That was just then. Still haven't had anything off the bat. And again, teasing outside the line of off, well outside the line of off. And yeah, just Gamblers here, just looking to get the sound of Willow onto leather. And that's how you know a game has really started, when you can get that happening. Unfortunately for Darji, he's just not getting quite to the pitch. And Vicky is pushing the ball past. Vicky Chauhan. Ooh, that's that's gone off pitch, I think. Let's have a look at this one again. Yep, we'll see that one more time. And I reckon that is going to show us the tail. Watch this. Oh, probably quite hard to tell. The body of the bowler was just out of the way there, but I think that's definitely gone off. Good call by the umpire. A free hit is signalled. And here is a red-hot chance for that man Darji to get some runs on the board. He's got carte blanche to just come in, step into the line, and crash this one. Let's see what he can do. Bowler in. Free hit. Oh, shouts of catch, but he's just been flicked up in the air. Well, he did get bat on ball. That was definitely that was a good thing, but it was a good tight delivery and not much the batter could do. Just skies it back off. Let's have a look at this. In close to the body. Doesn't really get into position there to play something aggressive. And there's no one out on the leg side. Could have possibly absolutely caned that one to the boundary line. Was unable to do so. So first runs off the bat. We've had a number of extras so far. I'll try again. Oh, big appeal, big shout. Turned down pretty much straight away. That's Cocker, who cannot get bat on ball. Seems to be the trend this morning so far. This has been a bit of a tough over for the batters, struggling to get bat on ball. I heard someone say the ball's swinging a lot. Just came through the fax mic. Yep, a bit of movement around there. And I reckon there's probably just one more to come now. And the field almost looked like they were about to reset for a new over there. Realised there was one more to come. Chauhan comes in. And it's going to be a wide, so that will be another one. Extras leading the way here for gamblers and making sure that they've got a decent score here in the first over. Sadly, not a lot off the blade of the bat. It just misses the pull shot there, not really in position. Looking to play it as it goes around the corner rather than getting behind the ball there. Darji looking a bit out of sorts at the moment this morning in this first over. He's faced 5 balls for just 1 run. It's pretty much all been wide so far. Well, he's connected with that, so he's proved me wrong. How about that? Get at your bingo card and tick commentator's curse Phil G, because that has been crushed through the offside, and that is a Maximo. And I want to say big good morning, not just to people in the chat and everyone from around the world, but also to my co-commentator. It is Tina Goffers joining me. Tina, good morning. Welcome into the commentary igloo.
Morning, Phil. What a sunny morning we have here in Portugal. Look at that. Glorious blue sky. Not a single cloud to be seen. And we take a look at the Portugal Premier stats so far, just the 10 matches played. And there, we were talking about the past score, 132. And we saw that lowest score yesterday, 67. And also the biggest score yesterday. So yesterday was a tale of 2 halves. And look at those stats as well.
That's incredible. 2,500 runs, just over 200 Maximos, and 183 fours. And yeah, the run rate, 13.3, which is in line exactly with what you just said, Tina, which we think in past scores, between 130, 135. And it's just come down a little, just a couple of ticks from probably yesterday's low score. I think for the first time we had a first inning score that was only double digits and wasn't able to get into triple digits. And that, of course, was the Gamblers. And they made 67 for 6 in match number 9 and overhauled by Lisbon Capitals very comfortably in 6.1 over. So that was the lowest score for the first time. An opening score was under 100. Shouts of "Wahey" as that goes past the blade. Rahman is the bowler. He's trying to find that edge. And, well, Cocker was trying to oblige by giving it to him there. Almost gets a tickle through there.
It was a strange day for Cocker yesterday, wasn't it? He had that long old golden duck where he was standing watching the carnage at the non-striker's end. Got on strike, faced a wide ball, and then got out. But then he came back. Game 4, he scored 35 off 22. Well, that was earlier in the day, wasn't it? So he's had a mixed tournament.
Yeah, I wonder how we'd describe his day yesterday. If we get a chance to ask him, how would you describe your Sunday? He'd probably have to really think about it. He'd probably say, oh, yeah, I got that 30 odd, yeah, good. And then he probably would say, you know what, I was part of an opening partnership that yielded 44 or 45 runs. Yeah, but you played none of that. It was all extras and your batting partner. Yeah, but I was there. I was part of that partnership, and that is exactly how it looks in the record books. Well, jumps up to play that one, just punches it down, and the run is turned down. A little bit, just an anxious moment there. Darji wasn't interested in taking the run, but Crocker was really keen to get off the mark there. Just went to that backward point inside the circle. Dangerous chance there, but missed nonetheless. Keeper stumbles into the stumps.
I think Darji, we can say that his day yesterday was pretty good, despite the fact that his team were on the receiving end of those 2 defeats. He scored 37 off 11, and then he got a forfeit. You must be thinking, come on guys, I'm doing my part. What are you doing? Because they're not really performing as a team so far.
True. Just been miss hit down the ground. Yeah, his forfeit really came out of nowhere because it was just a real surprise that he came on to bowl, and I think you and I even were just sort of like, you know, looking at each other thinking, okay, he's going to give a chance to one of the silver foxes of the group to see if he can roll the arm over. We were being a bit lax about his potential. And in the final wash-up, a forfeit. So well done to him for that. Good return. And that 37 off 11 got the Gambles off to a blistering start in the first match of the day against Gorka 11. It's been clipped nice. So that's going to get through the gap, and that is going to run away across this fast outfield for 4 runs. Nice shot there. So Cogger, he's off the mark, and he's going to feel pretty good about that. It's taken him 6 deliveries to do so, but off the mark finally.
Big old reach for that. It might have even been a wide. And yeah, quick outfield here, despite it still being early in the morning. But of course, the games since yesterday have started an hour later, local time.
Yep.
So the pitch is dried out. There's not been any rain about, and well, there might not be a single cloud in the sky all day if we're carrying on like this.
Yeah, last couple of days we've been spoilt with the weather.
Absolutely.
It's been nice and toasty. It's been no clouds whatsoever to speak of. Yesterday was the same, just blue sky as far as the eye could see. Just defensively pushed out there, not looking to accelerate the scoring from that good delivery bowl there. Rahman is bowled, well, he has bowled now a very nice tight over, just 5 runs from, including that boundary that was cut through the infield. So a very tight over, 5 on the board for Rahman against his bowling figures, 20 for no loss after 2.
It was a curious game last night, wasn't it, between Gamblers and Lisbon Capitals. The Gamblers, we saw that graphic earlier, they put on that lowest score, 67 for 6. And Lisbon Capitals, they were just sauntering to the win, and they did get that 4-point win in the end.
Yep.
And that's why they're sitting pretty at the top of the table. Meanwhile, the Gamblers at the bottom, no win yet. And that's when suddenly Mayank Darji came in. The game was still more or less gone, but he picked up a forfer. And, well, the Lisbon Capitals, we were saying they're in really good shape, but they need to make sure not to be too complacent when it comes to really putting teams to the sword. But they'll be coming back later today as well, so I'm sure they'll want to, you know, maybe do a bit more of a comprehensive win. They have got 2 games today. They'll be coming up next against Gorka, and then final game of the day, that one we've built up already. Hope it doesn't disappoint, that game that they have against Marlow, the top of the table clash. Yeah.
I guess that's the thing, isn't it, Tina? We don't want to build it up too much too early because it could become a blowout. Taj Mohammed comes on to bowl. The Mr. Express himself. And he starts off with a leg side wide. Yeah, that game, just on the back end of your comments here on that game, you're absolutely right. That really stunned us that Capitals were in absolute complete control. Darji comes on and gets 4. And just for a couple of, probably about an over, we started questioning whether Capitals, have they blown the bonus point here?
Yep.
5 balls to spare in the end, so they got there, no problem. But just sort of things slowed up a little bit. It's just been pushed into the covers. Shouts of oohs and ahs, maybe it just got a little bit elevated there. Taj Mohammed bowling with some real fierce pace here, as he always does. Jokingly suggests that he'll work on a slower ball. Yeah, good one, Taj, nice one. Yep.
I think Vicky's been a good addition to the Oeris side as well. I mean, I know his first over was a bit wayward, but he just wasn't quite controlling the swing.
Yep.
But can be quite a vicious bowler as well. Simranjeet Singh, you can ask him about that. He took that one on the wrist, was able to recover. But he's new to the network, new to this side, and well, they seem to trust him. They give him the ball for the first over more often than not.
That's right. And, bat just hung out there just to hope to deflect it off for some runs. Go straight to the infield. So dot balls racking up here for Gamblers. 22 for no loss inside the third. Power play, as I said at the start, very important. They have kept all their wickets, so that's good for them. But yeah, a cautious start nonetheless. There are a bundle of wides in and extras in that 22 as well. But they set off for a quick single there. That's the trick. Keep the dot balls to a minimum and keep those quick singles running. If you can't get a quick single, then that's a dot ball, and dot balls will eventually wear you down as a batting team and basically almost take the game away from you. We're halfway through this over now. Only three runs from it. So which game are you looking forward to most today? Match 13 or match 15?
Well, they're both kind of different propositions, aren't they? I think 13 will be exciting because it's going to be a bit of a scrap, I reckon. I suppose a top of the table clash is always going to be exciting, but at the moment, both of those teams can be pretty comfortable with their position, at least getting into the top 4 for finals day, whereas Punjab CC Amadora, they're currently in 5th with 3 points. Gamblers bottom with 2 points, and that gap to Gorka in 4th is already 4 points.
Wow.
So one of Punjab CC and Gamblers will at least pick up the 3 points to keep them in touching distance. And it might not be a complete knockout blow for whoever loses that game, but it'll be a real tough task to get through to finals day.
Yeah, I think for that reason, I'm looking forward to match 13 probably more than 15. Expecting Marlow and Lisbon Capitals absolutely to appear in the finals for Friday. It's just, I know it's early in the piece, but barring an absolutely shocking second half of the tournament for both those teams, they should be playing on Friday. That's probably why 13, I think, is it's going to be a real good battle. I'm expecting to have a close battle, and it's a big game for both teams. Whoever doesn't win that, well, tournament might be over already.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Big swing, misses everything, hands on heads. Oh, what a good ball that was. Overs done, 3 runs from it only. Taj Muhammad bowling his heart out here.
Yes, 3 in a row that missed the bat there, and each one as close as the next. And yeah, what a good over that was. This power play, it started off pretty promisingly, mostly thanks to Mr. Extras.
Yeah.
But they've ground to a halt here, Gamblers, and it's a big day for them, isn't it? They've got this game first up, and then they've got that third game that we talked about, and well, I don't want to write them off completely, but if they don't manage to get a win today, then it could be curtains for the Gamblers, because at halfway stage, if you're playing a catch-up game, and the other teams are still picking up points every day, it's going to be really tough. They only have 1 game tomorrow as well, which means while they're sitting at home, all the other teams are also picking up more points.
Yep.
So, yeah, Gamblers, not quite last chance saloon, but they're certainly put the saloon in their sat-nav.
It's true. Yeah, I didn't realise they just had 1 game tomorrow, but yeah, of course, that we have this situation here where every team will play on every day, but there's always 2 teams that only get 1 game. And when a team gets only 1 game, they don't get 2 little bites of the cherry to try to, push points along. So that would be disastrous, really disastrous for them if they don't come away with any points today. If they go down to losing, say, all 4 points, which could possibly happen, and this is the way the competition is structured. They come back tomorrow and they'll be on a hiding to nothing, just having that 1 game. Junaid Khan is bowling this over. It's been just spooned up in the air, and that has been spooned nicely from Maximo. It was not a lot of backlift or push through there, just connected beautifully.
Yeah. The spoons go more of a tablespoon than a teaspoon. As that one,
look at that.
Bottom of the bat wasn't even really the middle, but he just used the pace of Junaid Khan. There was nothing long off could do about that one.
Yeah, it's astonishing. So many times you see the bats being flayed, and the follow through, and the holding the bat aloft on the follow through. This was just pushed through. It just sort of rotated to almost like 45 degrees, pointing to the ground, and held it there. And good connection. Well, he's gone for a bit more of a hit with that one. One bounce. Oh, just takes a... We had a great view from where we're sitting. That just bounced. It curved, it bounced, and it pitched away from the outstretched hand of Taj Muhammad, and he misses one here in the outfield. Yeah, that curve through the air, you're right, T, and he just gave that little motion with your hand. You could see it go, and then, again, pitched and went away. It was always going to be hard for... Taj, who was coming across from long on. Long off might have had a better chance, but unsighted.
Yeah, it was a big old stretch for Taj early on this Monday morning, but he was fighting a losing battle there.
Yep. Goes to clip it away on leg side. They're going to scamper through for one. So the scoreboard's starting to tick along now nicely. There's a couple more balls left in this over. So Junaid Khan comes on and he's given up a few more runs than he probably would have wanted to. Just a reminder that Irish won the toss and they chose to bowl first. They're quite happy to put the gamblers in and say, look, you set a score and you watch us chase it. And the gamblers had a tough power play. Now they're starting to maybe kick into a little bit of their stride now. Crocker just works that one backward a square. Play comes in right next to the umpire. Says good morning. So they're turning the strike over now. There seems to be a good bit of momentum now in the gamblers' openers here. Need to keep that going. Going to get a good score on the board. Got a lot of work to do though.
Yeah, those back-to-back boundaries at least gave them a bit of momentum. There was only one boundary before that in the second over. And that Taj Muhammad over really put the brakes on. Just the 3 coming off it. But 13 so far on this one.
Well, it's been hit nicely into the covers. Extra cover is on the boundary. Takes care of that. So as we're heading now into the middle overs, that's the 4th over done, 37 on the board. Yeah, heading to the middle overs now. And you expect gamblers to really start to accelerate here, see what they can do. They've got a lot of work to do in front of them here. So just give another shout out to everyone watching from around the world. Hope you're well. Hope you're all healthy here on this lovely Monday morning. Hope it's as nice where you are as it is here. And have a look at the run rate graph there. It's gone up. Obviously, it always does for the first over, but then down, down, down to the third. We saw that before when we saw the chart of the runs. And just that nice little uptick down towards the 4th over. Have a look. So he's going to bowl the 5th. So hello to everyone in the chat. I see Sim is out there. Dave B is watching. Of course you are, Dave. Hello to you. Bob, hello. Good morning, Bob. And good morning to everyone. Whether you've got a blue spanner or not, it's wonderful to have your company. And just remember our friends in the chat with the blue spanners. They're our moderators. They're our friendly group who like to keep the chat moving on in a positive fashion. You look after them, they'll look after you. And that's how we like it. So we're going to slow things down now here with Ashrafur Rupu, who's into the side for this match. It's been hit up, 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 and away. Maximo. Well, welcome to Monday Morning Cricket, Ashrafur. He's just been hit on his first delivery. He'll probably say, it's all right, skipper, just a loosener. Next one will be better. Bowling to Darji, the left-hander. Well, it goes the other side now, and that is done as well. There you go. 6 and out. That's successful there. And as a spin bowler, you're probably used to these moments where you get hit for 6 and then you come back with a wicket, and no one can really begrudge you the fact that the first one went for 6, and that's a well-judged catch in the outfield. And so we have wicket down in the 5th. Second ball. Darji, his time in the centre is gone for this match.
It was a nice, comfortable catch in the end because he picked out deep square, pretty much dead on, and it was Vicky Chauhan out there who took the comfortable catch. Nice little stint though from Darji. He can kind of always be relied on at the top of the gamblers' order. He goes 26 off 16, gets a pat on the back, a consolation pat there as he has to walk off, and that brings in the other silver fox of this lineup, Ranjit Narayan, to the crease.
Does indeed. Just notice that Darji, 8 dot balls. Took a little while to get going, but once he did, he's looking really, really comfortable out there. But unfortunately, his watch has ended. And as you say, Tina, Narayan, he comes in. And see what Ashrafur can do now. He's got a wicket under his belt. That was Vicky Chauhan out on the boundary. Take a very good straightforward catch, but still got to take him. Pushed it down towards deep mid wicket there just for one. So still 3 more to come in this 5th. Gamblers' run rate is just under 10. And Awarish, well, they seem to be a team similar to Lisbon Capitals. They just look comfortable fielding whatever needs to be chased. They just look pretty complete and pretty solid. And they look quite impressive as well, as there is another wicket that falls. That's how impressive they look. Handshakes all around, slaps all around, and this over is starting to really turn things around now. That's a cracking delivery. Ashraful Rapu is the breakthrough artist here for Awarish. Have a look at this one more time. Yep, off and running down the pitch. No, you're not. And that is Girish Singh with the stumping there. And Girish Singh, I know Girish Singh quite well. He loves the stumping.
Yeah, that angle just did for him. It wasn't even a wide ball, far from it, but that right arm round across, and he kind of widened himself there, did Amandeep. They're just probably checking that it was taken cleanly. Stumping, always make sure he takes it behind the stumps. Nothing wrong with that there, but just want to make sure everything is 100% kosher. He will be departing, and well, it's the old 1-2 punch, isn't it, from Rupu, both openers out within the space of 3 deliveries.
Yeah, he does that really well. Girish Singh, he's a good competitor. We saw him in the night series playing for the Coimbra Knights, and also he owns a restaurant with his wife in Miranda de Covo, just down the road from the ground. I know because I was lucky enough to get down there a couple of times. It's a lovely establishment, and he really enjoys his cricket. So, yes, get a double breakthrough in this over. That is terrific stuff for Awarish. For Gamblers, well, they need to reset now because there are 2 new batters at the crease. Ravi Rulan comes out. He had a golden duck yesterday, so he'd be looking to get runs on the board just to sort of feel good about himself, really, with the bat. And also with the ball, he hasn't bowled his usual explosive self. Interesting note, a short fielder has come in. That is a very short square leg catching position there. And that is some good aggression from the skipper to say, come on, let's get the pressure on the new batter straight away, right from the get-go. Obviously, Conrad Greenshield's pulling out all the tricks here, all the stops. You see the fielder just there in the... He's probably just going to be out of shot on the long shot here. Yeah, he's just off to the right-hand side of the screen, just out of shot. That's just been clipped away on the offside. And they go through for a single. And that is the overdone. 5 overs going, 45 for 2 on the board. And things picking up now for both teams. As we say good morning and we welcome everybody into the Igloo here. This is the lovely ECN Igloo. I hope you're having a wonderful Monday morning wherever you are. Phil G here alongside Tina Goff. It's the G-Force team and we wish you a really, really wonderful Monday morning. Tina, we've been spoiled again with the weather. It's blue sky as far as the eye can see and the cricket is heating up out there as well.
Yeah, there's worse places to spend a Monday morning, isn't there, Phil? But, well, the Gamblers SC... Someone needs to tell them that this Monday morning has started and this competition has actually started because they're in danger of being cut adrift at the bottom of the table and they need wins today, don't they?
They do. This innings is super important for them. I've said this a few times this morning, really important. And Awarish, well, they're looking the goods though, I've got to say so far. Good, well, not a good delivery. I thought it was a good delivery, just flirted with the wide line too much. And umpire Crute says, that's my line, I'll have that. And that is... Faf Stoneman with this over.
Fine line between a good delivery and a bad delivery. I think that one was a tough call from Crew. I think Faf Stoneman agrees. That one looked like it went flush over the line, but it's always a different angle we have here to the umpires.
Yeah, that one was quite full. I think I have a second look at that one. Just let's have a second look at this. How high did this get?
I think it's a slower ball, so he probably escapes as we take a look. He's got a good slower ball, does Faf, and it's comfortably in. It's a bit of a trick of the eye, isn't it? Because it goes high up over the batter's eye line. You think it's going to take his head off, and well, that was just about the knee roll, wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah, from front on, it does look a little bit more dangerous, but when you get side on, you see that, and you realise you're absolutely fine there. So 47 for 2, couple of deliveries into the second half of this innings, and Gamblers looking at an expected score that may just tip over the triple digits. We'll see. We'll see shortly. Swing and a miss, that one. That ball hit that little spot, that little patch on the pitch that we've talked about, the one where it doesn't quite get the same bounce and follow through or carry through to the keeper, as a couple of other patches. I need to go out into the pitch and have a proper inspection there and see exactly how big that patch is, because it seems to happen every time it's on that line and length. There's a little bit there, maybe about the size of a dinner plate.
We can christen it the wormhole.
The wormhole. Nice one. And that's a nice shot too. That has been crunched over the infield, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Nice shot. Relieves a bit of pressure there. The 50 up as well. 51 for 2. Narayan gets behind one there. Ravi Rolan, who's just recently joined him in the centre, he's on 2 from 3. Not that Narayan has been out there for a long time. He's been there for a few deliveries as well.
I've got an early question for the chat that I'll throw in a minute as we go back to live.
Oh, that's just just a bump ball, and the hand goes up and just plucks that with one hand. I tell you what, if that hadn't been a bump ball, I think maybe Skip might have said, "Faf, 2 hands, please." But clearly a bump ball, that one.
So, I mean, this is pretty good up there. It's up there as one of the good Monday mornings, I'd say. Cricket's on, sun is shining.
Yep.
What has been your worst Monday morning, or your best one Monday morning? As well, that's one of the best shots you'll see from Ranjit Narayan as he crunches that through the covers.
Well, I feel bad for Taj Muhammad because this is not a good Monday morning for him. He's been chasing the ball everywhere down here. What's my best or my worst Monday morning?
Throw it to you. Also throw it to the chat.
Oh, that's an interesting question.
This must be top 10, surely, because sitting here in the Portugal sun, watching cricket.
Well, you said it just before when we cut to us standing and having a bit of a chat. It does not get a lot better than this. I mean, I tell you what's interesting is the drive this morning. We hit a little bit of traffic on the drive this morning into the ground, and I found myself sort of even talking to the guys in the car about this, about all these guys are off to their workplaces. They have to go to an office, they have to go to a shop, they have to go somewhere, and they have to get busy straight away, and they've got to do all this sort of stuff. And then I thought, look at us. Look at us. We're driving through the Portuguese countryside on our way to watch cricket. How good is that? And how good is that shot too? That is going to race away for another 4. So yeah, this morning it did give that kind of feeling as we're coming to the ground of this is my Monday morning. If I have every Monday morning like this for the next however many years I'm on the planet, then sweet, that would be really lovely. Yeah, so I'd probably have to say that. Try to think of another Monday that maybe I could tip over the scales. What about you, Tina? What's on your mind?
Well, I mean, well, there's a bad Monday morning if ever you've seen one. When you take this on the replay.
Wow. That was, let's have a look again. Was this just a bad bounce that was taken?
Well, the ball certainly bounced over his head, but his head was only about 50 centimetres off the ground by the time it came to him. Boink.
Oh, he's gone. Yep. It's the slip, and then what can I do? Just the shrug of the shoulders, hands in the air. Well, my feet came out from underneath me. I can't really do much about stopping the ball. And poor old Junaid Khan, he's getting a little bit expensive now in his couple of overs. Oh, he's gone for 23 with that wide from his 1 over and 2 deliveries. Yeah, what are your fond memories of Mondays, or not so?
Well, I think Bank Holiday Mondays, always fun ones. So in the UK,
Mondays, yep.
I mean, we've got one coming up. We've got Easter coming up. I know a lot of our friends and followers will be celebrating Eid at the moment.
Yes.
So there's a lot of celebrations going on around this time of year. And those kind of days as well, we can celebrate that 6 off the bat of Ravi Rulan as well. Those kind of days where it's actually a Monday, but you think, oh no, I don't have to go to work or school or get up early.
Yeah.
And I can just eat loads of food. And any day, any Monday where I can eat loads of nice food is a good Monday in my book.
That's a big tick. Yep, that's so true. That's so true. Yeah. I tell you what's really funny, the first time I moved to the UK, that was in the year 2000. That was how long ago it was when I moved out of Australia to England. And that's another good strike. That is 1 bounce, 4 runs, and getting into a bit of a mood here. The Gambler batters now, and they like the bowling of Junaid Khan. And he's not liking the batting right now because his figures are starting to get blown away here. Ravi Rolan, he's raced up to 20 from 7. He's putting together a very good innings here for his team. Yeah, when I moved to the UK all those years ago, I was unawares when I first turned up to the shores that there are so many bank holidays on a Monday.
Yep.
And suddenly it was like, oh, another one? Really? Yeah, why? Oh, it's the first Monday in May.
Well, they're nice and sneaky in the UK because they make sure they're on a Monday. Whereas in Germany, for example, they're done by date. So you have certain holidays. So there's 4th of October, 31st of October, which are exactly 4 weeks apart.
Yeah.
And if that falls on a Saturday or a Sunday, tough luck. So you have, in Germany, you have Arbeitgeberjahre, which is employer years. So the years when the employers get the days because they're at the weekend. So it's like, haha, you don't get an extra day off. Or the Arbeitnehmerjahre, which is when it's during the week, so the employees get bonus days. And when there's bonus runs here for Ravi Ruland, he moves to 24. And this is quietly, or loudly, a good over, actually, for the Gamblers. Goes magical, 23 runs coming off it, and that's the end of the 7th.
Yeah, Junaid Khan will be well unimpressed with that over. That's just gone for way too many. It was basically honing in on leg stump, but room was made and the flick was perfect. Yeah, it's an interesting point you raise about that as we have a look at the calendar for 2025 and so much cricket coming your way in the next 9 months across Europe here. So many tournaments, so much going on. What you don't see there is with the T20I action we've got going on. You don't see any little individual tournaments, any sort of special or cup tournaments, things like that. These are all the European Cricket Series that are happening around the continent for the next 9 months. What a wonderful display of so many locations. And hopefully we're coming to a cricket ground near you. Continue again here. Oh, gets the hook shot, gets up on him pretty quickly. Managed to get around the corner, just the one run to the fielder place down there. Yeah, you mentioned that in Germany you've got the situation of, hey, if a bank holiday falls on a weekend, too bad. Same thing in Czech Republic as well. We go exactly the same thing. One of my favourite couple of dates in the Czech Republic, just getting away from your Monday question just for a second, is in July. There are 2 dates in July. I think it's the 5th and 6th of July. And on one day, it's related to... it's very religious sort of, this is when religion was brought to Czech Republic in 500, 600 years ago, and the first church was built. And it celebrates, I can't remember who the patron saint is, but it's a celebration of that patron saint. Right. The next day is celebrating not a patron saint, but a person who burnt down a church or a cathedral in Prague in demonstration against the autocratic rule that was influenced by the religious people across the government. So you've got 2 dates next to each other. One celebrates religion and all this sort of stuff. Next one is no, we don't want religion. So it's quite a unique little sort of combination. And they're both bank holidays.
Well, they give and they take, I suppose.
Yeah. So, that's a good catch. Well taken. Now, there's a... Nope. The batter is flexing his arm here. I think he's doing that to sort of indicate that hit high on the arm. One more time. Let's have a look at the replay. Umpire was unmoved as well. Let's see this one.
Yeah, good call.
Yep. It's like, above the elbow on the right arm. Yep, just clocking off the side of the shoulder there. And just so the umpire knew, the batter immediately put his hand to his shoulder and said, ouch.
It would have been a good piece of acting if he did nick it and he rubbed his shoulder anyway, but I think that was all fair.
Yeah. Believe me, really would have been. Goes through a bit of a reverse there. The bat gets nowhere near the ball whatsoever, had no bit of the body. Just tried to tickle it as it went past the stumps. And they are very difficult to play, those shots. Need to get something behind it. Need to get some of your body behind it just to line it up. Stands and delivers and goes crunch. See, that's better. And that goes flying away for 4 runs.
Yeah, a bit more of a signal of intent there from the Gamblers, especially in this last probably 2 overs. The Faf Stoneman over the 6th went for 10, but there was 2 4s at the back end of that, and then 5 boundaries in that magical 7th. That one, well, finally gets 1 away after 3 dot balls.
Does indeed. And Roland, he's moved on to 28 from 13. Narayan hasn't seen too much of the strike. He's on 10 from 7. Still got 1 more to come in this over.
Oh, there you go, Phil. An early commentator's curse.
But I'm still correct. There's still 1 more to come.
You're getting out on technicalities now.
I'm no longer saying last ball the over. I'm now saying 1 more to come because I can't be wrong, because there is definitely
at least 1 more. A minimum of is the implied part of that sentence.
Yep. You could really get quite carried away with the description of what could be a last ball the over, just to sort of cover yourself, for legal grounds. As we clip away nicely into the covers. Covers goes down, saving that one from getting through. And that is the end of the over. So 8 overs gone, 85 for 2 on the board. And 2 overs to go. So 100 plus definitely on the scorecards here. Still under par for mine. And I'm not sure if the gamblers have got the bowling attack to defend such a total. We'll find out shortly. I want to pray in about 20 minutes time. We've still got 2 overs to get through here. So let's see what happens.
Just seeing that calendar for 2025 just now as well. I saw last night on social media the Belgium Cricket Federation, they announced a new partnership again with European cricket, so I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing Belgium added to that calendar possibly, or definitely for 2026.
Terrific.
So it'd be good to go back to Belgium. I know we've been there in the past.
Yeah, definitely. That has been smashed really hard, that one. That has gone all the distance, and that is a big hit for Maximo. Getting a bit of a gust of wind coming into the tent there and knocking a few papers flying. Tina rescuing them. Thank you very much for that, Tina.
It's the long arms.
Yeah, I've got short arms. I know. Crunch gets behind that one. It's not going to carry the boundary line. It's protected there. 2 fielders run around to stop that one going any further. That's pretty good work on the boundary line down there.
It's Captain Conrad who's brought himself on to bowl the 9th. And I think they're in a bit of a rush. I will admit I haven't seen the clock, haven't kept my eye on it, but Conrad, maybe he's just trying to zip through this 9th to avoid any penalty runs.
Yeah, possibly.
Well, that'll help.
That helps big time. Hits the stumps. You miss, I hit, and Conrad is dead on there with a good delivery. Gets a little bit of a celebration from his keeper. Doesn't get the big get around, only because I think Irish Pro feel they are in control of this innings so far. Wouldn't be too upset by that score on the board at this point in time. Junaid Khan might have a reason to be upset because he did go for quite a few. We'll see that in the bowling figures when we get to the final review of this innings. That'll come a bit later. Conrad gets the breakthrough. And Aranjit Narayan, he's gone 10 from 8 deliveries faced. Slowed up a little bit there, but to be fair, he wasn't facing as many deliveries as Ravi Rolan in the last couple of overs. So his time here is done. He gives way for the new batter coming out to the crease. Taking strike now. That is Khalid Usman. See what he can do with this one. Oh yeah, a few noises out there. They feel they almost squeezed through a full delivery. Manages just to clip that with a bit of an edge. Still a couple more to come in the over. Oh, this is the 9th.
Expected score there, 107. And if the Swans can keep the Gamblers even maybe to 100, less than 100, they'd be delighted. Just that psychological barrier. On the reverse side though, Gamblers, if they can get into triple digits, they'll be happy.
Signal from the umpire there. I think it is the 5 penalty runs for time has just been added. Eagle-eye people would note that. Swung high and into the hands of the fielder out there, the boundary rider, and that looks like, who is that? Is that Faf out there? It is indeed. Faf Stoneman takes a good catch, comes in a little ways and accepts a skied delivery. So, well, it's funny. Conrad's sort of doing the teapot thing there, probably because the 5 runs are added, but then he's got a wicket the very next ball. He's probably thinking, but if I took a wicket, so he should add time on for that. But I think the breach was already done.
It's a bit of an interesting one. I must say, I didn't notice the time. I was so engrossed in the cricket out there. But whereas, I mean, they've got enough experience there, especially Captain Conrad, to not let that clock run down. Maybe just the Gamblers, they were taking things at quite a pedestrian pace at the start of the innings as well, and maybe that seeped through into the fielding side as well.
I think so, yep. Girish has taken one a bit awkwardly there. He's looking in a little bit of trouble there. What's happened there? I think that's just, has that come off his fingertips or has it been hit him in a soft place? Let's have a look.
Oh yeah, I think that comes off his calf. He turns his leg.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, I hope he's all right. That would smart. He's down. No, he's back up.
Up, down, shake it all about.
Yep.
Gives his leg a shake. It's just a bit of the fleshy part of the calf, I think, which always hurts. But I think he'll be all right.
Yeah, as you say, I think he just turned the leg on that delivery and it got past the pad. Have a look at the bowling card there. We've still got one more to come. And have a look at the bowling card there. Conrad picks up a couple in that single over. And we go now to the final over. Has been struck across the line. Shouts of catch it. And no one's catching that. That has gone, well, it's gone for 4.
That was actually a tough grab there. Can't quite make it out the figure, but it zipped past him. He put his hands out ready to try and at least stop the boundary. But you can see it was too quick for the camera. It came in quick as a flash and went past the fielder to the rope.
Was it Lakshan Weerakarun, was it? He's a bit further around, I think.
Yeah.
Well, that's been clumped. It's come towards us. And it lands just next to us there. You heard the thump maybe come through the effects mic. So the 100 up with that previous boundary, and now up to 108 with that Maximo. Khalid Usman putting a little bit of effort here into this final couple of deliveries. Rahman the bowler copying it from the batter here. Going 4 and 6, backs away, and clever bowling from the bowler to see the batter back probably a little bit too far away there and end up just being so far away from the ball. Watch this. Just yeah, probably just a little bit, one step too far, I think.
Just on that time penalty as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they have bowled 7 wides, and well, the timer is supposed to be for bowling 10 overs, and when you bowl another extra over in wides, as wow, that's a great catch.
That was a terrific catch. Really good catch, that one. That's who was that running in front of us? I missed the number there. That was
Vicky Chowan.
It is Vicky Chowan. Good catch, Vicky. Lovely. Sort of almost AFL style with the 2 hands. That is a really good grab. Really, really good. And it was hit hard and flat too.
Yeah,
look at this.
Really nice. Right in front of us. We had a front row seat to that one. And well, as Khalid Usman, who can't quite believe his luck. He thought that was destined for the boundary. Vicky Chowan had other ideas.
Yeah, I think Khalid had already noted that in his notebook in his mind that was going to go for a Maximo, and that was a terrific outfield catch. Made it look simple, and we had a terrific view of it here right in front of us. So 2 balls to come. It's been hit into the covers, just the one. Lightning faster in the covers there is Conrad Greenshields, just to keep the batters at their respective ends. 109 for 5, 1 more to come in this innings.
It's been a nice little recovery though from Gamblers, just to get at least into the hundreds.
Oh, it's a bouncer. They're going to run through for a bye and not trying to affect a run out there. Just bye signalled there. I think umpire Krutz just having a look over towards square leg to see, were you happy with the height? And I think that they were. Or maybe they're going to check that replay. Just pausing for effect there. No, I think they're happy just with the bye. Have a look at this. Have a look at height on this one. Ooh, yeah.
I mean, that one looks like seconds from disaster. It's just the camera angle just whistle past his shoulder.
Yeah, it was a nice pause moment, wasn't it? You're absolutely right. It was really looking tough. So that's where the inning finishes. Irish have their little customary huddle, getting all the men in to have a little bit of a pep talk and have a discussion about how things went. And that's not too bad for them. Just got away in a couple little pockets of time there. Junaid Khan's second over got away from them, and then that last over, just a few hits as well. But yeah, there's just having a big talk there, and that's good to see. I think teams do this. It's good. It shows positivity. It shows comradeship and teammanship. They can just get together and just have a little talk. The skipper saying a few good words. So let's have a look at the highlights reel. It started a little bit rough. There's a lot of extras in the power play. We had, what was it, 5 wides, a couple of boundaries. Not too many boundaries. It was a sedate power play. I would best describe it like that. Darji was almost in a little bit of firing line there. Had to get out of the way. Keeper very respectively pushed him out of the way. So the return throw didn't come near him. Taj Muhammad had a bit of a rough morning here in front of us, fielding at the long on position, and he had a couple of sort of whistling to his left and right. Good stumping there from Yurish Singh. Takes the ball well, whips off the bails. So Cocker was on his way, and that was a good start. That's where things started going a little bit slow here, wasn't it? It was just, occasional boundaries, just going along. Fielders slipping over, going for the ball, and raising their hands to say, "What else can I do?" I'm not too sure. Nice little flick there. Yeah,
it was a little sedate start to this Monday morning, and well, that one zipped through, but it came right off the shoulder. Good call there from umpire Crew. Vicky Chowan, he's been a good find for Awareus with his pace up top. But, well, the sedateness kind of there from Conrad Greenshields. He was rushing through then in the 9th, trying to avoid that 5-run time penalty. They weren't able to avoid that, and that was 5 of 19 extras, and there was a late flurry of wickets. That was a nice catch in the deep. But there was a little counter-punch towards the end as well. Khalid Usman, he scored 2 boundaries on his way to 11, and Ravi Rulan, he was the top scorer, 36 off 17. But Mr. Extra's there as well, he was worth 19. And, well, maybe the Swans aware us, they will be kicking themselves a little that they didn't keep the Gamblers down to a lower score as we take a look at the batting scorecard. And Mayank Darji, he stuck around for a while, 26 off 16. Nice pair of hands from Girish Singhi to get rid of his keeping counterpart Kokka. And it was Ravi Rulan top scoring, 36 off 17. And just look at that bottom 5-run penalty for the time violation from ORS. They didn't get through their 10 overs in time. And well, that's maybe why they've used 7 different bowlers. Conrad Greenshields, he brought himself on to just speed up that 9th, but managed to actually burgle 2 wickets for 8 runs. Taj Mohammed, he went for just 3 in his over. And well, they shared the duties around there. Vicky Chauhan, he didn't pick up a wicket, but he's been a great find for the Swans at the top of their bowling innings. He went for 17 runs. So we can take a look at the mid-match summary. Well, the Gamblers, they dearly need to go all in on this one to at least pick up their first win of this tournament. So at the moment, they're 0 for 3. Meanwhile, Awaris, they'll want to pick up their 3rd win. They did lose that earlier one back in game 5, and you'd say they're really in contention here, if not for the win, well, maybe also the bonus point. They'll need to get 111 runs. The Nelson in 60 balls to pick up the win. They'll have to do it in just 7 overs if they want to start this day 3 with the big 4 points. So, well, we'll be back in just a few minutes' time for the run chase. So you just have enough time to maybe grab yourself a drink on this Monday morning and join me, Tina Goff and Phil G back in maybe 2 or 3 minutes, possibly 5, as we take you through the second half of match 11 in this ECS Portugal on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good morning, cricket fans, and welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground. Phil G here to take you through the run chase of this first match here this morning. It is Irish versus the Gamblers. You've just seen the Gamblers innings, and they have got the score on the board of 110. That was the total scored. So the bonus point equation on the screen there for you. The fielding team can restrict Irish to 77 or less. They pick themselves up a bonus point, and if the batting team can get those runs in 7 overs, they'll take all 4 points from this contest. So that is the situation we're looking at here. Welcome once again. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday morning wherever you are. It is a lovely, beautiful Monday morning here in Santarem. And it is, of course, the G-Force in action here for you this week to take care of all of you cricket fans and guide you through the next 20 group games. There are 20 group games away from finals Friday. It still sounds like a long way away, but believe me, it's going to go really quick. After the end of today, we'll be halfway through these group game situation here. And we'll be able to take a good look at the standings tonight, and also we'll be discussing tomorrow morning when we lead you into the day number 4 about who needs to do what and what has to happen for those teams here in this Premier Division in this European Cricket Series, Portugal, who needs to get into the finals and what they have to do that. This division, the Premier Division, has been going really well. We've really enjoyed the Challenger and Premier Divisions here, sort of like a 2-tiered competition in this European Cricket Series. The first time we've done this in an ECS, and it's been an absolute smashing success. I hope you would agree with that. If you don't, you can let us know what you think we could do better. Always happy to hear a bit of constructive feedback, of course. And we think it's been an absolute blast. So much fun. Just asked the Lisbon Super Giants that as they picked up the trophy last Friday. Who's going to get the trophy next Friday remains to be seen. As we start the run chase, Harinder Singh comes in to start proceedings. And there's a shout of how's that as that flicks the pad and runs all the way for 4 runs down leg side, but it did flick the pad on the way through. So we start the proceedings with 4 runs off the pad. You can see here that a big deflection taken there. Tough for the keeper to get across to that one. That's Amandeep Kokar there. Tries his hardest to throw out the left hand. Cannot stop that one from flying away. Ashraf Rapu is opening the batting with Taj Muhammad. Saw Taj Muhammad open the batting in the game yesterday. And he picked up, I think he picked up player of the match actually for a really good, solid 35 runs he picked up. And did very well indeed off not too many deliveries, striking at around 200. 2 players rushed towards that one. Attempt to throw with the left hand. I'm not sure that fielder is a left-hander because the throw sort of came out a little bit, yeah, he's not a left-hand, he's not a left-armer at all. He throws with the right hand. He's a bit upset with himself. He feels he could have got close to run out. I can tell you there, so you weren't really close for the run out there. But never mind, it's intent in the field that's important, and the execution will come with it. So runs off the bat. So 5 for none at the moment. Just a couple of balls bowled. Harinder Singh keen to get going again. The field is just getting settled there. The umpire's just keeping an eye on things. You can see that, yeah, there's just a few field places, the cover's just moving around a bit. You can't have the close-in fielders or any fielders moving around as the bowler charges in. Good delivery, that one. Oh, shouts of yes, no. Taj just wears that one a little bit high up. Have a look at this one again. It's a good delivery. Cuts in nicely. Good bit of pace too. Oh yeah. Definitely off the bat. Yep. Just managed to get something on that. But going way down leg. That's why there was a stifled appeal as it hit the pad. Stumps akimbo. Crashes into the stumps. They've been clattered really hard. Taj Muhammad goes for a second ball derrick. So his watch in the centre there is done. Ashraf Rapu walks back to his position. Can't even make eye contact. As this is a cracking delivery. Crunch. Great start indeed. As the new batter is making their way to the centre there. And it's a great time to welcome into the commentary position Tina Goff. It's the other side of G-Force. So together we're going to take everyone through the rest of the action today. And it's an early wicket. And Irish wouldn't read too much into that early wicket.
Yeah, I mean, they're lacking Brendan Badenhorst at the top of the order. He got a lot of runs for them in the last 2 days, not featuring in this game. And, well, you never know. Usually it's Conrad Greenshield who comes out in that 3rd position, but it's Lakshan. So lucky we're seeing here. So they're mixing it up a bit, the Swans, making sure all their batters getting some time in the middle.
I think it's a good idea. Really good idea to mix up a little bit here in these early stages. That ball hits that little patch that we talked about, just that dinner plate size, little weird sort of Bermuda Triangle area where the ball disappears into and comes out this other side.
Straight into the wormhole.
It's straight into the wormhole. That's right, you dubbed it the wormhole. And it's, yeah, just grubs along the ground. I tell you what, the ball that straightens and heads towards the stumps after pitching there, batter's going to look a little bit worse for wear if they can't get something down on top of that. Need to be aware that's how it is. So 1 wicket down in this over. That was a terrific delivery straight through Taj Mohammed. Just a good bit of pace there. He's surprisingly quick as Harinder Singh for a man of his size. And I'm talking about just his height. Usually it's the sort of the bowlers who are a little bit taller who generate the more pace, but he's got real whippy, sort of all shoulders action as he bowls the ball.
Yeah, he's a bit of a pocket rocket, isn't he?
He is.
The end of the 1st as well. A great first over for Gamblers, 5 for 1. And, well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because Oaris, they certainly want the points. And they'll want all 4 points as we want a golden ball, 29 matches since the last one.
Yep.
But they don't want to kind of shoot themselves in the foot and gamble too much against the Gamblers by going for those 4 points and almost skittling themselves. Taj Mohammed going for that big old heave in the 1st over when it was just a kind of regulation ball hitting the stumps. And they need to make sure to not take their eye off the ball here, literally and figuratively.
Completely agree.
Go for that win.
Yeah, I just felt Taj Mohammed was just beating for pace there. Just underestimated the speed that Harinder Singh was bowling, and he's missed a straight one that's just angled straight into middle stump. So he's done. So Lakshan Weerakarun and Ashraful Rapu got a bit of a small little rebuild here in the power play. It's going to be Narayan comes on to bowl his slow right arms and just chop down and miss hit there by Ashraful Rapu. He's got 1. Lakshan Weerakarun, lucky as we know him, he's yet to trouble the scorers. Just chopped down, nothing happening there.
I do like the fact that the Gamblers, they're not afraid to switch up the bowling. Bit of pace off, and well, it just makes it a bit more difficult for the batters to really find their stride.
Yeah.
I mean, Ashraful Rupu, just 1 off 3 so far. He didn't feature yesterday, but he did open on the 1st day, so we know he's comfortable up there.
Yeah.
It's just about getting back into his work, and he's swiped and missed at the first 2 here.
Yeah, Gamblers looking like they've got a bit of purpose here now in these first couple of overs. Looking a bit sharp. Maybe Irish won't have everything their own way. Pushes that one quite wide, but not enough to convince standing umpire Krit Patel that that is a wide ball. Have a look at this one again. Good call too. Definitely inside the tram line. And yep, stretches but can't reach that one.
So 3 points here for the Gamblers would take them to 5 points. They'd still be 2 points behind Gorka, who are currently in 4th. They would leapfrog Punjab CC. But it's more than 1 win they need, actually. And, well, balls like that certainly won't help their cause, as that one's just pivoted away for 4.
Yep, short, saw it early and crunched that one quite well over a square leg side boundary line. Elevates as well, just to get over the infield. You can see the fielder in the background of that shot was in there to save the run that came straight to him. But I mean, straight over the top and 4 runs. Lovely shot indeed. 9 for the loss of 1. Still 2 to come in the 2nd over. Well, it gets down on 1 knee and gives that a bit of a spanking. It doesn't go all the way. It bounces a couple of times to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. And a little bit of an angry fist bump towards the ground there from the batter when he gets to the non-striker's end. He realises he could have easily holed out by putting it straight down the throat of a lone fielder. And there's only 2 fielders out in the deep as well. And he's almost picked one of them out. That would have been pretty rough for the Swans to have lost if they lost the 2nd wicket here. Lakshan just pushes into the covers, and he's going to stay on no runs yet. Faced 3 deliveries, 10 with the loss of 1 wicket after 2.
It's been a great start, actually, from the Gamblers. Not a single extra given away, and already 7 dot balls. So there's only actually been for scoring deliveries and that wicket as well. So they're doing everything they possibly can to get off the route of that table. As I was saying, 3 points would take them into 5th place. It's still a tough task because they would have played 4 games, still 2 points behind Gorka, who have games coming up in the next few days as well. We'll see Gorka actually in the next one and in the 4th game of the day. So I wouldn't say they're out of sight, the Gamblers, but well, 3 points here, almost a must, just to keep them within contention for those top 4 spots. Of course, 4 of the teams go through to finals day.
That's right. So horrendous thing continues. It's a wide delivery as Conrad just starts to walk down the pitch. Sorry, no, yes, sorry, not Conrad Greenshields I'm talking about. It's Ashraful Rapu. Conrad, he may be walking, but he's on the boundary line if he's doing that. Getting a bit carried away there. Ashraful Rapu just a couple of steps down to get to Harinder Singh. Harinder Singh's bowling a really good pace here at the moment. Very, very good pace indeed. Doing a really good job for his team. Again, does exactly the same thing. This time it goes to mid-wicket. Regulation mid-wicket who fields that on the second bite. And just the one.
He gets a nice bit of induct, doesn't he? It's a bit of late tailing into the right-hander. That's what did for Taj Mohammed. That one just a bit of a low full toss. But he's putting in a great little spell here.
That's been swung hard, high in the air, chance of a catch, no. Fielder out of position, staring into the sun. Can be forgiven for that because he was absolutely looking directly at the sun and there's no clouds to assist with that vision. And lucky, well, he lives up to his name there with that. Gets off the mark, but really lucky with that. Yeah, you can see the fielder there, just not sure how far behind him that was going to fall.
Yeah, it's Khaled Usman there. He's got a cap on, but it still doesn't help him when that Portuguese sun is glaring right in his eyes. I mean, we have the full spectrum because we are here all day.
Yep.
So it's at the moment, the leg side field that's copping it for the right-hander. And, well, it'll switch around by the end of the day. It'll be the fielders on the offside that are struggling with the sun.
That's
but
so
it's
true.
It's a nice complaint to have. It's almost too sunny.
True, very true. Hit down the ground just a single. Yeah, I think if I was fielding in the last game of the day, and you know, I would definitely say to the skipper, nice and early on before we take the field, look, I think I should patrol this area. I feel comfortable. It's good for my throwing arm as well. I'm also wearing glasses, so you know, want to magnify the sun, you know, that sort of thing. Yep, always difficult fielding with the sun in your eyes in the last match of the day when you're staring into it. Nice shot there. That's going to be carved away. And it goes for 4 runs. The outfielder, just out boundary rider, cannot get around to stop that one. And 4 runs. So Awara sort of getting back into their stride now after losing the early wicket of Taj Mohammed. Good strike, that one. Nice square drive. Yeah,
Devinder Mela was on the boundary there, but he was far too straight to get anywhere near that. It wasn't even in the frame as the ball rolled over the rope. And they're getting into their work now, these two. A couple of boundaries have upped that score.
Harinder Singh in again. Well, that's been hit down towards the bottom of the bat. You can hear the way that made that clack noise rather than a crunch. But same result, really has been powered through the infield there. Good cover drive, 4 runs again.
And that was a more conventional shot. It gave a bit of a hop, skip and jump down the wicket. There was a cover in there, but that Grizzly was trying to say hello to the scorers up in the box. We, of course, want to say hello to the scorers. And, I mean, just a good job that they do all day. It's not easy there, having to concentrate every single ball.
True, it's a good delivery of that to follow up after being hit for back-to-back boundaries. Yep, no, I concur with that one, and I'm sure the scorers will listen to us up there in their little box. They're quite a fair way away from the action as well, which is something to consider. So the communication between the scorers and the central umpires, and even sometimes with us as well, is absolutely critical. So that's power play done, 21 off the power play. 11 off that over, so a couple of boundaries there, as we just suggested there, that maybe the run chase getting back on in earnest. One magical over in the Gamblers innings there of 23 runs. And that was, I think, was that Junaid Khan who went for those. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have a terrific bowling spell. His second over went for a few.
Yeah, and the reason why the Gamblers are looking at a below par score is because, well, there was 5 overs that went for single digits. When you're competing in a T10, that's never going to be enough. They've come back strong here. 2 of the first 3 overs only went for single digits as well. 5s off the first 2, 11 off that one with those 2 boundaries. And, well, the run rate's up beyond 12, and usually that's not a problem. And when you've got the figure of Conrad Greenshields, who is still to come, we know how destructive he can be.
True.
Then that's exactly why the win predictor is still in the batting side's favour.
Yep.
They're actually behind the run rate in terms of where, well, that one goes through. That will help their run rate as Darji comes on. They were behind in the power play, so actually the Gamblers had a better power play, but it's just they didn't really convert that into a big score.
So true. Yeah, that's exactly right. So it's, I mean, probably losing that first wicket in the first over, Taj Mohammed sort of slowed things up for the first 2 overs. And they sort of got back to almost like normal service resumed in the 3rd over. But still, now even better as service resumes in the 4th, because that is another boundary. So Darji, he's needs to be careful here. He's just been hit around a little bit here for a couple of boundaries. Obviously, one was a misfield. You saw that on the first ball, and that was pretty conventional. A nice shot for 4 there. And these batters are starting to get into their comfort zone. Darji, though, let's not forget, we spoke about him earlier, picking up 4 just out of the blue in yesterday's game for Gamblers. Swung hard, and that is going to go for a Maximo. What a lovely strike that was from Lucky Werakun. He races now to 15. Just took a little while to get off the mark, but now he's off the mark. He's really leaning into it and enjoying it. That's 14 from his bat in this over so far.
And that shows you don't have to panic as a batter, as that one goes straight into area 51. You don't have to panic, even if you've missed a few deliveries. That one gets chipped in the air, and, well, I think it was Ranjit Narayan there who took 3 to 5 business days to react to anything at all there.
He absolutely had no idea he was in with a catching chance there. Hands on the head of almost every fielder around the ground at that moment. Cannot believe he has reacted so slowly. And as we always say, an insult to injury. Oh, yeah, I can't believe that. He literally just didn't move a muscle and realised too late that it was going to go. So that's been swatted now to leg side, and, well, was that a catching opportunity as well been put down?
I think that one dropped short of Nishant Verma. They do have all 3 fielders on the leg side now on the boundary. That one, I think, dropped safely short. Yeah, it would have been a miracle effort there. But that is the end of the 4th. We're at 36 for 1. It was back-to-back boundaries, back-to-back boundaries at the start of that over, but a good comeback there from Darji. Just 1 single coming off the back end of that. And I was just saying, Lucky, he doesn't have to panic quite yet. He got, I think he was 1 of 5 deliveries, but then he hit 14 runs in 3 balls, so you can change things around pretty quickly, as you see there. Well, the run rate has picked up a bit, 15 runs coming off that over, and, well, they don't need to go all guns blazing. 12.5 is the required rate, currently at 9, so they do need to pick it up, but we know they're more than capable of doing that.
Yeah, indeed. That's been clipped very nicely for 4 runs. Good shot indeed from Lakshan Werakun. He then races up now to 20. Yeah, they kind of feel that Owarish would like to maybe have a couple of overs of sort of 15, 16 runs. Just so they're right at that the run rate required, and there's no rush of blood, say, in the last 3 overs. You know, you don't need to be sort of finding yourselves. You need, we need 45, 50 runs off the last 3 overs. Yeah, we kind of let that slip a bit, because 10 over games can go so quickly for the batting side if they're not careful. And especially when you've got bowlers who are just short, you know, right arm, over the wicket spin bowlers who are just going through overs really quickly as well. Just something for the batters to keep in mind. Just guided away down to a wide 3rd man there.
Oh, and fancy footwork, and we're going to have to look at that again.
Just a little bit of a moment there of, can I pick up the stumps? Keeper taking the ball, runs into the stumps at the striker's end. It's all happening out there. I
think we're going to have to look at this one in super slow-mo, because he gets his foot there. That's all right. The ball pops up. It actually hits him on the back. Still think he's all right, and it's there. His foot's outside the boundary. His feet's still outside the boundary. Jumps up. And does it hit the rope there? It's so difficult to tell.
It's really hard to tell there. Yeah, really unsure about that.
Yeah, this bit I think is fine. I think he's okay here. He does go outside of the rope, comes back in, and it's just whether, I think he's okay, but that bobble, I think it's off the pitch rather than the rope, I think.
Yep.
I would say he's all right.
I think
Great
so
camera
too.
work by 2 circles there to make sure the umpires and the match officials get everything possible to make that decision. Has it been given 4 in the end?
No.
We'll have a look now. The first ball went for 4, didn't it? And I think that one, great effort there. As that one comes our way.
Oh, shouts of catch it and a juggle chance here right in front of Rise. Khalid Osman almost pulls off an absolute ripper. That was in the air for a while. Lucky's looking down at his bat and he's asking questions. I tell you what, that almost stuck.
3rd attempt, wasn't it? 1, 2, 3. And he almost kind of hooked it up to himself.
Yeah.
But he kept on going and the ball stopped.
Yeah, it was that final juggle. The ball just went the wrong way completely. Oh, Ashrafal has gone for a Baximo, and unfortunately, he's been dropped now as well, just behind the keeper. They get through for 1, but that's 2 drops in 2 balls. Gamblers are maybe dropping the game here right now.
Yeah, you can't give these 2 batters who are both set too many opportunities, and there's that kind of backstop figure that you can see in your shot here. He moved around, it was straight into his hands and then straight back out. Ranjit not having the luck here.
Yep, that's been missed. That attempted sort of lofted shot, just pushed down. The gamblers may rue that because it's, you get 2 batters, as you say, Tina. They're seeing the ball really well. It's not a massive score that's being defended here either, but they're also just bringing a few false shots, and that's going to run away for 4. That is maybe could have been saved. Don't want to be harsh on the fielder. They had to make up a lot of ground to get around to stop that one, but doesn't manage to get there.
Yeah, that one just sat up a bit for Lucky to hit, and he duly obliged. He moves now, and that's exactly what we were saying. Don't panic, Lucky. He's now on 27 off 15. It's the end of the over as well, 48 for 1. And we take a look at what's happening in just the next few weeks. We're talking about Easter. There's an Easter treat coming up as we go to Madrid and Bologna. And then over to France, Malta, take 2 already for this year. And Czechia going to your neck of the woods to finish off this little block.
Yeah, and that T20I in Czechia is, of course, women's T20I. And that's going to be a lot of fun when we host Cyprus. It's been crunched out on the leg side, running away there. But fielded nicely. And yeah, Darji back for his 2nd over as well. He went for a few off his first, went for 15 off his first. Most of those from the bat of Lakshan Weerakarun, who's on strike now. Whips that one away towards the leg side, and that's going to get through for 4 runs. Nice strike there from Lucky. He's already starting to pile the runs down. The 50's up as well, 53 for 1 here in the 6th over.
Ravi Rulan out there trying to do the fielding, but it was hit so firmly at him that all he could do was kind of see it zip past him. And not the best start here for this over. And Phil, it was exactly what you were saying. The Swans would want to just build a couple of overs. They went 15 on that 4th and 12 on the next. This one's gone for 5 off the first 2. So a bit of a nice rebuild here from these 2. Their partnership, well, if that one goes, it will probably move to 50 as it is. It's nice fielding there by Wickets on the boundary. But the partnership now, if they took a 1 on that one, it is in fact 49.
49 partnership. It's taken him a few overs, taken almost exactly 5 overs to get there, hasn't it? So 57 from 27 metre. The run rate required is 12.66. And I probably want to get that down below 11, maybe even below 10 in the next maybe over, if they can. But at the same time, though, you feel these 2 are getting comfortable, more comfortable, and putting the bad ball away, and that scoreboard is continually ticking as well. Lakshan Weerakarun's on 32 from 17 now. Tossed up. And obligingly responded by hitting it up and out of the park for a Maximo. Just noted there, the old toss this one up, give you one to have a think about, but Lucky was onto that quick smart. Have a look, just settles himself and gets it on the half volley and goes crunch to the other side of the dugout. Big Maximo, that one.
He's absolutely justifying his promotion up the order at the moment, isn't he? Conrad Greenshields, normally seen at number 3. He's comfortably got his feet up at the moment, as Lucky is doing the business, 38 off 18.
Yeah, I can picture Conrad over in the side there, just setting up a few chairs, getting comfortable. If he had a hammock, he would have it set up by now as well. Crash! That is, already know that's out of the ground. over area 51 and towards the pasture.
I think that went into area 52. It was so big.
It did go big time, didn't it? It looked good and it sounded good. And what a way to finish the over as Lakshan races into the 40s with that strike. So he's got the big lucky 5 on his back. And he rode his luck early on. He gave up a couple of chances. He took a lot of while to get going. But just in the last sort of 12 or so deliveries he's faced, he's really middling it quite nicely. Have a look here at the batting card here. It is, well, 44 for Lakshan Rurikun, still going off 19. And Ashraf Rapu, 18 from 15. The score is 67 for 1 after 6. And that, that required run rate now is going to start to really march down, maybe even below 11 at this point.
Yeah, I think that the march is on here for Whereas probably not enough of a march to get them that bonus point. They'd have to get the rest of the target in this over. Something special would have to happen there. And, well, let's have a look at the people joining us in the chat as well. It's always great to hear where you're joining from. We could give a few shout-outs in a moment as Ravi Rulan comes on for his first over.
It's been hooked. It's gone very, very skyward, but bounces safely. Just the one. What have you got there for us, Tina?
Carol joining from her sofa in Rutland in the UK.
Hello Carol.
Got Dave joining from the borders of Scotland. I reckon it might not be quite as warm there as it is here in Portugal, but welcome nonetheless. I hope this Monday morning's treating you well. It's great to have everyone joining us, and let us know exactly where you're joining from and what the weather is like wherever you are on this Monday. Well, outlook is good for Lucky as he moves his way on to 48 off just 20 deliveries, and he's really hitting his straps now.
Yeah, well, Lakshan, it's fine and mild, blue sky, white clouds, and a chance of a half century for him. That's his weather forecast. Crashed that one as well, and he is racing along really nicely now. The score is 72 for 1, and only 39 needed from 22 deliveries. The run rate below 11, and yep, all the opportunities for him now to get himself a half century. That's his weather forecast. Let's see if we can pick it up with this delivery as Ravi Roland steams in. Shouts to catch it. It's going to be taken in a terrific outfield catch. He doesn't get his half century, but that is a really good catch there. Well judged indeed. Looking backwards, well, Devinder Mailer, take a bow. That's a really good catch.
Yeah, he had to take it over his shoulder there. Never the easiest. As soon as you turn your back to the ball, to the action, you're thinking, oh no, here we go.
Yeah.
But you just watch that plop into his hands like it was the easiest thing he's done all day.
He's done that before, for sure. Look, this runs away and just twists at the end there just to make sure that it was going to go in properly. Probably one of the better examples of taking that kind of catch comfortably rather than sort of running and doing that zigzag where they're like, I've lost it. I look down. I look down in front of me. I look up. I look down. He kept his eye on the ball the whole time. Look at this. Just keeps it the whole time. Held it with one grab as well. Yeah, comfortable as you like. Underarms it back to the bowler. What's everyone worried about, he says.
He makes that look extremely easy, and I can guarantee you it's not. And, well, we want to pack the hammock away because Conrad Greenshields, he has joined us out here in the middle with his side needing 39 runs, 21 balls left. Still comfortable, but anything could happen in these last 3.5 overs.
Greenshields hits it directly to the man at cover, who gives his left hand a bit of a ring, and now he's really feeling it. It takes a split second just to really feel that ball when it smacks into the hand, and cover is, he's genuinely thinking, why couldn't I be on the boundary line? Why am I in close? Hit that so hard. The slow ball is bowled, and Conrad sees that immediately. And has that been put out to pasture? I think it might have been. I think that might be into the neighbouring field. But just, it paused, saw the slow ball that wasn't well disguised. Look at that, just holds the shot for a split second and then absolutely nails it.
Yeah, Ravi Rulan more or less served that one up on a platter. And a man with the quality of Conrad Greenshields, he's not going to miss out on that one. So we can say a few more hellos in the chat as well. Damon joining all the way from South Africa. I'm sure, well, I hope he's enjoying some nice weather.
Yep.
We've got Barbary joining from Cheltenham, beautiful part of the UK. Lovely to have you all with us. Dave, of course, from northwest France. And, well, we'll be going to France in a few weeks' time, won't we? For one of just a few handful of ECS that we have this year. Just one or two on the calendar, isn't it?
Yeah, I saw that before. Just flashed up just a couple of little destinations we're heading off to. Yep, that's right.
Take a look at this. The umpire there sprinting into shot.
Let's go back and have another look at that one again. Oh, it just, yeah.
He was ready though. He was ready.
He was ready.
Called a perfect wide. That was a whisker the wrong side of the line.
Yep.
That was a decision on the move.
The men in black have done a terrific job in this European Cricket Series, Portugal, both the Challenger Division and the Premier Division here. Done a terrific job, every single one of them. We really appreciate their efforts and their work. 7 overs gone. It's 80 on the board, loss of 2 wickets. Green Shields just recently has joined Ashrapul, who's been out there since the start. Have a look at the fantasy dashboard for match 12 coming your way. It is the Gorka 11 to take on Lisbon Capitals. That's the next match coming. And the news from the toss is that Gorka 11 won the toss and they want to have a bowl first. Happy to put the Lisbon Capitals in, see what you can do with that. A few ins and outs there as well. Lisbon Capitals, Danish Sadiq comes in and Samath Patel also comes in to strengthen the bowling. And that's pretty good ins and outs for Lisbon Capitals. On the Gorka 11 team, looks like it's Arav and Haria. He comes in, and Mohammed Nazrul Islam comes in as well. So a few changes on both sides. Skipper Suman Gimire leading his Gorka team, looking to get another win, just to remind the teams at the top that they are part of that equation. See if they can get a second bite at the cherry come finals time. This is good to see. Bowler coming on now, because that is Khalid Usman, who previously had been pretty much protecting us here in the commentary position in the fielding in front there. Get through for 2 quick runs. That's really well run. A few hands on hips there. Mainly it's the keeper wondering what could have been.
Yeah, it's not a bad throw. Maybe just not quite with the intensity needed.
Yep.
And well, the keeper, he needs to watch out that he can do his shoelaces back up, because when Conrad Greenshields is at the crease, you need all your equipment working properly.
Yeah, good spot that. Yep. Oh, just strays it just that side of leg, and that is hammered. Absolutely hammered all the way along the ground. 4 runs. 25 from 16. So this is now turned around completely for Irish, thanks to that very good partnership between Lakshan Werakroon and Ashraful Rapu. A really good partnership they put together. Who else you got there in the chat there, Tina?
Sim joining from just outside Canberra, saying finally glad the nights are a bit cooler. Well, hopefully for Europe it's the other way around. Well, greetings to those of you joining from down under, and well, that's gone up and over rather than down under. And again, that umpire Bucks doing a bit of extra work there as he goes and chases that delivery. And Conrad, I feel like he wants to put this game to bed sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe he's got a morning tea appointment somewhere in town, local or nearby, but looking to really speed things along. Considering net run rate and how important that is, maybe that's on his mind as well. Just say, look, if we can finish this with a couple of overs up our sleeve, that would be terrific.
Also got Worldwide Sports joining from Madagascar. Lovely to have you with us. And Arasid joining from Slovakia. So,
oh, hello there.
It's lovely to have viewers from all over the world, all corners. And, well, thank you for deciding to join us on this Monday, and thank you to Conrad Greenshields for deciding to absolutely light up this match 11. He goes 4, 6, and then another big Maximo.
Yeah, speaking of all 4 corners, how about that one be smacked around to all 4 corners of the park? That is an electrifying 6. Very straight shot, that one. Got every piece of that lovely strike. Conrad is, yep, Greenshields, he comes in, he's experimented by pushing Lucky up the order, which pretty much has worked. And now he comes in looking to finish off this game. 98 for 2, 13 from 14 required. And then whoosh, he exorbitantly tries to put one maybe into the next village and doesn't quite connect.
Yeah, big old swoosh there. We'll give him that one.
The helicopter bat flinging around in the circle.
It only works when you hit it, Conrad.
True.
There we go.
That's what he wanted.
Wow.
Out of the park.
Out of the next park as well, I think. Is that one? Well, good luck to our friends at Two Circles trying to find that one. Good luck as well to the gamblers who are going to need it now with just a handful of runs. And, well, speaking of our friends at Two Circles, Kristaps, good morning from Latvia. He says, lovely to see you there in the chat. And we need to put together some kind of ECN world map. And, you know, one of those ones you can maybe put pins in, or that you can scratch off. Every time we have a viewer shouting out where their country's from, we can cross one off the list.
Yep, that's true. That's true. You know, I've got that Google sheet of locations where most of our chatters come from. I like to try to add to that, just so we can identify you and say, oh yeah, look, there's Dave B from Northwest France. There's Rob Thompson tuning in from New Zealand. The usual suspects. And of course, Sim from outside Canberra. Good morning to you all watching from your respective locations. And of course, Carol from her couch as well.
Yeah, and it's lovely to see any new viewers. If you're a new viewer and you haven't commented yet, please stick in a comment. We want to say hi to you. It's great to have people joining the ECN family. And of course, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel to see more action like this. As it's Ashraful on strike, he gets in on the act. That's going to dribble away there to the boundary for 4. So 1 hit away now, the Swans.
Yeah, there was a bit of excitement there from the field. I thought it was in with a chance of another backward running catch, and in the end, it just gets away, and Flo goes down the hill there. So yes, Ashraful Rapu maybe looking to finish off the game. Carried the bat since the very start of the innings, so he's been there the whole time. He's 23 from 17. Conrad came in and basically said, look, let me get it up to about, say, well, let's get it close. He's on 31 from 9. Game could be all over here. Well, we get a bit closer with a wide ball. Jay Parkash brings himself on to try to stem the flow, but it's all a little too late, unfortunately. And this game is going to be picked up and won by the Irish team. They're going to pick up all 3 points. Not going to get all 4 points. They're going to get 3 points. As that is indicated wide again. So we may do this in wides in this over.
Well, it looks like Captain Conrad might not have another hit at this rate, but he'll be more than happy with the points and also his contribution, 31 off 9.
Incredible, right? Scores are level. 1 more wide will do it. It's not, it's elevated, it's lifted. Is that coming down towards the scaffolding for a Maximo? There it is, there's the Grizzly, we found you. And that is how it finishes. Conrad gets up to his counterpart at the other end, gives a little pat on the helmet and says, well done, buddy. You got us over the line. Thank you for sticking around there. Good innings from, good innings from both of them, to be honest. But Ashraful Rapu, congratulations to him for sticking around through the whole time and anchoring one end. Lost the wicket early of that of Taj Muhammad, but then he and Lakshan Weerakarun really put everything back on track for a good win to the Swans.
Yeah, it was a solid win. Not quite enough for that bonus point win. For that, they were 8 balls too shy of that, but you know, they'll take the 3 points. And great little game as well for Rupu, who came back into the side having not featured yesterday. He remains unbeaten at the top of the order, does exactly what he needs to do. Also picked up 2 wickets for just 8 runs in his single over. As for the Gamblers though, well, they're now 0-4. That's 4 games in a row they've lost. And well, someone who's not lost at all is the Lisbon Capitals. We'll have plenty of time to talk you through that game. We'll take a quick look at the lineups though. And well, you can bring someone like Danish Siddiqui and Samarth Patel back into your side, then you know you've got a nice deep squad.
You really do. That's a very strong lineup for Lisbon Capitals. Just looking down the line there, very tough. I mean, Mustafa, Amit Shafiq, a couple of names will become household names the way that they're playing in this tournament. Let's have a look at the highlight reel, and you're going to see just an interesting start here. Harinder Singh bowl with a good bit of pace. Taj Muhammad can attest to that because he lost his stumps with the ball. He just completely misjudged the pace, and Harinder Singh got things going nicely for the Gamblers. But as I said just at the top there, things turned around. Lucky Weerakarun took a little while to get going. A few chances given to the outfielders. A few outfielders just not quite sort of stepping up to the mark to look after the bowlers. And just these little moments just didn't go the right way for the Gamblers. And Irish capitalised and then some, and really kicked on with the scoring in those middle overs. They
really needed to break that partnership a bit earlier. There was some good fancy footwork there in the end, but because of those chances that went a-begging, that partnership was worth 67, and it really took the game away from the Gamblers. That was more than half the runs needed just in that one partnership. And Lucky, he got boosted up the order. He could count himself lucky on a few occasions, but he repaid that then with, well, 3 massive sixes. Well, in the end, it was a lovely catch from Devinder Mehra, who marks the end of Lucky's innings, but, well, Conrad Greenshields came in at 4. We usually see him at 3, but he did what he usually does, which is hit 31 off 9 balls, including 4 massive sixes. And that was just the one he did actually miss out on, which is a rarely spotted swing and a miss for the captain.
Yeah, he really did. It's another blistering cameo from Conrad Greenshields to go with those really good scores by firstly Lakshan Weerakarun and Ashraful Rapu. And you see Conrad he's a good sportsman, and even as the keeper was walking in for the game over, he just gave him a little prod with the bat and said, "Hey buddy, give me a fist bump, good game, thank you very much for the competition." And we like to see that kind of sportsmanship here at the ground and throughout the entire European Cricket Network. Just players always congratulating each other for performances, and really just showing that sort of positive, friendly. Every game is played on its merits, but it's also played in good spirits as well. And that was good to see from Conrad, just to give a little tap there to the keeper and say, "Well done."
Yeah, and it's good to see if you're an ORS fan, because they picked up their third win. And for the Gamblers bowlers, they actually bowled quite tight, especially the two at the top, Harinder Singh, Ranjit Narayan. They both had economy in the single digits, but it was that acceleration towards the end. Khalid Usman single over, going magical, and Jay Parkash, well, he just came on again. He's done that a few times now, the captain. When the game has gone, he's kind of defended his team from the carnage, and he puts himself to the sword there.
He has indeed, just as a good skipper should. So, Gamblers, they get 110 for 5 in their 10, and that was definitely an underpass score. Just felt that was going to be really, really hard for them to defend. And the proof was evident a few moments later when ORS came out and scored 116 from just losing 2 wickets. They get the win with 10 balls to spare as well, and that is an 8-wicket victory any way you cut it. Lakshan Weerakarun top scoring with that 48, unlucky to miss out on a 50, but he fell to a very good outfield catch nonetheless. Conrad came in, played a blistering cameo, as I said before, and Mohammad Ashraful Rapu, a really good anchoring innings at the other end, 29 from 18. Well done to him for that. A good performance from ORS. They get all 3 points. Gamblers, well, they get to snake out just 1 point as well out of this, so not a complete loss for them. So that is match number 11 done and dusted. We look ahead now to match 12. It's going to be coming your way at the top of the hour. Still got a little bit of time before that one kicks off, and that is going to be an absolute cracking match. It's Squawka 11 take on the Lisbon Capitals in about 19 minutes and 26 seconds time. So on behalf of G-Force, Tina Goff and myself, Phil G, we're going to put a pin in that, grab ourselves a fresh cuppa for the morning. Hope you can as well, wherever you're in the world. Maybe get a fresh little bit of something just to settle in for the next match 12. Join us in about 15 minutes time and we'll introduce you to that. Don't go too far away. Hope you're enjoying your Monday so far, and we'll see you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Recanto escalabitano, rico de história e espiritualidade. Azulejo que a tua história proclama, que enche de vida a mais bela cidade. Tejo que te banha e que a lesíria fortalece, brindando-nos de sabor que tão bem oferece. Campino, que te dá cor, movimento e união. Pelas mãos que sentem e sabem o melhor da região. Resiliência e união. Sendo a tua primazia, ruge de pulmões cheios a tua bela sinfonia. Santarém, de paixões, sabores e tradições. Santarém, de portas abertas ao futuro.
Hello cricket fans and welcome to match 12 here on day number 3 of the series here in Portugal, the European Cricket Series Portugal Premier Division, and we have got a cracking match coming your way now. It is going to be the Gorka 11 taking on the Lisbon Capitals. Important match here for both these two, and I'll tell you why, because these two teams, they're really hitting their strides right now. Gorka had a mixed bag yesterday, 1 win, 1 loss. So they're going to be really keen to come back with a win here to make sure that the top 2 doesn't get away from them. And for Lisbon Capitals, well, they're already sitting top of the table, and so they want to make sure they stay there. Remember, top 4 teams go through to finals Friday, and if you're the top 2 positions, get a double chance. And you really want to make sure that you're the team that's in contention for those top 2. So why don't we get things started? And Tina, it's over to you to start this match number 12 here on this beautiful Monday morning here at the Santarém Cricket Ground.
Thank you very much, Phil, and welcome back to match 12 here, the ECS Portugal Premier Division 2025. And well, this promises to be another exciting game with both of these sides. Mixed fortunes so far for the Gorka 11 as they bring in Arav Andiraraya and Mohamed Nazrul Islam, both of whom we've seen earlier in the tournament. And you can see there, Gorka won the toss. They decided to bowl, so they'll be marching out there in their black and red strips. Samath Patel and Danish Siddiqui come in for the unbeaten Lisbon Capitals, who will want to remain unbeaten at the end of this game as well. They've played 3, won 3, and well, quite convincingly as well. They've won by 26 runs, 7 wickets and 6 wickets, whereas the Gorka 11, they've suffered defeat yesterday to the hands of Marlow. And well, it's no surprise when a team has gone through a tournament unbeaten so far that they do edge it in the win predictor, 62% in favour of the Caps. But it will be the Caps who are out there first to bat. Gorka 11, they have ball in hand. And for Gorka 11, they have 2 games coming up. They're playing the Caps here, and then they'll come back in the 4th game of the day, which will be a tough ask for them against Oeiras, who of course won the game this morning, just now, half an hour ago, against Gamblers. It was quite a convincing win as well. So Oeiras will be challenging the Lisbon Capitals at the top of the standings if form is anything to go by. As for the Capitals, they'll come back in that final game of the day, 6 PM local time here in Portugal against Marlow. Marlow will return to the SCG. It's their first and only game today, and that promises to be a really exciting top of the table clash as well, as we face up the first ball here. Jahidul Islam with ball in hand, and that's been hit straight towards us here in the commentary igloo. One bounce all the way for 4. Just pings off the side here. I was braced, ready to try and stop that one. Rule number 1, protect the equipment. Well, there was no protecting that. It was Danish Siddiqui who's back into the lineup and straight back into the runs. First ball hit firmly down the ground. And well, it's really talent and experience up and down this Lisbon Capitals lineup. Siddiqui himself, no stranger to the network. He's edging closer to 1,000 runs on ECN, and well, there's another 4 to add to the collection. A bit of width on offer there from Jahidul Islam, and Siddiqui just leans back on that one. And lovely pair of hands from Siddiqui. Omar Mustafa is at the other end, and well, talking of experience, he's got international experience. He's played for France, and well, his high score 87, and that was on the international stage against Jersey last year, 2024. What a year that was for him as well. Scored almost 500 runs in the 2024 season, and he's scored runs already in this tournament. But he'll have to wait at the non-striker's end. And that's a vicious delivery from Islam. And that one goes high and not so handsome, because it has been called a wide. As we take a look at this, and a bit of evasive action there from Siddiqui. He tried to play it, but in the end, he did well to get out of the way of it. You can see there, it was well, almost the perfect bouncer, but that was just rising as it went past Siddiqui and called there on the field by umpire John. So that one will have to be re-bowled, and it's a 5 wides to the score as well. So the Capitals move on to 13 off just the 2 legal deliveries so far. Yeah, as I was saying, it's been corrected actually. Maybe just on that replay provided there by 2 circles, especially with Siddiqui a bit back in his crease. They said, well, it was actually not a wide ball. Would have crossed the level of, well, his head probably, if he hadn't ducked out of the way. So it was just go for 4 byes, and well, this one will certainly go to 4 for 4 off the middle of the bat. It's Danish Siddiqui again, who, well, he made sure to get out of the way of those 4 byes, but everything off the bat has gone for 4 at the moment, as the Capitals get off to a flying start here. Omar Mustafa, as I was saying, game 3 he scored 68 in just 27 deliveries. Back that up in game 5. He scored another half century, 57, this time off 21 deliveries. So he was on a hot streak in 2024. His 2025 has not got off to a bad start either. Well, speaking of bad starts, this isn't the greatest from Islam, and that won't help the cause. In fact, it's a great tumble by captain and keeper Suman Ghamiri there to stop any more damage. So that one bounces wide, and nice little roll there from Ghamiri to restrict the damage to just 1 wide. Warm welcome to everyone joining us from all 4 corners of the world. It's lovely to have you with us at this glorious sunny location in Portugal. And speaking of glorious, there's one as well, as that goes better than the net last effort. That's gone all the way for 6 off the bat of Danish Siddiqui, as he takes no time at all to get into his work. Bit of width again on offer from Islam. He's just bowling too short at the moment. Danish Siddiqui says thank you very much. And well, this over has already gone magical. 23 runs coming off it. Still 1 ball left of the first. And Siddiqui, he doesn't know whether he's coming or going at the moment. He's trying to change his angle. He's now coming back over to the right-handed Danish. No, he's not. And this is exactly why. Maybe his head's in a bit of the tumble dryer. He needs to make sure he gets out of this over here. Final ball coming up. That's probably the best delivery of the lot. A big appeal for LBW, but nothing doing As soon as you go around the wicket. Yeah, well, that's pitched probably a good 5 stumps to the right of leg stump, even if it was hitting. Immediate no, a shake of the head there, and rightly so. My umpire Bucks, he just says that's the end of the over. And well, what an over it was for the Caps. They take 23 off it. Danish Siddiqui plundering 18 runs, and there was some byes and wides in there as well. As we take a look at what we are doing here in Portugal, and that is bringing you non-stop cricket action. The Challenger Series, that's already done and dusted. Lisbon Capitals, well, they'll be hoping to emulate the Lisbon Supergiants, who took the trophy home on that occasion. The finals day here, just a few days' time on Friday, and then we go international. Portugal against Norway, both the men's and women's sides facing up in ECS, so the T10 format, before we move to the slightly longer T20 format from Monday to Wednesday next week. So please stick around, because we have so much more excitement to bring you, and well, the talent on show, the quality is just going to go up and up and up, culminating in that bilateral international series. Speaking of talent, well, it's Omar Mustafa who finally gets a crack with the bat here. It's Ashish Kurmi who will be bowling the second over. And I gave him the big old build up, and he duly obliges with a swing and a miss. Omar Mustafa. Nice ball first up actually from Ashish Kurmi. Not quite 100% pace, but maybe that's exactly what he was trying to trick Omar Mustafa with. And that one's been called wide. It was, in fact, very wide. Not quite landing off the pitch. Of course, if it lands off the pitch or even in that kind of side channel, it will be called a no ball, but that was just plain old wide. We'll have to be reattempted here from Kurmi. And well, he gets that one on the pitch, and Mustafa, well, he duly obliges, taking it back off the pitch, and then some, as that is a huge Maximo off the bat of Omar, and the crack of that could be heard in the neighbouring field as he just rocks back, waiting for that slightly shorter pitch delivery from Kurmi. And he doesn't need a second invitation to hit that one, to say hello to the cows in the neighbouring field. And you can already see why the Lisbon Capitals, while the win predictor has them up at 72%, you can see why they are one of the favourites in this division. And Mustafa doesn't quite get hold of all of that one, but you can see the pure power on the man, that it just about, well, drops just short of the Maximo line, but one bounce takes it to the boundary. And I mean, Mustafa is playing a game that we can only really marvel at. He seems to be playing everything in slow motion. He has so much time, and that is really the mark of outstanding players, that they play this game as if they've got all the time in the world. There's a no ball called, and it looks like it's a front foot no ball there. Yeah, actually a big one, and if it wasn't a no ball, it would have been a wide. But I'm sure Mustafa is more than happy to take on the free hit that will be coming his way now, halfway through the second over. And another no ball called on field. It's gone high up in the air, and there's a chase on there from Arav Andiraya, who gets his fancy footwork out early in the day. And no ball has called on the field, and it looks like another overstep and a puff of dust there. Actually, that helps Arav to keep the ball in play. He gives a little side pass to his teammate. It was a free hit anyway, so even if that was caught, Mustafa would have stayed out there, and the free hits continue, signalled there by umpire John. And that's a better delivery there from Kurmi, as the free hit sails harmlessly through to Gamiri with the gloves. Well, Mustafa, he was about half an hour early on that shot, gives a suspicious look down the pitch. Yep, it's coming up and down, Mustafa. You just need to be a bit more patient. There's 2 balls left of the second. Well, still 2 balls left of the second, as this is another big no ball. And, well, I don't think there's anything wrong with the front foot here. But it's the fact that it's landed well off the side of the pitch here. Yep, even with a bit of that swing that tails back in to the batter. Oh, the batter was nowhere near that and didn't have to be. Well, this is a damaging over early on here for Gorka 11. 16 runs coming off it, still 2 balls to come. As that one's chipped up in the air. Mustafa, a player of his quality, will actually be a bit frustrated with himself that he's missed out on 3 free hits in this over. 3 fielders converge here. And they just escape with a single. That brings Danish Siddiqui back on strike for the final ball of the second. And well, the carnage continues as he pivots on that one and hits that long to the mid-wicket boundary for a Maximo to finish the end of the second over. 23 runs coming off that Kurmi over, and the Lisbon Capitals move to a threatening 46 for no loss off after the first 2 overs. And well, good a time as any to help me talk through this carnage. Welcome back, Phil G, as we take a look at the standings. The Lisbon Capitals, they're currently in second place, but of course they've played a game less than Ueras, who won the game this morning, but 3, possibly even 4 points would take the Lisbon Capitals to the top of the table. And I don't want to call them early favourites, but they've certainly thrown their name into the ring here, haven't they?
Oh, 100% agree with that one. Totally agree with that. They are favourites. For mine, I think they are favourites. Ueras, definitely. And when they get to play Lisbon Capitals next time, that could be the preview of the of at least one of the finals on Friday. I'd like to think. When I walked back into the igloo, I heard you say the word carnage, and I was just admiring from the side. And as I came and sat down here, watching absolute carnage in these first 2 overs, 46 from 2. So it has been quite something out there, and the bowlers for Gorka 11 are searching for someone to give them some respite from this assault, and I'm not sure where they're going to find it from. As Ula, he gets his chance. Let's see what he can do, but these 2 are looking absolutely on here.
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday. These 2 probably one of the most imposing batting lineups, well, certainly opening pairs. But Ulla, they've turned to him. They're going to slow it down a bit here, and he did pick up 2 wickets in that game, 6. That was that win against the Gamblers by 23 runs. I mean, Gorka 11 are no mugs. They've won the first 2 games. It was only yesterday that they suffered defeat at the hands of Marlow. It was a 5-wicket defeat. It was a pretty straightforward one for Marlow. But Gorka have some players of themselves, but when you're up against a player in form like Danish Siddiqui, it's hard to know what to do, as that one is launched for a big 6. He moves to 30 off 8 deliveries.
Yeah, he's looking in dangerous form right now. And, well, we've seen Omar Mustafa, he's already belted a lot of runs in this Premier Division already. And he's looking in a mood as well. But for when Danish Siddiqui can come in there and carve up the attack the way he's done in this first, literally this first, 14 deliveries of the day. He's only faced 8 himself. That's the 9th ball that he's faced. And that's gone, and for another boundary. Well, this is looking really dangerous for Gorka 11 now.
Well, I would say that the Capitals missed Siddiqui yesterday when he didn't play, but they still won their game yesterday against the Gamblers pretty comfortably as well by 6 wickets. But when you can bring someone like him back into the lineup, he can only strengthen the side. And he's showing us all of his bag of tricks so far. 34 off just 9 deliveries. He goes big again, lifts that one up over the covers. Hasn't quite got the distance on it. There's a fielder out there. That's actually a great effort by, who is it out there? I can't quite tell in the dazzling morning light, but whoever it was a great little effort here as he hooks that one back. Is that Arslan Zafar out there?
That is a terrific effort there on the boundary line. Yeah, I couldn't quite see it.
No, it's Ashish Kurmi out there. So he does a bit of recovery there after going for 23 runs in his second. And well, no recovering that one, as that's just hoisted away. It's a bit short and ugly from Ahmed Ullah. Omar Mustafa doesn't need a second invitation to hit that one all the way for 6.
Yeah, to describe that as a loose delivery, as being kind to loose deliveries, that was just a little bit too short, rank and outside leg, and a pretty safe shot when you've got that kind of power in your arms to just go absolutely bash went a long way back. 64 without loss. One more to come in this power play. This is a dominant power play from the Lisbon Capitals.
And it finishes with another big hit. And well, there's a lot of fielders out there. All they can do is watch that go again for the third maximo of the innings. And round of applause there for his teammates, for both of these players actually, because look at that. That's almost as consistent as a power play as you ever will see. Triple magic, 70 for no loss after 3. And well, this is threatening to be the biggest score we've seen so far in this Premier Division, and then some.
I mean, yeah, you've said it perfectly there, Tina. The consistency is amazing. Triple magical. What happens in the next over? They're going to pull a rabbit out of the hat. They're going to saw a woman in half. They're going to do a magic card trick. It's looking really dangerous for Gorka. It's already dangerous for Gorka. They are in real danger of this blowing out and a massive score amassing here. Expected score is already up to the 180. How about that? The run rate at 23.3. These two, maybe there's a bit of race between them, so who can get their half century first. They've both faced, well, Danish Siddiqui's faced 10 balls. Mustafa's faced 11. So Siddiqui is accelerating quicker than Mustafa, but well, Happy comes on the bowl. Let's see if he can live up to his name and maybe try to get a breakthrough here, or just try to tone down the carnage that's unfolding before our eyes.
Now, whereas the Lisbon Capitals were certainly the happier at the moment, as it's Gorka who have to pull some kind of animal out of some kind of hat. Well, that's not going to help, as that one's just a loose delivery from Happy to start up the 4th. And a bit of something on that. It has been signalled as 4. So that takes Danish Siddiqui to 39. Bit of bat on this one, was there? Or was it signalled leg by? It was signalled leg by. So Danish Siddiqui, he'll still remain on 35, but it's a 4 to the score nonetheless.
Yeah, a bit of a forlorn look on the face of the wicketkeeper there. Just a slight tilt of the head, and maybe probably could have done a little bit better on that one, but it was a tough one anyway.
That one's high up in the air. Cause of catch it. There's a fielder underneath it, and he drops it. I thought he'd taken hold of that one, but it's another tough moment there for Jahidul Islam. And well, it went almost straight to him. It just swirled around, but he was underneath it. It looked like it tailed away from him at the last moment. He threw his hands up at it, but the Grizzly really, there was only one way that was ending, and that was on the ground.
Yeah, the wind is gusting a little bit, but it's just in fits and starts. It's not sustained. So it could have caused a few problems then.
A rare mishit from Omar Mustafa, but he still manages to trot through for a single. And well, that win predictor, 85%, and I think I'd go along with that.
I wonder if the contest between Siddiqui and Mustafa is such that as they cross for that single off the miss hit, that Siddiqui just gave him a little, really? Really? I thought we were doing well, brother. What's going on here? You know, just a little bit of a rev up.
Well, they've shared the love so far. Both of them faced 12 deliveries. Siddiqui just ahead. He did really tuck into that first over as well. Omar Mustafa didn't face a single delivery, as that one went for 23. But Mustafa replied in kind as well. He got his runs in the 2nd and 3rd over, and well, triple magical power play is not something we always see here on the net. Well, we have seen it before, but
yeah,
certainly the biggest power play of this Premier Division, as that one just says hello to the wormhole, that little area outside off stump where sometimes the ball dies a little death. And that's exactly what Danish Siddiqui is saying there as well. It's a slower ball though, so maybe that's why it also didn't quite pick up.
Yep. And despite the few extras coming off the bowling of Amninda Happy, it's been a better over. So there's some cause for maybe a smile.
Well, there was a chance that dropped, and that one wasn't a chance, as, well, he decides to run past the ball first as Niloy Islam before running back and deciding he probably should take it with him. And that one does drop safe. See there, just done maybe by a mini Tortuga, as that one pops up, turns left. One ball left of the 4th. Mustafa will be facing it.
Only 4 runs off the bowling of Happy here at the moment.
Yeah, make that 4 runs in the end of the over, and that is a nice little comeback from Happy. He shows the other bowlers how it's done. That's the end of the magic for this opening pair, but they'll be more than happy with their output so far. 78 for the loss of no wickets, the Capitals, after 4.
Yeah, that run rate is, thank you very much to those first 3 overs. It's still just a tad under 20 runs per over. Not easy to sustain, but that is a good fight back, as you say, Tina, from Amninda Happy there. sort of brings it back and turns to his bowlers and says, see, if I can do that, you can do it too. The slight downturn there is evident of that, but you push that run rate up to sort of, what, 22, 23, well, it was actually up to 23 after the first over, and then it just bobbles along at 23, 23, and 23 and a bit. So that is a picture of consistency now. 78 on the board, a massive springboard going into the, well, the next 6 overs here. Vishwakarma, he gets a chance now to try to solve a bit of a problem here with his left armers.
First one is dragged short. There's a fielder out there, but he can only put in a Michael Jordan-esque leap as that grizzly flies over his head. Siddiqui, well, for him it doesn't seem to matter who the bowler is. This time it's Vishwakarma, but he dispatches that one over long on. First class postage coming your way, and Danish Siddiqui, he goes to 43 off 15 deliveries, and this is really threatening a big score, the biggest we've seen in the Premier Division, if these two carry on in the same fashion. That one's gone in a similar area, but it hasn't quite got the distance on it, and well, it was still painful enough to burst through the hands of Happy, who's probably not quite so happy there as he takes that one. Luckily he gets his hands on it to slow it down, but it pops through, hits him on the side of the face. Might just need to check. He's got a teammate going across to him to make sure he is alright. He seems to be alright. Azhar Andani gives the thumbs up to the dugout, but actually no, umpire, well, match official Steph is going to have to come out, especially when it's a head injury, just to make sure that nothing balloons up, especially sometimes when you get hit on the face like that. The shock at the start means you can kind of soldier on, and it's good to see that he's just getting a bit of water, making sure he is okay, but he gives a big round of applause, tells everyone, come on, let's go. He wants to get his side back in this game.
Good to see our tournament referee getting over there quick smart just to check on the player as well. Good work there, Stefan.
An appeal from everyone but the bowler and wicketkeeper, who are usually the two main men on the pitch, but that one, not much going for it, apart from the fact it was a dot ball, and, well, they'll take that at the moment, Gorka 11.
Yeah, missing everything there, and a good decision given. Pretty straightforward decision given also by the umpire.
Well, that's a straightforward decision as well, because that's just gone straight through the gate. Omar Mustafa, he's fuming with himself because, well, he just missed a straight one, and he does have to depart. 27 he amassed after 15 deliveries, and, well, yeah, he's playing the right shots as he's walking off the pitch, but it's a bit too little too late for Omar as the Capitals lose their first wicket, 85 for 1. And, well, I'm not sure if the ball did much. It tailed in and maybe straightened up. It was a good delivery, actually, hitting, well, about halfway up off stump, which suggests it didn't get up much, but just tailed in on the angle and then straightened up. It was a nice delivery from Vishwakarma, and, well, Omar, he's not too happy with himself. He doesn't get his third half century, but, well, he's part of a 85-run partnership for the first wicket, so I'm sure he can console himself with that.
He loses the race with Danish Siddiqui as they were forming a terrific opening partnership here. Siddiqui still there, is on 44, but yeah, he does indeed go. And that does bring out the imposing figure of Ahmad Shafiq, who is no slouch with the bat, the left-hander. He's been playing a pretty good tournament thus far, and he'll be looking to get into the runs right from the get-go and just keep that momentum running. Things have slowed up a bit in the last over and a half.
Well, he does keep the momentum going because he slaps that one through the covers for 4 runs. We've seen that quite often, a new batter come out and introduce himself straight into the action, and this time it was Shafiq. We know how good a player he is. He's done a lot with bat and ball already so far. Been a big reason why the Lisbon Capitals have won 3 from 3. And, well, he's picked up exactly where Omar left off before he departed earlier in the over. Final ball of the 5th. Big swing and a miss there to end the 5th. So at the halfway stage, the Lisbon Capitals 89 for 1. Probably not there to be swept, that one. A bit too wide. And good hands there by the keeper.
Yeah, I agree. Should have gone offside with that shot, but didn't.
And it's as good a time as any to welcome you into the commentary igloo for, well, the second time today. We've already got that exciting match this morning out of the way. And, well, what are you looking forward to most out of the 3 games remaining? There's 2 definitely really good ones, isn't there?
Yeah, really good ones. I think the next match is, for me, the most important one for today. Punjab City Amadora are a really competitive team, and they've got it all to go for against Gamblers. Both teams looking to make sure that they stay in touch with the top 4. I think the next match, there's more to play for. That's probably why I think it's so important.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you there, but there's a lot to play for before we get to that game here between the Capitals and Gorka. And, well, the Capitals, for them, it'll be about keeping that unbeaten record. They'll want to go 4-0 to make sure they cement their place at the top of the table. And there's a big dive put in by the fielder there in the covers. That's Niloy Islam, but he can only watch as that's crunched away for another 4. It's Amninda Happy, who, well, justifiably comes back for his second over after his first. Only went for the 4, but there's 1-4 straight away off the second delivery, and that takes Siddiqui to 48, 2 hits away, 2 runs away from his half century. That one almost invited him to hit, but he does well to avoid it in the end because it's a wide chord, so he'll get another chance to get to that milestone. Just tailed the wrong side of that wide line.
Yeah, captain and wicketkeeper Simone Gamiro there just rolling the dice and saying, look, Happy, come back and bowl another over because it was a good one before. We need another breakthrough.
Well, that's been hit hard and straight, and it will be the half century for Danish Siddiqui. It's come off 19 deliveries. He moves to 52. Explosive start to his innings. I don't think he might not know that yet. Someone, yeah, there we go. Someone's told him. Someone's listening to us in the dugout. And, well, that's been a great innings so far. And Lisbon Capitals, 98 for 1, halfway through the 6th. And despite that wicket, and a big wicket, Omar Mustafa falling, they're still threatening a big score here. That one, he goes again. There's a player out there. And, oh, it would have been a great grab by Azhar Andani, but not only does he drop it, it would have been harsh to call it a drop, in fact, but it does roll over the rope for 4 runs. Good effort, though, from Andani in the deep. Yeah,
difficult chance that one. Went like a real bullet. And it's funny watching the batters there. They hesitated on the run only because they thought it was going to be caught, and then just put the heads down as they saw it spilled out, but it went across the boundary for 4 anyway. 100 up with that strike as well.
Goes into a similar area, but it's along the ground. There's 2 fielders out there, and it's Andani who does the fielding. And Siddiqui, well, he's already got the milestone. He's got the half century. Maybe even he'll want to double up here. It's an early shout, but he's looking hot, and even that half chance there, it was hit so firmly that it'd be harsh to even call it a half chance. As Ahmad Shafiq gets himself back on strike, just the 1 ball left of the 6th.
Just remember, Gorka won the toss and wanted to bowl first, and begin to wonder if they're having second thoughts now. It's too late, but anyway.
Yeah, there's no take-backsies here on ECN, and just squeezed away for a single, and that does mark the end of the 6th. 104 for the loss of 1 wicket. Lisbon Capitals. Nice time to say hello to everyone joining us in the chat, wherever you might be on this Monday afternoon, evening, Tuesday morning, if you're joining possibly from Australia, New Zealand, and it's great to have you with us, and I hope you're enjoying the action. Please get involved in the chat as well, so we know where you're joining from, what the weather's like where you are, and, well, it's shining down on the Lisbon Capitals at the moment. That's a handsome scorecard for them. Still 4 overs left, and, well, they'll be looking at least into the high, maybe 160s, 170s, especially with Danish Siddiqui still out there. He's at the non-strikers end for now, though, as Ahmad Shafiq faces up, and it'll be Rahul Vishwakarma who picked up that wicket, who comes back for his second. The slingy action of Vishwakarma, but in fact it's actually gone through everyone, including the captain, Suman Gamiri, with the gloves. I think maybe he gets a bit on this so that the ball doesn't fly away. Yeah, it just hits a bit of the fingertips, and the fielding is done, but they will jog through for a bite.
Yeah, lucky to get a little something on that. You can see that deflection just as it goes underneath the keeper. Oh, full smacked. And And waiting on the call, it's 4. Thought it might have carried the whole way, but no. But yeah, if you're going to bowl full like that towards this man who is in devastating form right now, crunch, never going to let that get past.
Yeah, he just about escaped the no ball there, but he certainly didn't escape punishment to the boundary. Siddiqui moves into the 60s. And, wow, Gorka desperately need a second wicket here just to stem the flow of boundaries. And they don't get a wicket, and they probably do get a boundary. The chasers on, and the ball will win, despite the efforts there of Ahmad Ullah. And that's back-to-back boundaries. Hands on hips time for Rahul. There's not too much he did wrong there, to be honest. It was a big swing, a bit of a miss hit actually from Siddiqui, but when you're in form, even the miss hits race away to the boundary.
He just seems to be just doing everything right, Siddiqui. He's barely given an opportunity up to the bowlers and the fielders, and he just seems to be hitting the ball so crisply at the moment. Such good timing. Thank you, thank you very much for missing that one. And never afraid to step into the old commentator's curse spa bath, am I? And that is a great case in point.
Dunked yourself in head first there, Phil, but we love you for it.
I truly did there.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, thank you.
There he proves your point, 1 ball too late, but actually it's well fielded on the boundary. It was hit sweetly, but there was the well-positioned Ashish Kurmi there on the boundary mopping up, so they just get through for 1, and that leaves Ahmad Shafiq, who has been starved of the strike a little since he came on, just facing the final ball of the 7th. Appeal here for LBW. Nothing doing by the umpire. Umpire Bucks instead says, here's your cap. Thanks for asking, but the answer's no.
I believe this is yours. And we call the end of the over. Have a look at this one more time. What do you call it? Left arm, that round action.
Yeah, probably pitching outside leg. He's got quite a slingy action, doesn't he? So it's coming from quite low, which means more often than not, it's going to be pitching outside leg. And I think that's what was going through umpire Bucks' mind there, as he says, no, but here's your cap. And that is the end of the 7th. Lisbon Capitals 114 for 1. As we take a look at our calendar for 2025, I did mention that European cricket, we signed a new deal with the Belgium Cricket Federation, so wouldn't be surprised if Belgium pops up, if not this year, then maybe next. And, well, yeah, we're already going there at the start of July, aren't we? But a bumper deal signed, which means maybe we'll be heading there a few times. And, well, there's already so many exciting places in the diary, from west to east, north to south. We're currently very west, but we do go quite east as well. Estonia, probably the easternmost we go.
Yep, fair call.
North, I mean Sweden, that's quite north.
I think I'll be heading to Belgium actually this year with the crew, with the blue crew. So I'm looking forward to that. Haven't visited Belgium since I was in Bruges many years ago.
In Bruges, good film.
Top film.
Well, that's gone up in the air. There's fielders underneath it, and it's a fantastic effort actually from the fielder out there. I hope he hasn't done himself a mischief, because he was all in there, was Ashish Kurmi.
I was panicking because Nila Islam was running full tilt back, and I thought that was closer than the two fielders end up being.
Yeah, neither of them really knew what the other were doing there, and luckily for them, well, the ball dropped safe. It would have been an outstanding catch. He managed to stop the Grizzly going away to the boundary, though. Oh, hello.
Hey.
And that's going to be a no ball, because that hit the side of the pitch, took an about turn, did a 180, and well, that's an easy call for the umpire about whether it hit the side of the pitch or not. Certainly did, unless that's the world's best spin bowling delivery ever.
Do you think the bowler could maybe argue that and say, no, come on, that was
pure rip.
That was just a really good rip from out of the back of the hand. Did you not see that?
Shane Warne-esque delivery from Ahmad Ullah there, possibly helped by the side of the pitch, but we'll let you decide, as the free hit is signalled by the umpire. So Ahmad Shafiq has a chance here. He's got his body armour on. He can't get bowled. And he makes sure he's not bowled. He makes sure instead he goes for a big swing over long off all the way for a Maximo. It's actually the first Maximo for a while. The last one was back at the start of the 5th over. So we've gone through a bit of a 4 phase. But back to the big 6s. And that takes the Lisbon Capitals to 126 for 1. Still only halfway through the 8th.
Yeah, Shafiq was getting a little bit bogged down there, wasn't he? He was on 5 from 6 deliveries, and just a little bit out of sorts just in the early part of his innings. But I think that will put him in a nice place. Although,
well, chance are there, and it's dropped again. There's 2.5 players converging on it. Arav and Haria is the one that does the fielding in the end. And again, there's going to be a bit of a press conference after that one, as the 2 fielders, it's Mohammed Nazrul Islam, who's coming in from the one side, and well, I don't think he even laid a glove on that in the end. Thankfully, Arav and Hiraya was there to mop up, but nothing is going Gorka's way at the moment. Danish Siddiqui on strike. That one's hit firmly to long off, and I was going to say should be cut off before those words even came out of my mouth. The ball flew to the boundary. You might claim a little Tortuga here, but I think that was just misfielded.
Yeah, I think
simple as that.
I think it's fair to say that Gorka are having an absolute mare in the field at the moment, and this score is absolutely getting blown out of proportions. Still one more to come in the 8th, but this score is menacing.
It's chipped up a chance,
oh!
And what an unbelievable grab that is. We've just given the antidote to the commentary curse, because we've just said how poor the fielding has been, and just on cue, Niloy Islam picks up an absolute ripper. He puts up his right hand, tries to stop the ball, I think, more than anything. Here he goes. He goes up for the big catch. He stops it with his right hand. Look at how much air he gets on that. Doesn't quite manage to get hold of it, but on the fall down, the ball lands safely in his chest. He grabs a hold of it, and what a catch that is.
That is absolutely terrific. Timed the leap perfectly, one-handed in the slow-mo replay. Almost looks like that still shot from a very famous Chicago Bulls basket player, which has been stamped on a lot of merchandise around the world. Falls down into his breadbasket and he holds it, completes an exceptionally good outfield catch. Turns towards the commentary tent and says, "Phil G, did you just say we're having a mare in the outfield?" I still stand by that comment, but that is a tremendous catch. And celebrations are plenty there. They're very happy with that. Still, it's 131 now for 2 after 8. The score is on the board, but they do get rid of Danish Siddiqui, who was at one point, I think in the last over a bit, I was even thinking, could he be eyeing off a ton?
Well, we definitely made sure to thoroughly curse him, as he does go for 71.
Whoa.
And that's a big old no ball to start the 9th over. It all happens in the 9th. Well, it's a big old no ball. There's a misfield. They run through for 2. It hits the stumps. Hand of apology there. Well, I'm not surprised from Sushil Kumar, the bowler. Yeah, well, that's so high and ugly. It misses the shot entirely. Goes up over the camera, and, well,
wow.
Suman Gamiri, he puts his pads there, and it still arrives to him on the full. That's how full it was. You can see the side shot. The ball nowhere to be seen. This will be a free hit. Better delivery, but actually Ahmad Shafiq just climbs into that one and hits it all the way for a big 6, does the left-hander. And, well, that first delivery went for 9 runs.
It truly is clobbering time, as that is crunched absolutely out of the middle of the bat all the way. Massive strike. It was a free hit, as you say, Tina, and he knew that whatever happens here, I'm in no danger of getting caught. I just need to get something on this. And probably not the best delivery when you're bowling a free hit ball, is to bowl it short like that. But still, Sushil Kumar, he'll learn, hopefully. And that air ball before, my goodness, had way too much air in it.
That's a better delivery, but there's air on that one as well. As it gets the treatment, it goes for a massive Maximo over long off. And Ahmad Shafiq, he's picking up the mantle here. He's moving into the 20s as, well, Danish Siddiqui departed at the end of the previous over, but since then, 15 runs added to the board, and Lisbon Capitals moving towards 150.
Yeah, he could be accused of starting a little bit slow early in his innings, but now he seems to be in the exact frame of mind he needs to be.
And that one, he gets high up on the bat, that's why it doesn't quite race away to the boundary. They'll content themselves with the 1. We have a question in the chat based on the calendar that we flashed up. Monty asks if any of the games will be on turf wickets. Well, I think all of them will be on AstroTurf, just because that levels the playing field here, kind of literally, on the European Cricket Network. It means we can play pretty much the same games all over Europe. We don't get too impacted by weather. Well, impacted by the dodgy spin there was the man at point. They do just run through for one. But you never know. In future, if Lords come calling and say, do you want to play an ECS on our turf wicket? Might say yes. But for now, AstroTurf, especially because in Europe, 95% of the pitches, apart from maybe in the Netherlands, are AstroTurf pitches.
Exactly, yep.
That one's hit away to the man in the deep. Niloy Islam, well, on the back of that stunning grab in the previous over, does a neat piece of ground fielding. Not, I was going to say regulation piece, but Gorka haven't made everything look regulation so far in the field.
Yeah, just on the back of what you said there about the turf pitches, so I wholeheartedly agree with you. Maybe sometime in the future, next few years, that could be something to have a look at. But right now, there is obviously the cost element, the manpower element about it as well. And a lot of the federations, well, they do struggle to get sponsorship. They do struggle to make sure they can make ends meet and to put on a good facilities for the domestic-based players. And I can speak from experience with the work I've done with Czech cricket. That's something that we're always looking at, and obviously, infrastructure and building up the ground, and for us getting power and water to the ground, things like that. So it is something which is in the much future planning stages. Yes.
Yeah, and it's just about the things you might take for granted in cricket playing countries, like having heavy rollers, having ground staff. Being able to cut the grass properly. You've got to cut the grass nice and short before you even think about making a strip.
Yep.
And until that infrastructure is in place in Europe, which we hope it is in the near future, then AstroTurfs do the job perfectly well and provide us with hundreds of hours of entertainment here on the European Cricket Network. And the Lisbon Capitals, they've been entertaining us so far. 150 for 2. Final over from Jahidul Islam coming up. And his first over went for 19. He did bowl the first over of the game, and he was pretty much put to the sword by Danish Siddiqui, who got on his way to 71 before he fell. But Islam comes back and starts well with a dot ball to start the 10th.
Yeah, Zafar, he's only been there for 3 deliveries, so it's a bit on him in this last over to try to power things along again, just to keep the momentum running. Current run rate is 16.4.
A big swing and a miss, and the right thing there actually from Ahmad Shafiq to try and get himself back on strike, but it's a pinpoint throw by Saman Ghamiri, who throws down the stumps. Does he have his glove on? Does he throw this with his gloves on? Yeah, I think he does. So even better throw there actually from the keeper, Ahmad Shafiq. Well, he knew he couldn't afford a second dot ball from Arslan Zafar in the final over. So tries to get himself on strike, but is run out by the captain and keeper of the Gorka 11.
Just keeping an eye on Gamiro there at the back. He's hobbling. He's done himself a bit of mischief there. He's not moving freely, and just after he threw the stumps down, which is a great throw, by the way, he just took a little step, and you could see he was very, very sort of, something's not quite right there, and he's just moving a little bit awkwardly at the moment. Yeah,
I think maybe he wore that one just above the pads, because it did bounce up, so did an even better job of picking up the ball, throwing them down. And he's worn that one, has Adnan Gondal, but they managed to scamper through. And will they come back for 2? No, it's good fielding on the long on boundary here from Amninder Happy to stop any overthrows as well. That was a well-directed bouncer. Adnan Gondal took that right in the stomach, but managed to pick himself up, and it wasn't second time lucky there for Saman Ghamiri, who wasn't able to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end because, well, Adnan Gondal would have been well short of his ground. As it is, though, they scamper through for a single.
Had every right to have a shot at that, didn't he? He was a really good dead-eye shot just in the moment before. Unfortunately, not on that occasion. So 151 for 3. Still 3 to come. Still 3 to come.
Still 3 to come. It's been a good over so far, actually, though, from Jahidul Islam. That one wide aside, it was dot wide and then leg by until then. Doesn't quite ruin it with the wide, because, I mean, anything that stays below the run rate, which is around 16 at the moment, could be a little win in Islam's column.
Yep.
Of course, the wicket wasn't picked up by him. It was a run out, but he'll take it in his over nonetheless.
Yeah.
And still 3 to come.
It's going to be a new catchphrase, maybe something for the ECM bingo card. Still 3 to come. Hashtag still 3 to come. And just trying something, trying to maybe straighten it up a little bit, but unfortunately it's starting already middle and it's straightening way down the line there. Needs to push a little bit further out. See the dugout over there, Lisbon Capitals. They're starting to stretch already in the Lisbon Capitals dugout for when they get to come out to the field in about probably 10 or 12 minutes time.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a big chase for Gorka, and well, add 6 to the collection as it's going to go up to 159, as that's a big hit off the bat of Arslan Zafar, and well, the damage is being done here in the form of extras, and when it's not a wide, it's a boundary at the moment, and that was hit and hit hard.
That really was a good shot, wasn't it? Straight into position, crunch, 6 more to the total.
Just in the chat as well, to finish turf chat, Julian Dawson makes the good point that grass wicket couldn't take the punishment of multiple games. We bring you 5 games a day here on the European Cricket Network, and well, if we did that on a turf wicket, we'd maybe be out of business after about 2 days.
So true.
As that's a big swing, and it's not quite where he wanted it to go, but it went for a 4, and that's 10 runs scored off the last 2 balls, and there's still 1 ball left as the Lisbon Capitals move into the 160s, 163 for 3. 1 ball left of this innings.
Yeah, the Gorka 11, they're going to be facing a monumental climb here for this mountain. We're still not done yet. Still got 1 more to go, but it's going to be a big run chase for them. Right from the get-go, foot on the accelerator, power play all important.
Final walk coming up. Arslan Zafar on strike. And that's been hit hard to the leg side boundary. And well, I'll just check for the height as well. It was a full toss. He was deep in his crease, and oh, it's a tight one.
Ooh.
They will double check that one. Maybe just because he's not quite standing tall and he's back in his crease, that might save Jahidul Islam from having to bowl 1 more delivery, but it won't save him from the boundary, and it won't save Gorka 11 from having to chase what looks like a very imposing total, 167 for 3 at the end of 10 as everyone walks off. So that was not called a no ball. It will be a legitimate delivery. Islam's final over goes for 17 runs. There was that wicket in it, that run out initiated by Suman Ghamiri, the captain, but the captain will have to rally his troops here for Gorka 11 as they have an uphill task of chasing 168 for the win, and the Lisbon Capitals showing us exactly why they're one of the hot favourites for this tournament.
100% on that, absolutely. So we're going to go to the highlight reel now, and we can see how this all unfolded. And it unfolded with those two who put on a terrific, blistering opening stance there. That was absolutely sensational from those two.
85 runs they put on that opening partnership, which, well, we said that those two were going to be one of the best opening pairs we see, and they justified that and then some. Danish Siddiqui, who led the charge from the very beginning, and well, it was triple magic at the start of the power play as well, as the first 3 overs went 23, 23, 24. There was 70 for no loss at the end of the power play, and well, whatever the Gorka 11 did, they just couldn't come up with answers to this exhibition of hitting. It was finally Mustafa that fell, but it was almost halfway through before he had to leave, and well, the damage was almost done at that point.
Yeah, it really, really was. By the time I even stepped into the tent, the score was already blown out of all proportions, and it was incredible hitting indeed from these two. Just really got into their zones, and some really crisp, clean hitting. Unfortunately for Omar Mustafa, he came undone there with a ball that just was pretty straight, pretty well directed. A big breakthrough that one too, you have to say. That was who got that breakthrough, and that was important big time. But the skied shots kept coming from the batters who were coming in. Unfortunately, some of the Gorka fielders weren't up to their good scratch mark. That was the catch that turned things around. That silenced us. Well, actually got us out of our seats, to be honest. That was a really great catch, that one, the one-hand screamer. And then normal service resumed. Area 51 came under punishment. You can see there in that shot. And there was a few moments here. Yeah, I could see what Shafiq was trying to do there, trying to get on strike in the 9th over. He gets a pat on the back for his effort because he really stepped up as well. But at this point, you have to say Lisbon Capitals already with 160 in their sights. And they got there and they've posted a very imposing target for the Gorka 11 team to have to come and chase. And that chase is going to kick off in probably about 10 minutes time as we have a look at the lovely Santarém cricket ground. An absolute picture in the Portuguese countryside there from that lovely shot. Hope you're enjoying the cricket from wherever you are around the world. And thank you for joining us here this morning on this Monday morning. Hope your Mondays are going well. Hope you have a great week as well, by the way. And hope you have a great weekend. So let's have a look at the batting card now. Give us a bit of a refreshing view of what just transpired in those last 45 odd minutes. And you're going to see two batters absolutely taking full control of this innings at the top of the card there. Danish Sadiq and of course Mustafa with a terrific 85-run opening stand. And it was Danish Sadiq with that sensational 71 off only 29 balls at the top. Mustafa on 27 from 15. Shafiq there chipped in with a pretty quick fire, 26 from 13. And Zafar helped along with 16 not out as well. So those batters really got the score climbing. Really well done to them. The Gorka 11 bowlers didn't have too much to get happy about, especially when you have a massive power play that was 23, and then 24 at the start there. Just made things a little bit tough, you have to say, just a little bit tough. I don't want to sound a bit too sort of sarcastic there, but it was really tough going early on. They fought back though, but still in the end, that is a massive score on the board any way you cut it. 167.3 is the score on the board. Gorka 11, they've got it all to play for when we come back here. It's myself and Tina G here in the commentary position and the commentary igloo G-Force. And we are going to be back here in about probably 7 or 8 minutes time for the big run chase. Gorka 11 need 168 off their 10 overs if they're to take the points here. Lisbon Capitals look pretty happy and solid with their score on the board. Please don't go too far away. Join us in about 7 or 8 minutes time. We'll see you back here soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to match 12 here, this ECS Portugal Premier Division 2025 in sunny Santarém, our very own SCG. As you see there, the umpires and the Lisbon Capitals are walking out into the middle, and the Capitals, they've got a bit of a spring in their step as they posted 167 runs in the first innings. So Gorka 11 have a mammoth task of chasing that down in 7 overs if they want those 4 big points. If they chase it down at all, they'll get the 3 points for the win. And, well, Lisbon Capitals, they'll be eyeing up 4 points for victory, and to do that, they will have to restrict this Gorka 11 side to 116 runs or less, well, 115 runs or less. And, well, it was quite an imposing total put on by the Capitals, and there was a few men to thank for that, none more so than Danish Siddiqui back into the side and back straight into the run. 71 runs in total off 29 deliveries, ably supported by his opening partner Omar Mustafa. The man from France, he put on 27 runs off 15 deliveries. They put on an opening partnership of 85. And, well, they certainly were aided by the 27 runs that were achieved through extras and the 26 runs off the bat of Ahmad Shafiq. A nice little cameo from him, coming off just 13 deliveries. So it's a tough task here for the Gorka 11. It's Azhar Andani who is going to see if he's up to the task. It's good fielding there at point, and there's going to be a chance straight away, and more than a chance, there's going to be a run out, and you can see how much that means to the Lisbon Capitals, because the danger man, Azhar Andani, he goes very first delivery. And what a piece of fielding that was at point, as it was hit hot by Andani, but it went straight into the hands of point. He threw it straight into the gloves of Mayank Raval, who did the rest of the work. Yep, clean take, cleanly out, and, well, in the end, Andani's almost not in shot by the time the bails are whipped off. There's his bat just coming in, and, well, he has a word or two to say to his batting partner, Rahul Vishwakarma, who has done nothing yet at the non-striker's end apart from have a hand in that run out. It is Azhar Andani who has to take the long walk off. And, well, a tough task for the Gorka 11 has just got even tougher as their danger man, Azhar Andani, departs. He was pretty dangerous in Game 6. He scored 76 runs off just 30 deliveries in that big win against the Gamblers. But he's departed, and luckily for him, well, there's batters coming in who can hit big shots, and there's exactly is one of them, as that goes all the way for a big 6. I believe that's the figure of Amninder Happy who's come to the crease. We'll just get confirmation on that. Whoever it was has got straight into his work, and that one has gone even bigger. That's been smoked over the cow corner boundary into the new pasture. And pasture's new here for the Gorka 11 as they're doing a bit of a rebuilding job. Amninder Happy, he's been put straight to work here. Gets down on one knee, quite majestic shot there. It's Rahul Huda, meanwhile, who, well, he didn't pick up that wicket on the first ball, but it was a team run out. And that's going to be 3 boundaries in a row, unless there's some miracle save down there. No, the Grizzly wins, despite the efforts of Sunil Kumar Patel. So Amninder Happy more or less came out as an opener, as he had to face the second ball of the innings. Has grabbed this run chase by the scruff of the neck so far. Happy was in the action with the ball as well. And, well, it's all action from him at the moment as that one goes straight down the ground. And Huda, despite that early wicket for the team, he's been hit for 4 boundaries in a row. That one straight as an arrow. Evasive action taken there by the man in black. I don't blame him because he's under fire here. It's Happy who's on the counter punch. This over, the first over of the chase has already gone magical. 20 runs coming off it. Still 1 ball left. Rahul Huda, does he have a comeback ball? Yes, he does. It's not going to be a wicket, but it's going to be a dot to finish that very eventful first over. 20 runs and a wicket coming off it for the Gorka 11. as they start this mammoth run chase. And there's only one man I want by my side to talk us through this mammoth run chase, the other half of G-Force. Phil G, welcome.
Thank you very much, Tina, and hello to everybody tuning in from around the world. 30 matches since the Golden Ball. I tell you what, if we see one here, that would make this one of the most thrilling games that we've probably seen on the European Cricket Network, and it's a pleasure to be sitting beside you again, Tina, as we get to take everybody through the fun and the hijinks and the craziness of this match, and a couple more to come after this. Well, 3 more to come after this one as well. Big day of cricket here at Santarem.
And it's a big chase for the Gorka 11 here as well, if they want to stay in touch with those top 3 sides, whereas taking the win this morning. That boosted them to the top of the table, but there's 3 teams with double-digit points so far, alongside Lisbon Capitals and Marlow. Gorka want to stay in touching distance of that and don't want to get dragged down to the bottom of the table where Punjab CC and Gamblers are currently dwelling. We'll see those 2 teams in action in the next game of the day. We're seeing Ahmad Shafiq in action here, and well, he's got one to go straight through the gate, and Rahul Vishwakarma, who in fact watched everything from the non-strikers end in the first over, including that disastrous run out. His head may be still scrambled. Well, he's got time to think about what he's done here as he goes for a sweep, and it's straight through the gate for Ahmad Shafiq.
Yeah, he cannot believe it, does Rahul, but he has to go. He's a little bit, well, he's quite disappointed actually, not just a little bit. I could see him walking off the ground now, just failing to raise his head up as he makes his way back to the dugout. That's a great first delivery though for this second over. Shafiq strikes immediately, and that's a very dangerous customer being removed right there. Vishwakarma has a good strike of the ball. He's already had a really big score on Saturday. He came out and blasted a quick 550. And he is gone back in the dugout, and Lisbon Capitals all over this.
Absolutely, and Ahmad Shafiq, he's stamping his name all over this game as well. He had that cameo at the end of the first innings, 26 off 13, and straight into the wickets here. And it's Ashish Kurmi who's come out to bat. Half-hearted appeal there, but it was definitely a nick on that one, and probably dragging down. Apart from that, good appeal.
Quick shout out to Lily Panda in the chat. Lily, good to see you. Been a fan of ECN for many, 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 many years.
Well, I'm a big fan of that shot, as that's been hit over the covers, lifted up and away for a Maximo. Ashish Kurmi, he missed out on the first one, but he didn't miss out on that.
Yeah, absolutely nailed that one. And the wind's picking up here, isn't it? In the immortal words of Terry O'Connor, it's really picking up here, and I won't continue the rest of his quote. And Terry O'Connor, if you're lurking from Queensland, enjoy that.
That's a reference that's gone straight over my head, but I'm sure it's a good one. And that's gone straight over the head of Long On, and it's going to land somewhere to the right of that commentary igloo and skip away. It's back-to-back sixes for Ashish Kurmi. And Gorka 11, while their run rate is up over 16, there's 12 in 2 deliveries.
Yeah, massive strike, that one coming down towards us. Well, there it is. That was a really big hit. Good work from our friends in the camera tower there, from 2 circles.
That's a good response. And it's a no from the umpire, as we'll take a look at that one. It's a good piece of glove work from Mayank Raval. He puts in an appeal. It's a bit of maybe a staged appeal. He thinks it's worth a shot. Let's have a look. The umpire's already said no. And whoa, that's a tight one. As we rock and roll that, you can see, yeah, just about got his foot down, but the frame before he was out, so it was a good little foot pivot there from Kurmi. Good call on field as well. Yeah. Laser eyes there from the man in black at square leg. That one's gone through everything despite the bails being whipped off, and they're going to try going through for 2. It's going to be a tight run, and it's a good run in the end. It's all happening here, and that skips through for buys. No one got anything on that. And we see this, it should be safely in yet. Yeah. The bails are off anyway, so exactly. He would have had a task on his hands there.
Keeper just a little bit, getting a bit ahead of himself there. I think he knocked the bails off in that process. Have a look at the tables here. So this contest in front of you unfolding, Lisbon Capitals sitting second on the standings, Gorka 11 sitting fourth. What it means for Gorka 11, if they can pick up 3 points here, well, suddenly you're going to have 3 teams on 10. Depends, of course, where the bonus point goes in this match. That's still to be decided, of course. And it's starting to get a little bit crowded at the top of the standings.
Yeah, it's certainly crowded, and Gorka 11, they won't want to to be the only best of the rest team. They'll want to be up there with the best. And if they miss out on the points here, then there'll be a slight gap opening up actually between the top 3 teams. And then Gorka 11 will kind of be sitting by themselves in 4th, and Punjab CC, Gamblers SC bringing up the rear. But one of them will have a guaranteed at least 3 points in the next game because they are playing each other. So, well, I suppose in the worst case for Gorka, if they don't pick up any points from this game, and they still need 117 points for, so 117 runs for the point. And say, for example, Punjab CC Amadora, they pick up 4 points, then suddenly they find themselves level on points.
That's right.
So it's not over till it's over, and that should give Punjab and Gamblers a bit of heart as well. And I think we'll be hoping that the 4 points here goes to Lisbon Capitals. Still a long way to go though, if the win predictor's anything to go by. Certainly looks like 3 points are going the way of the Caps, maybe even 4, thanks to that big imposing total, 167 they put on the board.
So the story that I guess we're getting at here is that every team, when they come out to the centre, every battle is important, every fight is important on their hands. Every point, every extra run, net run rate, lock, stock the lot. It's 30 group games. Every team plays the other teams in this Premier Division twice. And it is so important, as we saw in the Challenger Division, you know, results in the top 4 decided by net run rate, and bonus points was a massive, massive factor for that one as well. Lisbon Capitals got 8 bonus points. Sorry, Lisbon Supergiants got 8 bonus points.
And well, there's going to be a bonus delivery here as that one goes high and wide and not so handsome. Will have to be re-bowled here by Omar Mustafa, who's come into the attack. And interesting to note, both of the openers for Gorka 11, they left with a golden duck in their back pockets. Didn't we see that yesterday as well? There was definitely 2 golden ducks there. So
yes,
I think someone mentions in the chat that we need a name for this. Monty says, what do you call a double golden duck at the top of the order? There needs to be a name for that. It doesn't happen too often, but we've seen it twice in 2 days now.
Did you see Johnny his answer to that one? It was a classic, a real zinger.
Which one was that?
I'll wait till you see it. He said he answers by saying Monty, and then he just says what his response is. It's tough luck.
Tough luck, yeah. Certainly is tough luck.
Nice one, Johnny. Thank you for that one. And thank you to everyone for joining us in the chat. I can see there's a good conversation going on there amongst the people with the spanners and those without spanners. Hope you're having a great day.
We've got a free hit coming up. Omar Mustafa needs to turn on his radar, and he does. But he gets hit down the ground, and it's some painful foot fielding by Mitul Patel, who gets his foot right where that grizzly lands. As we take a look at that, it was a free hit, so he knew there was not really much point going for the catch, but he decided to get one crunched into his shin instead. I'm not sure that's the better of the 2 evils.
Yeah, he just went down just to tie the shoelace. I think what that was just a pause to suck in the big breaths and say, I'm okay, shin's okay. I'm not going to show any fear.
Show no fear. And, well, no fear shown there from Ashish Kurmi.
Wow.
Who is facing up to the man with international experience, Omar Mustafa. And he says, I don't care who you are. I'm going to hit you high and very, very long. That cracked off the bat.
Well, Gorka, the intent they're showing is absolute pleasure to watch because it's what it has to be. You're chasing a mammoth total. You know, go down in flames if you have to, but you need to go down trying. No point just paddling it around and trying to protect your wickets. Go for it. 43 for 2 and only 2 balls into the 3rd over, so doing well here.
And this time he goes offside. The result is exactly the same. The man at point has his hands on his knees, maybe in frustration or maybe he's hurt. I don't know what's going on there with Arslan Safar, but either way, the ball flies about 50 meters over his head. It's Ashish Kurmi doing the damage here. This Omar Mustafa over has gone for 15, and it's only halfway through because he started off with those 2, well, it was a wide and then a no ball. 166 following that. So this is, as you said, Phil, the exact intent that Gorka 11 need. They kind of don't need to panic if wickets fall. They just need to keep on pushing, and it's a nice little partnership between Happy and Kurmi out here, worth 29 so far. And there's the comeback ball from Mustafa. You can't keep a good man down. He comes back with a nice delivery through to the keeper.
100%. Run rate, it looks to me like it's pretty much in hand. I think the required run rate just ticked upwards of 16, but that was what it was when we started the match. So run rate, not a problem. They're going along nicely. Still 2 to come in this over. almost up to the 50 mark. So, yeah, a really good partnership forming here for Gorka 11.
That's another vicious bouncer, as that one almost cuts the batter in half. That was one of our ones from the bingo card yesterday. And look at this, he does well to almost get himself out of the way of this one. It was a delivery that chased him. The Grizzly was almost right up in his grill there.
Ooh, yeah, evasive action. Last minute, he pleads and says, well, that was a really high ball. Went just past the back of my helmet, even shows. And the umpire says, yep, that's the short ball.
Yeah, that's a well-directed one there from Mustafa. A good little comeback from him after he was dispatched to the boundary the previous 2 deliveries. 2 balls left. And that one's going to go all the way. It's a big old nick, a good fashioned edge, but it's going to go. And Ashish Kurmi, he goes to 30 off 10 deliveries. And the Gorka 11, they're racing along nicely here. And that is the end of the third, 55 for 2.
Good power play, that one. In response to, well, it was a massive power play for the Lisbon Capitals, and they end up amassing a huge total. See there, 23, 23, 24, so 70 off the power play versus now 55 for 2 off this power play. So not quite the same level, but it's still showing the intensity and the intention of chasing this total down. They've got their work cut out from the next 7 overs, but this is a good start. Losing 2 wickets, fine, but these 2 look set.
Yeah, well, the 6 overs we've had in the power plays across the 2 innings, 5 of them have gone magical, and the one that didn't went for 14. So it's been all action here at the start of both innings. But they always say with the scoreboard pressure, it's tough to sustain this kind of chase. But that's exactly what Gorka will have to do if they want to chase down the 168 for the win. 117 will at least get them points on the board. If they keep going like this, they won't think 168 is out of reach. Adnan Gondal comes on for his first ball of the game, and that one goes high up in the air, and there's a fielder under it, but he can only watch as it drops over his head. It's Mittal Patel out there. He got his feet right on the line, his heels were touching that rope, but he couldn't do anything about that one.
Yeah, just for a second he thought he was on there for a possibility, and it just had just a few percentage more power in it than he realised, unable to affect a kind of spoil. And a big Maximo down the ground, so the carnage continues here at the lovely Santorum Cricket Ground.
Big swing and a miss. Good comeback delivery there from Adnan Gondal. I see we might have a few new spectators in the chat, so maybe have a quick talk through what ECN is, what it's all about, who these players are. Are they professionals? Are they amateurs?
I'll just keep an eye on that as well, yeah, and it's great to see our Blue Spanner crew helping out the new people who've joined the chat, asking those kind of questions. But yeah, we can tell you absolutely what's going on here. All amateur players out here, they do it because they love cricket. And they play in the domestic season here. And that one is struck really hard in towards the dugout area for 4 runs. Lovely strike that. And this is exactly what ECN's all about. It's about promoting and showing off European cricket at this level. And it's developing. It's going to be developing for many, many more years to come. It's not the same level as other established regions around the world. So what you're watching here in this wonderfully produced product that's coming to your screens is people who love the game and they love playing the game.
We love that shot as that goes to a similar area and a similar treatment. That goes all the way though for a big Maximo. Aminda Happy, he moves to 37 off 11. And it's definitely worth reiterating that none of these players are professionals. We have some exhibition tournaments like the Western Shield last month, which had the likes of Ross Taylor, Kevin O'Brien in. So players who have made their name on the world stage. But what you see here, these are all amateurs, and it's a bit of a local series, this one. So players get to sleep in the comfort of their own homes before coming every day for the action. It's all action here for Aminda Happy. Back-to-back sixes, another Maximo. This Adnan Gondal over has gone for 22, still 1 ball coming off it.
Yeah, it's gone magical already. It's getting pretty big out there. A couple more overs like this, and they're going to push their noses ahead of the required run rate, which is now down to 14.75. So how about that? They have done an absolutely tremendous job, these two. Happy and Kermi, put them together. That's a very, very explosive partnership between these two, turning it on for the Gorka 11 team.
If you're Happy and you're Kermi, clap your hands.
Oh, I guess that's me. Just one last thing I want to say about the cricket here on ECN. I'll say it just after this delivery.
Will be squirted away to third, and the fancy footwork is lacking the fancy as that rolls away for 4. And this over goes for 26. It's the end of it. Gawker 11 moved to 81 for 2.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the last word on this to Lily Panda, who says, yep, the cricket is the reward. So thank you, Lily Panda, for that comment. I wholeheartedly agree with that, and it's a fitting way to explain pretty much what the European Cricket Network is all about. It's providing you with the utmost entertainment, and the cricket is the reward.
Yep, absolutely is. And the final PS as well is that we love having spectators at the ground. Obviously, some locations a bit more easy to travel to than others. Here, we're about an hour and a bit north of Lisbon, in a beautiful open farmland in every direction. A bit reminiscent of the English countryside, but if anyone's in the area, then please come on by, and we'll show the calendar soon as well, and that will tell you exactly where we are across Europe. So if you see your city on the list, come by and say hi, and thank you for the production crew showing us just the beauty of this Santarém cricket ground. Beautiful panoramic view, green hills, every direction, and of course the sun helps as well.
Oh, the sun does help big time. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? We show the calendar up, and it's not just a case of, oh, well, we've got a busy year coming up. I mean, it's a case of, look where we're showcasing cricket from all over Europe. You know, we're putting everybody on show as much as we can.
Up in the air, big chance here, but it looks like it's going to fall short. There's 3 fielders out on the leg side, but they're all well back on the boundary. And a bit of a let-off there from Ashish Kurmi, but you make your own luck. And he certainly deserved some as he moves to 31 off 11. And this is a great partnership building up. It's worth 61, 62 already now.
Wow.
That's exactly what Gawker 11 needed to chase this mammoth total run rate now, below 15. This is a good response. It's Ahmad Shafiq who's come back on. I think they brought him on to try and just put the pressure back on the batters. His first over went for 13, but he did pick up that wicket of the opener Rahul Vishwakarma.
Yeah, I think his captain has brought him on for exactly that reason. Maybe get a breakthrough. Maybe just put the brakes on a little bit here, because that run rate has moved ever so more towards the Gawker 11 advantage just in the last couple of overs with these runs being scored. So I think the skipper has turned to Shafiq and said, look, help us out. Bowl a tight over. Well, that's not tight.
That is not tight. And, well, it's a full toss. It's been given the treatment. I think he'll just about escape the no ball. Well, he won't escape the big Maximo off the bat of Ashish Kurmi as we take a look at this one again. He's back in his crease, and yeah, I think that one's safe, but it's not safe from the woods as that Grizzly goes on a hunt.
I think it's quite good that we've put the dugouts in that hitting zone for the right-hander towards deep mid-wicket. And this one goes the other side. Good
fielding there, out there in the deep. It's Arslan Zafar making sure that one doesn't go to the rope. And it's actually been a decent over so far from Ahmad Shafiq. Apart from that 6, just 3 singles coming off it. He'll want to escape from it now. And, well, they will jog through for an easy one. So it does end up being a pretty decent over for the Capitals. It stems the flow a bit. 9 runs coming off it, and the halfway stage, Gawker 11, 91 for 2, and look at that, we're well into the Goldilocks zone. Anything between 40 and 60% on the win predictor we call the Goldilocks zone, and it's more or less 50-50 as we tease just a few of the events that are coming up. Spain, Madrid for the first time on this European Cricket Network. We have been to Spain in the past, but never to Madrid, so looking forward to that. I know Vinny is looking forward to that one, mostly for the food, but I'm sure also for the cricket. I'm looking forward to having some pizza in Bologna, Italy, and then we've got France and Malta and Czechia coming up as well, so a food feast for everyone, but more importantly a cricket feast.
Not even going to say the P word there. The P word that's got 3 P's in it. You know what word I'm talking about. We're going to let that one go through to the keeper.
As it's Rahul Huda who comes on. That ball isn't let through to the keeper, but it will be a dot ball. And, well, this is why the Lisbon Capitals are one of the favourites for this tournament, is that they do have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to bowling option. They've got some vicious fast bowlers, and they've got some Sneaky little spinners as well. Well, that one sneaks through the point region. That one will go for 4. And Amninder Happy, he brings up his half century. He moves to 53, a really well constructed 53 off just 18 deliveries. And these two out here at the middle really hold the key to the chase for the Gorka 11 at the moment. Yeah,
that is a cracking 50. Good contribution there from Happy, with a great partnership with Kermie as well. And that partnership must be up towards about, what, 75 by now? I think the first wicket fell at about 20.
And he follows it up with a dot. A good comeback ball from Huda.
Is indeed a good ball, that one, Huda. He went for a few off his first over, so he's looking to bite back hard in this second one. Just get the brakes on, switch that scoreboard pressure from the fielding team back to the batting team.
Well, pressure, what pressure as that one goes up, up and away, all the way into that restricted zone. Says hello to the scoreboard there, and well, it's 6 added to the scoreboard from the bat of Happy.
That's the part of the ground that we fondly refer to as Area 51. You can see it's been cordoned off there. Who knows what's buried there, what mysteries lie beneath the sand there. We may get to it eventually, and we might tease you on what we find. It's Area 51. The 100's up as well, 101 for 2. And just played with soft hands out towards point. Can't stop the run getting past there. We're all good.
Yeah, it was a good partnership building by these two. 20 for 2 after just 7 deliveries when these two got together for the first time, and it's been all carnage since then. As they settle for a 1 on this occasion. And that will mark the end of the 6th as well. Gorka 11, 103 for 2. And look at that, 65 runs needed in 24 deliveries. Run rate just a tick over 16, but it's certainly still within shot. Well, look at that turnaround as well. Double golden ducks at the top. We had that yesterday, we've had it again today. But Happy and Komi, who were effectively openers, then came out and did what the openers should have done.
Yeah, so we will come up with some sort of phrase for a double golden duck at the top of the order. We'll work on that one. If you've got any, I mean, apart from tough luck, thank you, Johnny He, for that one. If you can come up with something else that we can dub that would be good if we can get a bit of a hook onto that one and call it something. 103 for 2 is the score. Interesting to note, the required run rate, 16.25. It's almost the same run rate that was required at the start of the innings. It was 16.8 was the required run rate at the start. So a couple of big overs there, but then the 2 spin bowlers have brought that back.
And there's a chance there, and it's been taken on the second attempt there by the fielder at point. It came in hot, and well, maybe it was too hot to handle the first time round as he punched that one up in the air, but the second time he got there and took the catch safely. Yeah,
hot potato moment there, and gets it on the second bite, and so immediate success there. Danish Siddiqui comes on to bowl. The big hitting Siddiqui put together a sensational innings in the Lisbon Capitals total of 168. He put on 70, I think it was 71 he put on there. So that is a big breakthrough. Now it's 103 for 3. They've broken this partnership. This partnership was threatening to push up into the 90s. I think it ended up being 83 partnership. That is 83 run partnership. Terrific stuff from them. The Gorka 11 batters. But now they need to reset. Happy's still out there. He's probably the key now. He's at the non-strikers then. He's got 60 from 21. And Jahid Al-Islam, he needs to kick things off and get things going.
Danish Siddiqui, he can do no wrong at the moment, as he did the business with the bat, didn't he? He scored an impressive 71 at the top of the order off just 29 deliveries. Comes straight in to the bowling lineup here, takes a wicket off his first ball. The second one goes his way as well, as they're just able to jog through for a single. Jahid Al-Islam into the crease, straight back to the non-striker's end for him. And that's just been blocked, given the respect from Amninder Happy, who sees that Danish Siddiqui, he's been doing some damage, and well, it's maybe not the worst tactic from Happy. He's just seen his partner in crime fall at the other end and just needs to consolidate here. And well, he's taken one ball to consolidate, and the next one he picks up exactly where he left off, hits that one for a big 6 over Cow Corner. He moves to 66 off 23.
Maybe there's a lost in translation what consolidate means between us and the that man in the middle there, Happy, who's now gone to 66 from 23, motoring along and really firing the team up. The run rate has climbed slightly in the last couple of balls. There's been a wicket, a few dots, so 17.4 is the run rate required. Still could take it into the 10th quite easily and get really close here.
That one's been hit through the covers. There's two fielders out there, but they're both in the ring. And they can only watch as that ball flies past them. We see there some of the teams watching on as I think it's the gamblers on the rope there who will have the chance to roll their dice in the next game. But it's getting tight here. I wouldn't want to bet against either team here as Lisbon Capital still slightly ahead on 55%. And that's because they've got runs on the board. And Gorka 11, they still need to find another 54 runs in 19 deliveries if they want to take the 3 points from this game. There's one ball left of the 7th. Danish making sure everyone is in just the right spot.
Barney Taylor in the chat saying double golden duck, pair of spectacles. Thanks for that, Barney. Let's hang on to that one.
I'd say we don't see it too often, but we've seen it twice in 2 days now.
Yep.
And well, we're going to see this final ball of the 7th twice, as that one's a wide. And are they going to run on it? Well, I think probably they've been stopped from running by umpire Bucks. Well, he signalled wide here, and then the ball was thrown back, and Danish fumbles it, and he says, "Come on, the ball's dead." And maybe Jahidul Islam says, "Okay, I'll give you this one." He does have to bowl it again, nonetheless. And that one just sat up to be hit, and Aminda Happy did exactly what was asked of him, hit that through area 51, out the other end, and well, it's the other end of the 7th over now. Gorka 11, 121 for 3. So they've got that total that they need down into the 40s. It's 47 needed off the final 3 overs. Which way do you think this one's going to go, Phil?
Ooh, I think we will be undecided as we head into the 10th. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking as long as Happy's out there, there's every chance they could score 30 runs in the next 2 overs, which would make the 10th over an absolute belter to finish with. We were talking earlier, weren't we, about having a good close match today.
Yep.
And this one is looking like it could deliver for us. Up and coming events, have a look there. We've got Spain, Madrid coming up after this, ECS and ECI, and T20I for both men and women towards the end of the time in Portugal. Italy, Bologna, France, Malta Spring Series, and then we go across to Prague for some women's T20I action. So much cricket going on. Yeah,
and there's so much cricket still left to be played in these 3 overs. And Gorka 11 get the 8th over off to the perfect start as that's hit hard and fast straight down the pitch from Jahidul Islam. 4 runs to his name. Aminda Happy, he's still lurking at the non-strikers end. He's on 76. And you'd think he holds the key here. Well, if he ends up on the winning side here, he might even end up with that big old C word, the century.
Yep.
But still a long way to go. And at the moment, he can only watch as Jahidul Islam watches that one go through to the keeper. And Happy had a few choice words for Islam there. Maybe just saying, get a single, get yourself off strike, I'll do the business. He's been doing it so far, has Happy.
Yeah, no dot balls. No dot balls for Gorka 11.
Well, that won't be a dot ball. It's going to be a 6. There's a fielder underneath it, Ahmad Shafiq. But he can carry on running all the way into the dugout to chase that grizzly.
Wow.
And Jahidul Islam, he might swing and miss at one, but he doesn't miss too many. And when he gets hold of it, boy, does he get hold of it. And he got a whole big piece of that one. 6 runs, 37 needed in 15 deliveries. This one's getting tight, folks. Now he goes again, and that one's flatter and harder, but the result is exactly the same. Good fielding by the boundary riders with the bibs out there. And great hitting from Jahidul Islam. Another 6 to the collection. 31 needed in 14. This is getting tighter and tighter. And dare I say it, there's a little tingle going on.
Yeah, Sunu Kumar Patel, so much pressure on the skipper right now. He's gone for 16 from his first 4 deliveries. Needs to finish strong. Got to find something here.
And it's chipped up in the air. It's a chance for Mittal. And it's dropped. It was a big moment there. I mean, at least for him, he dropped it the right side of the boundary, so they do just run through for 1. But that was a tough moment there for the fielder out there. Mittel it was, who had the chance. It was a pretty regulation chance out there on the boundary, but he shelled it. And he better hope the Lisbon Capitals don't live to regret that one.
He has protected the boundary, though. That's the key thing. He's protected from being another hit for 6. He's holding his hands there. Maybe he's done a bit of mischief to his fingers. Are they double checking? It looks like they're just checking something here. Maybe checking to see if there was some infringement there.
Yeah, it looks like he maybe just hurt his finger on the way down. He's rubbing it into the dirt now. I think he was safe of the rope. It was just a catch that went down, and he's actually gone off the pitch here because I think maybe there's a bit of blood. So he goes off. Akshar Patel is the 12th man. He enters the pitch. Just I can see the blood dripping as he makes his way past the igloo. He looks like he's not in an enormous amount of discomfort. I think it's one of those ones where it's just a bit of a split webbing. Something's been cracked open by the grizzly. And, well, the injury is there. The insult was the fact that the catch went down as we go back to the live footage here. And Happy, it's a smart move there, actually, as he takes the one, has absolutely zero interest in taking the second because he knew that was the final ball of the over. He wants the strike. He'll get it. And that's the end of the 8th, 109.39. So 29 runs needed in the final 2.
That's exactly what Happy has done. Good shout there, Tina. I completely agree. It's exactly what it was all about there. Had every intention to just hold that strike so he could face the start of the 9th. Have a look at this run rate graph here. The blue and the white worms, call them snakes. Looks like they're having a fight. That's what snakes do when they fight. They intertwine each other. And that's what's happening right here, right now. And the run rate for the Gawker 11, they're ahead of where they need to be. It's 17.38 is their current run rate. They need to go at 16.8. It's all down to the last 2 overs. And just before the start of the 7th, I said, well, if they can get 15 in one over, 15 in the next, it would be about 17 needed off the last for the win. They got 18, I think it was, off that last over. So it's 29 from 12. This over, absolutely massive. So whatever, obviously the maths is, whatever you get here, you don't chase it in the 10th. So big, big over. And Happy, they've got the right person on strike, and that's him. Amninder Happy on 77 from 26, playing an absolute belter of an innings.
And they're turning to the experience of Omar Mustafa, which I think is a good enough decision, but his first over went for 21. But the previous 2 overs have gone for 18 apiece. And if they repeat that trick, the Gawker 11, they'll be comfortably home. As we go into the 9th, it all happens in the 9th. And it's up in the air. It's not going to have the legs on it. It's going to be a chance for a catch, and it's taken. And that's a big, big moment in the game right there, as it's Adnan Gondal who takes the catch in the deep. And Amninder Happy, well, happy-go-lucky, he's got to go. And, well, I wouldn't say that's the end of the run chase, but it's certainly the end of Happy. He goes 77 off 27, and a big, big moment in the game.
Oh, pressure. Pressure in the outfield to take the catch, and Gondal obliges. And he's having a bit of a get-around from his teammates there. They've all come in from everywhere, almost all of them, except for the lone fielder tucked down there at third man who says it's too far for me to get to. But everybody else came in for a get-around and said, well caught. That is big, and they know, Lisbon Capitals know that has swung things completely the other way. New batter has to come out and continue right from the off.
Yeah, Sushil Kumar who's coming out, and you can see Happy, well, not so happy anymore as he has to make the long walk off. And it was a great move going to Mustafa as he picks up a wicket on his first delivery. As we go back to live, and wicket followed by a dot is pretty much the dream start for this 9th over for the Capitals.
Absolutely. I mean, it's effectively 2 dots, and you get rid of an in batter who was threatening a ton. You mentioned this actually a couple of overs ago. You know, maybe keep this on Century Watch. You never know. If he was going to get 100, they'd win the game. And if they were going to win the game, it would be by his bat, which means he'd have to get 100. But now with Happy gone, oh no, it could be problematic here. Next few deliveries are critical.
Sushil Kumar on strike. He missed the first one, but he's not going to miss on that one. It's a vicious bouncer from Omar Mustafa, but not quite directed enough. And Sushil Kumar cashes in on that one, pivots it around the corner. Big Maximo. Gawker 11, they're by no means out of this. 27 needed for them. 9 deliveries to get it.
Wow, this is turning into an absolute cracker of a match. Lisbon Capitals were sitting, after the win before from Oares, Lisbon Capitals dropped down to second. They were sitting on top of the ladder, and yeah, they're being really challenged here by Gorka 11, who are absolutely not taking a backward step in this run chase.
23 runs needed, 9 balls to get it. That one's up in the air. It's going to be another chance for a catch. It's Gondal underneath, and this time he drops it. And they throw it in, there's a chance for a run out, and that one's been put down as well. So Gondal going from hero to zero. He dismisses the unlucky Happy earlier in the piece, and this one probably the easier catch he misses out on. Direct hit, he would have been out as well. It was all going on. A chance for 2 wickets. In the end, 0 wickets come off that ball. They do manage to run through the 1. So 22 runs needed now in 8 balls.
It's all down to Jahil Islam here. Yeah, 22 from 8. What can you get here that they don't have to chase in the 10th?
Well, they still have to chase 22 as that dot ball flies through to Mayank Raval. Good from Mustafa here just to hold his nerve. There's 1 ball left of the 9th. 22 needed, and well, if this one goes to the rope, either a 4 or 6, then we're in for a real thrilling final over. But you do think a dot ball here will make the final over difficult. It's Jahidul Islam on strike. What can he do with the final ball of the 9th? And he tries to get funky, and it's a wide ball. Well, Mustafa is not happy. He needs to make sure he stays the right side of the law there. Let's have a look. Well, see, this is where Mustafa's maybe played a bit too much international cricket, because ICC regulations mean that probably wouldn't be a wide, because Islam takes a big old shuffle across, and the wide line would move with him in ICC regulations. But in ECN, that wide line stays a fixed white line regardless of what the batter does. Makes it easier for the umpires, makes it easier for the players, as long as they remember that rule.
I reckon that's exactly how that moment unfolded.
Final ball of the 9th once again. And it's gone up in the air, and it's going to fly to the boundary, and it's going to go for a big, big Baximo to finish the 9th. And well, Mustafa maybe just bowled that ball in anger. He felt there was an injustice on that wide decision. It was the perfect decision there from umpire Bucks, but he wasn't happy with it. He puts the next one in hard and fast, and it goes equally in hard and fast to the boundary. And well, strap in for this final over, as the Gorka 11 need 15 runs off it.
Yeah, I mean, Mustafa, I suspect exactly as you called it, Tina, he wasn't aware of that rule about the wide. That wide line does not move. That's just the way it is. That's what we all signed up for, and I reckon that's exactly what a very experienced umpire Bucks explained to him. Look, this is what it is. There's no other way that this is viewed, so let's continue, shall we? What a showdown we got now, 15 from 6. Well, this is the kind of game we always wanted. These are the games we love. This is a high-scoring thriller, and this is absolutely perfect for this Premier Division. And now there's a very focused discussion between the bowlers and the experienced players.
And who are they going to turn to bowl this over? They've already had 6 bowlers, so they've got a few options. Gondal, Siddiqui and Patel, they've all got an over left. Gondal, he went for 26 though of his first over. Siddiqui, well, he's a spin option, but it'd be a tough call to go to spin in the final over. And Patel, also a spin option. He's the captain, but he's decided to go to Gondal, so they're going to pace. But as a reminder, Gondal went for 26 off his first over. It was the 4th that he bowled, and well, he managed a dot ball, and then otherwise he went for 3 6s, 2 4s. He took that really important catch just a few moments ago to dismiss Happy, but then he also dropped one, and now he's got the ball in hand, he's got the responsibility on his shoulders, and he'll be facing up against Sushil Kumar, who's on strike. Here we go, final over, 15 needed. That's a good first delivery. He squeezed it out to the leg side, and they're not even going to go for 2. The fielder makes sure he half runs in, does Omar Mustafa, with ball in hand, to make sure that they only go through for the 1.
Have a look at the field placements. So behind the bat on the offside, third man regular. I would go a fine third man and a squarish third man.
Yeah, and
what have you seen there?
Well, it's good that he only goes for one. And look, the umpire almost gets his head taken off by the batter. Oh, a little dip, dive, gets out the way as we go back to live. Everyone's heads are still on. And again, it's a really nice delivery from Adnan Gondal. He's just going into that block hole delivery. It's almost Chris Jordan-esque, just Yorker after Yorker to make sure that neither Islam nor Kumar can get their bats underneath it. And, well, 2 singles coming off the first 2 deliveries. 13 needed for the win, 12 for the golden ball.
Oh, Gondal, you are bowling so well under pressure right now. 2 great deliveries for his team. Can he back it up with a 3rd one in a row? Could almost put the game out of contention here.
Sushil Kumar on strike. And it's a low full toss, and it's going to get the treatment. I don't think it's in danger of being a no ball, but it's certainly in danger of being a 6. Sushil Kumar just leans onto that one. And, well, you can see what he was trying to do. He was going to go for the 3rd Yorker. That's exactly why Kumar is really deep in his crease. He sees it coming, sees the ball coming, and hits it through the mid-wicket region. So 7 runs needed in 3 deliveries for what would be a tremendous run chase here from the Gorka 11. What ball is Gondal going to turn to here? 3 balls left. And he goes for just a regulation ball outside off stump. It should be cut off by the man at long on, and it's a good enough throw in from Ahmad Shafiq that the 2 batters don't even think about going for a second. We're going down to the final 2 balls. We've said all week we haven't had a tight game in the Premier Division. Well, here it is. We've waited 12 matches for it, and now it's coming. 6 runs needed in 2 balls. He can do it in 1 hit. Jahidul Islam, he's hit enough. 25 off 9. Pressure's on him now. Young 23-year-old.
Hey, holding up in the chat, everybody. Has anyone got a tingle out there? Scream it if you've got it. I haven't quite got it just yet, but this is a terrific game the way it's panning out. 2 balls to come.
6 needed. Islam on strike. And he's bowled. What a delivery that is from Adnan Gondal. He held his nerve. Islam, he saw that vacant fine leg region, and he just wanted to get anything on it to get to that short boundary. I think if he'd got anything on it, that would have been game over, because he would have just levered it over for 6, but he misses it. He's bowled all ends up, and what a delivery, Adnan Gondal. That's the next wicket to fall, 162 for 5, meaning we need a 6 off the last delivery. I'm sorry to say, GB probably out of the water, but 6 to win. How's your luck, Gorka 11?
Oh dear, oh dear. Have a look at this one again. Just moves a little bit too far across, exposes the stumps and doesn't get anything on it. You're right, Tina. Just get a little bit of something on that with elevation. Who knows? It could have gone for a Maximo. It could have gone for 4. They might have been staring at only needing a handful of runs with the last ball. As it is, new batter at the crease has to hit a Maximo off the last ball of the match to take the points here. Gorka 11, this has been an outstanding run chase from them. And it may be that they can get a maximum in the last. We're about to find out. Gondal's got the ball, just rearranging the field. If it goes outside the play, it's all over.
Gamiri, the captain, on strike. He's brought himself out for this final ball. And, well, he can't get anything on it, and the celebrations begin for the Lisbon Capitals. He just takes a little turnaround, make sure it's a legitimate delivery, no wide signalled by the umpire. And that is the end of the game. What an exciting game we had, as it was a good ball actually from Adnan Gondal. Held his nerve. It's not a bad delivery, a wide full toss, and Gamiri, the captain, can't get anything on it. We finally had our final ball game, and, well, it goes the way of the Lisbon Capitals. They hold their nerve. Adnan Gondal holds his nerve. They beat the Gorka 11 by 5 runs, and we all need to sit down.
Oh, my goodness, what a cracking game that was. Hats off to Gorka 11 for a terrific, such a well-paced run chase there, trying to chase down a massive, massive total there. Lisbon Capitals, hats off to you for holding your nerve. Adnan Gondal, he took a terrific outfield catch to get rid of Amninder Happy. He spilled the next one, came back to bowl the last, and he held his nerve. Oh boy.
Well, you don't have long to wait. I've just got news that this game will be delayed by 5 minutes because of this, well, final ball finish, and it will be another exciting game. Look at that. Neither of these sides have a win on the board, Punjab CC Amadora or Gamblers SC. One of them will have a win on the board in just about an hour and a half's time. A couple of changes, well, a handful of changes for Punjab CC. Gamblers SC bring in Ankit Kumar. We'll have plenty of time to talk through that one. But first, we need to talk through this one because, well, what an exhibition of cricket we had on show here.
Yeah, this has been tremendous. This has been absolutely sensational. There was the run out affected there. Very happy people in the dugout and in the on the field there of Lisbon Capitals. Some real proper fun there. This is when the fireworks really started, when the run chase really kicked off and things started going crazy. And yeah, things were so good there. Really good run chase and just the big hitting. And it wasn't such bad bowling by the Lisbon Capitals. It was just a well-structured chase. They weren't trying to go, well, they were trying to go for the magical overs, but even if they were getting 16, 17, 18 runs per over, that was fine. That's the run rate required. We'll keep doing that. We'll keep doing that. The bad balls came, and the bad balls got put away as well.
Yeah, as you said, it wasn't the worst bowling performance, just the 6 extras, 3 wides, but it was just that big third wicket partnership. It was worth 83.
Wow.
Between the two in the middle, Happy and Kermy. They were happy and Kermy. They clapped their hands for a while, but it was then the fight back was on for the Capitals. They always had the runs on the board. They knew they just had to hold their nerve. More importantly, hold their catches. A few of these big hits, they were nowhere near. As Happy and Kermy were out there, we thought, well, this big chase is on. But it was then the Capitals that fought back. With that was probably the pivotal catch, wasn't it? And that's exactly why Happy was so upset that he took that one. Omar Mustafa, he came in, took the catch, but there was still a fight back. Jahidul Islam, he got 25 off just 10 deliveries. Sushil Kumar, he remained unbeaten. Well, he could only watch at the other end in the final over as his captain wasn't able to hit the final ball for 6. But this is the tight finish we've been crying out for all week, and we had it, and boy, what a close one it was. It was Gondal, though, who put his name up in lights. He held his nerve, clean bowled, and then it was down to Gamiri to be the hero for Gorka 11. He wasn't able to cue the celebrations for the Capitals.
Yeah. Tina, we waited 2.5 days for this kind of match to come along and thrill us from ball 1 in the first innings to the last ball of the second innings. That is an ECN classic. Absolutely thoroughly enjoyable. 77, Aminda Happy. Kermy gets a 39 from 15 deliveries, and Jahidul Islam, as you said, 25. Great little cameo off just 10. In the end there, Sushil Kumar also helped him with 15 from 6. 162 for 5 after 10. 3 wides. As you say, Tina, it was quite a good bowling effort. It really was. However, the bowlers still coming for a bit of stick. Nobody had an economy over 18, which you would think chasing 160 odd, some bowler might have really dropped their bundle. There's a few big scores there. Okay, Mustafa 1 for 35 and Gondal 1 for 35, but Gondal's last over. Oh boy, talk about pressure.
Just went for 9 in the end. And
oh.
The pressure was really on him, but he got that wicket and, well, he pulled it off on the final delivery as well, with the captain for the Gorka 11 not able to hit the big 6 needed for a win. Speaking of win, it's the Lisbon Capitals who take this one by just those 5 runs, and that tells you the story of the game. But the Gorka 11, they'll take the 1 point. I mean, even the bonus point total was quite an imposing one, and shows how well they did. Over 320 runs in that game, and well, this is all you get on the European Cricket Network. It's wall-to-wall action, and match 12, that will certainly go down as a classic. We've been calling out for a tight game. Here we have it, just served in time for lunch. ECS Portugal Premier 2025 is certainly delivering. And well, we're going to be delivering more action in just about 15 minutes time. A slight delay on that game because, well, we almost threatened a golden ball finish there. But we'll be back very soon, probably in about 10 minutes actually. Punjab CC Amadora against Gamblers SC. It's a bit of a basement battle. Both of these teams are still scratching around for their first win of the tournament, but someone is going to get it here in match 13. We're going to go and just get a little bite to eat, a little drink. I recommend you guys do the same because you're going to need all your energy for the remaining 3 games of this day. Match 13 coming up between Punjab CC Amadora and Gamblers SC. I'm Tina Goff. I'm joined by Phil G. The G-Force will be here to take you through all the remaining action on the European Cricket Network. Don't go away.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and a warm welcome back to sunny Santarém, where we're well into the group stage here of the Premier Division 2025. It's ECS Portugal and it's match 13. It's going to be unlucky for some as it's Punjab CC Amadora against Gamblers SC. It's a basement battle. Before we talk a bit about the teams, let's go out into the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Gamblers to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. It is heads.
We're going to bowl first.
Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. All the best. Gamblers won the toss. They're having a bowl.
So there you have it. The Gamblers, they've won the toss. They've decided to bowl. And I said it was a basement battle, and that's because both of these sides, they're winless so far in their campaigns. They've both played 4 games and lost all 4, and they're both stuck at the bottom of the table with 3 points apiece. Well, one of them's going to pick up a 3-point win here, maybe even a 4-point win. And well, it's Phil G in the commentary hut who's going to take you through this exciting game. It's a scrap at the bottom of the table. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are too. Phil G, G-Force, take it away.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Tina. Thank you so much. G-Force indeed is in control of your TV sets and monitors as we take you through this match number 13. A big match, as Tina's introduced that one quite rightly, to talk about Punjab CC Amadora and the Gamblers SC looking to notch up their first win and to really try to get things back on track. When you have 2 teams who have lost 4 on the trot, you look at that standings board. We'll look at it a bit later on after we get started in this game. You get Zip and 4 and only a couple of bonus points separating them, a little bit of net run rate as well, as we have a look at the lineup here. And a few changes there for Punjab CC Amadora. They've been hit by a number of their regular players who are unavailable. They've had to bring in Shahid Rafiq, Rakib Ali, Kapil Dev and Onkar Singh. All 4 haven't played in this tournament so far, and they come into this side for their first game in the Premier Division for this European Cricket Series in Portugal. And based on that, well, look at that. Punjab CC Amadora, they've got 62% chance of picking up the win here according to the ECN supercomputer. Gamblers only getting a 38% chance of notching up a win. This is going to be a big game because one of these teams is going to literally resurrect their chances in this tournament and remind the teams above them on the standings that they're still here and they're still a danger. And another team is going to resign themselves to the fact that they have to be the cellar dwellers going into the halfway stage of this competition. It's going to be really, really tough going right from the off. And I sort of feel for both these teams, the fact that they are 4 and Zip. Zip and 4. Swing that round the other way. But everything to play for here. Massive game. It's the middle of the day game. And I'm not going to hesitate to bring in Tina into the commentary here straight away. Tina, we talked about this earlier this morning about what was our favourite game, and you asked me the big question, and I'm saying, and I think you agree with me as well, both of us, we agree, this is a massively important game to both teams.
Absolutely. I think they're both entering last chance saloon, which is a strange thing to say when we aren't even halfway through this group stage. But, well, if you haven't picked up wins in your first 4 games, then you're going to face an uphill battle, and that's the case for both of these teams. But things can change very quickly, and if one of these two sides pick up big 4 points, then suddenly they'll be in touching distance of Gorka 11, especially because Gorka 11, they were so close to picking up the win just a few moments ago, but they didn't manage it, so they are still within touching distance, and one of these sides will be hot on their heels in about an hour and 20 minutes time.
There you go. So wouldn't it be amazing if this match is as close as the one we've just had? Let's have a look. First ball being bowled. And we start with a dot. Narayan is the first bowl at 4. Yeah, well, that's interesting. So not starting with pace, starting with something nice and slow. Really need to get their fielding right here, because if Punjab Sisi Amadora come out of the blocks with the skipper, Rao Imran, taking it upon himself to open the batting as well. So changes are plenty right now. Lifts that almost into the hands of the cover fielder. Oh, wouldn't have that been a horrific start for the Punjab Sisi Amadora team. Oh boy, that was close.
It was close, and it's interesting to start with a spin, but it's paying off in just the early stages, the first 2 balls. And that's another chance, and it's going to drop short of Harinder Singh there, but maybe they just think taking the pace off means that those Punjab Sisi Amadora batters, who short of a bit of confidence maybe, have to really go at the ball and go hard.
Yeah, I think it's a fair comment too. I mean, you mentioned about confidence. They must feel a little bit shattered, the batting lineup here, because this is a team which is very strong in the batting. Just sorry, I'm laughing because poor old Krut Patel's in the wars. The ball came back to the bowler and it hit him on both legs, just below the kneecap. And umpire Krut, he looks down straight at me as just a little look on his face. I gave him a wave. He gave me a thumbs up back. That would have not tickled. Just a moment there. Not wearing any shin guards is the umpire, because you think, why would the umpire need any protection?
Well, I think if I were an umpire, the speed and the pace and the power with which some of these guys hit the ball, I'd be in full body armour. I'd be one of the Coimbra Knights in armour, just to keep my head in the right place.
Actually, you know, shin guards for fielders is not such a bad idea. I mean, really, because you take a cricket ball on the shin, you know about it.
Yep.
It's been hit down the ground, just a miss-hit for 1 bounce to mid-off. So, slow start here for Punjab Sisi Amadora, not getting out of the blocks. So that's 1 over gone, only 2 on the board, but the loss of no wicket. Yeah, and Gamblers, that's a good start for them.
Absolutely, and yeah, it's one of the older heads in their side, Ranjit, who delivered the goods in that first over, and we've been delivering goods to you for well over a week now. Challenger Series all done, all wrapped up. Lisbon Supergiants, they were crowned champions on finals day last Friday. Who will be crowned champions of this Premier Division? Well, it'll be a huge turnaround if it's one of the 2 teams that are out in the middle at the moment. Well, that's the Lisbon Supergiants, so they lost their first 3 games and came roaring back to take the title. And then after that, we've got some international action to bring you in the form of a bilateral series between Portugal and Norway on both the women's and men's side. And we'll finish off just adding the cherry on top of the cake with some T20I action to bring you. So lots more to come on the European Cricket Network. This Harinder Singh into the attack. He's usually the one that takes the first over as well. I mean, Amandeep Cook behind the stumps. He's worn one there. And yeah, just off the fingertip, which is not nice early on in the piece. He's gone down in a bit of pain. And maybe it's just the surprise pace we were talking about earlier of Harinder Singh. He's not the tallest guy. He's a bit of a compact bowler, but he does get it to rip through, and Amandeep felt the full force of that one. A bit of late swing as well, and just reached the fingertip.
So if I can just jump into the chat for a second and say hello to everybody. Thank you for joining us here. It's lovely to have your company. There was some discussion at the end of the previous match about the wide line being fixed. It that wide line is fixed. That is absolutely 100% how it is in the ECS, and that is why the decision was given by the umpires towards the end there. Crunched, smashed, and that's going to go across the boundary line for 4 runs. A couple of fielders in with a chance there of stopping that one. There was a leap and there was a run, but no, 4 runs. So starting to maybe get things flowing now. Punjab CC Amadora just need a little bit of a boost to their confidence and get started here. And I'll just give Arshad a bit of a shout out because he went for a first bowler yesterday, and that man is capable of destructive batting. And if he can get onto something here, gamblers could be staring down a big total. But yeah, just to reaffirm, just so everybody is understanding here on the European Cricket Network, the wide line for the bowler, that is fixed. That's going a long way over the boundary line from Maximo. So that is a lovely strike from the blade of Arshad. And maybe he said to his skipper, mate, I'm going to get going here. I'll see you later, maybe when we both get to about 50s. I'm sure that's probably a bit of a wild comment to make, but yeah, Arshad here in a proper mood. That's 2 good strikes.
Big hit. And well, there was no boundaries in the first over, 2 already in the second over. Just on that wide line, it was changed last year, so it wasn't always the case.
There you go.
But now on ECN, wherever we go across the continent, that wide line comes with us and it stays exactly where it is. That one, well, that ball isn't staying exactly as it is, as that trundles away into the leg side. And I've got another injury there to Ravi Rulan. Looks like they're dropping like flies at the moment. Maybe they just haven't quite finished digesting their lunch. As that one looked innocuous, it was Devinder Mela who ran across the screen, maybe just distracted Ravi Rulan, and he hits the deck. I'm not quite sure what that was about, and chaos reigns here as Harinder Singh, he pulls up in his action, and I think that was less injury, more just the batter not quite being ready. That's Rao Imran, the captain of Punjab CC, and well, he does what a captain should do, which is lead from the front, and that's a massive 6 hit over cow corner. He's seen Ataz Arshad hit back-to-back boundaries. He wants a piece of that pie, and that goes all the way. Punjab CC Amadora, not a bad little start from them. A good comeback in this second over after the first over only went for 2 singles.
$19 without loss. Still 1 more to come in this second over. Not a bad start here. It was a cautious start, but now things are getting a little bit freer. It's a dot ball. Good way to finish your over, having been taken for 17 runs from Harinder Singh.
And that does mark the end of the second. Punjab CC Amadora, 19 runs on the board for no loss. And well, we mentioned before how this is an important game for both sides. Gamblers and Punjab CC yet to taste the sweet nectar of victory. As between them, they've lost all 8 games, and that's exactly why they're both at the bottom of the standings. Both have had their net run rates take an absolute pummeling as well. They've both been on the receiving end of a 4-0 defeat, which means they've just got the 3 points each. Those were all picked up in the form of bonus points, but at least one side here will go home with the 3 big points for victory, maybe even 4 if we have a big win for either Punjab CC or Gamblers. And well, it's no surprise to see the figure of Ranjit Narayan coming back for his second and last over. And he picks up exactly where he left off in the first with a dot ball. Aitzad Arshad on strike with a big swing and a miss there. It looks like the keeper, Amandeep Kokar, he didn't take that one cleanly, but he's still out there, and there's a chance of a caught and bowled. It would have been a tremendous effort from Ranjit. He goes down, I think he gets a finger to it. And it looks like he's hurt his finger as well. I'm not surprised, because that was hit pretty firmly back at him. Take a look at this. Yeah, he does just scrape his fingers along the turf, almost gets a hold of it. And we've seen a good few caught and bowled so far this week. That definitely would have been up there with the best. That's gone high and handsome to the leg side all the way for 6. So a half chance there for Narayan, but the next one gets the treatment. It's Rao Imran, the captain, who hit that one. And well, they've seemed to have found their boundary hitting boots have Punjab CC Amadora. I suppose it's better late than never after the poor start to the tournament that they have suffered. Again, Ranjit comes back with a steady response. That's well bowled again. And Khalid Usman will be the one doing the fielding. Ranjit Narayan using all of his experience here. He's one of the most experienced campaigners actually on the network. I remember having a chat with Vinny about that a few days ago. There's certainly a player or two who's played 7 seasons on the European Cricket Network, as that's the end of the third, 26 for no loss. Ranjit Narayan, he's in his 6th season, so he's played since 2020. He's certainly picked up a wicket or two. And his best came 4 for 17 back in 2021. Similar performance like that today, and his Gamblers side will be well on their way to picking up their first win of the tournament. So we take a look at the end of the power play. There was just that one big spike in the second over. 17 runs coming off Harinder Singh's first. He's usually so destructive with the ball. He's not going to come back for his second, as Mayank Darji, second of the Silver Foxes, comes into the attack. And, well, steady as she comes, steady as she goes. That one's been tickled round the corner by Aitzaz Arshad for 4 runs. Mayank Darji, a bit of a surprise package yesterday as he picked up 4 wickets. It was in the defeat to the Lisbon Capitals, quite a one-sided defeat when all was said and done. They lost that one by 6 wickets. But he did pick up 4 for 24. And he's impressed at the top of the order as well, scoring 37 runs in Game 6. Followed that up with a quick-fire 26 in Game 11. But, of course, all of those efforts have been in vain so far, as the Gamblers have failed to register a win. Oh, that's been registered probably on the Richter scale. It was such a big hit off the bat of Aitzaz Arshad. That's a big, big 6. And Mayank Darji, he goes back-to-back in his first 2 deliveries. 6 runs. Just for clarification on the wide rule chatter that has been going on. And it's important to know as well, for newcomers maybe to the European Cricket Network, that we have slightly different wide rule regulations, as there's a half-hearted appeal there, but sliding down, possibly a bit of bat involved as well. Take a look at this one. Yeah, I think he middled it onto his pad, and yeah, nothing much doing for that appeal. So the wide line in European cricket never moves. That ball's going up in the air, should be taken by the keeper, and is. That's the first wicket to fall for Punjab CC Amadora, and it's the set man of Aitzaz Arshad who has to depart for a well-constructed little innings from him, but that will be the end of it. It went high up in the air, but it was a pretty straightforward catch in the end for Amandeep Kokka, the man with the gloves on. Catch is always easier when you have big old gloves, but he made sure to take it, and Aitzaz Arshad, he burned brightly, but too short for his liking and for the Gamblers, as he departs for 25 off 12 deliveries. Punjab CC, they lose their first wicket, 38 for 1. And that does bring the dangerous figure of Simranjeet Singh to the crease at number 3. So in ICC tournaments, that wide line can move as the batter moves. And depending, for example, if they shuffle across to the offside, as was the case late in the piece in that previous game, the wide line, or the imaginary wide line as it then becomes, shuffles along with him. But in ECN, we like to keep things simple for players and umpires and fans alike. And while that one's not troubling the wide line, it's actually not troubling the pitch at all, as that one's called a no ball for landing off the pitch. It will be a free hit coming up. So that wide line will never move even if the batter moves left, right, forwards, backwards, and that white line will always be the same. But of course, the wide line belongs to the bowler. So as long as the ball touches any part of that wide line, then a wide should not be called. Of course, it's a judgment call for the umpires. They don't have the benefit of replays like we do, and their angle is different to ours. So some of those tight decisions, we do rely on the expertise of the men in black. As we get to the end of the 4th over, Punjab CC Amadora find themselves on 41 for 1. It was a good comeback actually in that over by Mayank Darji. It started off with double Maximos, but then he came back with that important wicket to dismiss Arshad, and even the no ball, which was a bit of a misstep from him, he escaped on the free hit. That one just went for the 1. It's Rao Imran who's been facing the lion's share of the deliveries so far. He's on 14 off 12. Simranjit Singh faced just the 1, which he knocked for a single. Surinder Singh, who does come back for his 2nd over, and the first ball goes the way of 3 of the deliveries in his first, as that races to the boundary. 4 runs off the bat of Rao Imran. Surinder Singh, usually such a dangerous customer for gamblers. This time he hasn't got off to the best of starts. The 32-year-old. Can he stage a comeback now? That's not a bad delivery, but it's an even better hit off the bat of the captain of Punjab CC. That goes all the way for 6 over covers. He just opened up the blade here and threw his hands out at it. A bit of width on offer. It wasn't the worst delivery Harinder Singh will ever bowl, but a pretty bad outcome if you're a fan of gamblers, as that's back-to-back boundaries to start the 5th over. 10 runs coming off 2 balls. Rao Imran, he's threatened a few times. 44 he scored in that first game in the loss to Gorka by 24 runs. He'll want to go bigger here, and that's big and even bigger as that lands near us in the commentary igloo just to the left here, as Rao Imran really gets into his work. He moves to 30 off just 15 deliveries, which even my maths can work out that strike rate. And it's working out well for Punjab CC Amadora, as they move to 57 for 1. And that's gone all the way once more. 6 runs added to the total. Harinder Singh, this is not the best performance from him. He hasn't bowled too badly, to be honest, but 3 sixes in a row. 6, 6, 6. His over has gone magical, and there's still 2 left of the 5th. What a hit that was from Rao Imran. Over 1,700 runs on the network, so he's no stranger to getting leather on willow, and he's done it successfully so far in this game. Doesn't quite get a hold of that one though. That should be cut off on the boundary, and it's Devendra Mila who does the honours. So the bleeding is stemmed a little after those 4 boundaries. Simranjit Singh, we know how dangerous he can be. He's just got the 1 ball left of the 5th to deal some damage. And that's high, and it's gone long, and that's one of the biggest hits we've seen today, I'm sure of that. And Simranjit Singh, the dangerous customer that he is, he got a 1-sighter, 1 single off his first ball. Look at that, Rao Imran doesn't even really have to look to see where that goes, because that's gone all the way there. It's just about landed at the back of your shot, and umpire Crute does the honours. He signals a big 6 to end the 5th over. At the halfway stage then, Punjab CC Amadora at 70 for 1. And we know how much of a big battle this is at the bottom, and one of these teams will pick up the 3 points, or maybe even the 4 points, to try and keep themselves within touching distance of the rest of the sides in the table. What they certainly don't want to do is suffer their 5th defeat, which, we don't want to write them off entirely, but by the end of today, we'll be on halfway through the group stage games, and it'll be a tough comeback from there. And that's a tough start for the 6th over, as that one is hit all the way for 6. And this is a nice little partnership being built up here between Imran and Simranjeet Singh. That one he just waited for, and almost dismissive in his swish of the blade there, as it's Ravi Rulan who's come on to bowl and been given the treatment immediately. And this one though is a good comeback ball from Rulan, who we see with bat and ball, he's quite a tricky customer. He changes up his pace. Not the tallest out there, but he can get it zip through, and that one just zipped straight over the stumps, pretty much just up and down. Not much movement on that one, but Rao Imran didn't get anywhere near it, and there's the change of pace I was talking about. Thank you very much. On-demand commentary here, and yeah, that was a much slower delivery, well disguised, certainly disguised enough to fool Rao Imran. And look at that, it was a back of the hand, almost conventional leg spinner, and the ball just trickling along there. Yeah, that was a good little slower ball there. Let's take a final look at this one. It's a conventional leg spinner, and it pings to the left, pings back to the right. I think that was pitch assisted, and nice delivery there from Ravi Rulan. And again, a big swing and a miss from Rao Imran, who's seemingly forgotten how to hit those boundaries that have propelled him to 43 off 21 deliveries. And a big 6 to start this over, but followed up with 3 dots. Some smart bowling here from Ravi Rulan. Still say though it's a good start for Punjab CC, as they've really struggled to get runs on the board in this tournament so far. And well, on 3 of the games they've chased, and they've pulled up short in all of them by significant margins as well. So they lost the first game to Gorka by 24 runs, the next game to Capitals by 26. Then there was that big 8-wicket defeat to Oeiras. Rulan brings out the slow ball again. It's high up in the air. There's shouts of catch it, and it's a great catch out there on the boundary. It was not an easy opportunity in the slightest for Ankit Kumar. You could see the pace that the ball landed in his hands, because his head almost threw back as he caught it, but he held on to it, and that is the 2nd wicket to fall for Punjab CC Amadora. 77 for 2. Look at this one, goes high in the air off the bat of Simranjeet Singh, running in off the boundary, and he catches it and almost knocks himself over. Such was the pace of that Grizzly coming back down to earth. But it is the 2nd wicket picked up, and it's the breaking of that partnership which was threatening to go big. It ended up going for 39, the partnership, and Simranjeet Singh, he has to depart. He contributed 7 runs, just the one big 6 and a single to his name. So Rao Imran, the captain, he's still out there, but he's now going to have to build up a new partnership with Parveen Singh. As we take a look at this one once more, and it's well worth taking a look at. Just the speed of that catch means he almost knocks himself over, and we have the celebration. He knows that that's a big moment, a good partnership breaker, and actually just rewards for Ravi Rulan. That was the end of the over as well, as he brought out all of his bag of tricks in that over. It started with a 6, but after that, 1 wicket. As we start the 7th, it's Jay Parkash, the captain, who's given himself the ball. And Jay has kind of shown himself to be a selfless leader in the previous games, because it's twice now that he's brought himself on to bowl when the game has been almost done. He's allowed himself to be the willing victim, if you will, to allow the opposing side to not harm any of his other players. But he's brought himself on a pivotal moment here, actually, in the 7th over. Punjab CC, 78 runs on the board. That expected score, well, around 140, and as a result, the win predictor is firmly in their favour, as that's a one that flashes through Parveen Singh, who's here at the crease. And that was his first ball. He jumps down the wicket, gets nowhere near it, actually. He because he's well outside leg stump, and that one, well, firmly within that stationary wide line. But too far for him to fish it from outside leg stump. That one's hit firmly into the covers. It's Ankit Kumar who does the fielding. Slight fumble on the misfield, but they do just jog through for one. A warm welcome once more to everyone joining us in the chat. It's lovely to have you with us on this glorious Monday afternoon live from the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal. The sun is shining down on us. It's shining down on Rao Imran at the moment. 45 off 23. One hit away from his half century, and that's just going to drop short of the rope, so he'll move on to 49. It's the first boundary in a good few balls, actually the first in 9 deliveries, and it's a welcome return to the boundary scoring for Punjab CC Amadora as they move on to 83. And Imran just one short of that milestone for him. He fell short in game 1, 44 runs coming off that one. He's gone 5 better already. And that one's chipped up in the air. There's a chance there, long off, and it was a great effort from Ranjit Narayan, but he drops it and it rolls to the rope for 4 runs. And Rao Imran, well, that's how these games can change. He could have been caught out on 49. As it is, though, he moves his way to a well-deserved half century. 53 not out for Imran, and that was a good effort actually from Narayan. He put himself in danger there by going full foot slide and doesn't manage to hold onto it, doesn't manage to stop the Grizzly finding the rope, and can't stop Imran moving to his first half century of this Premier Division. And there's the insult added to the injury as the drop is on the previous ball, and that one has been hit hard away for 6 runs to end the 7th over. Rao Imran moves to 59. He moves his side into the 90s. They're 93 for 2 off 7 overs. And they're threatening quite a sizable score here. We've seen the statistics earlier in the day as we take a look at the calendar for 2025. And, well, let me know in the chat, what's your favourite there? What are you most looking forward to? There's a few that pop out to me. Well, I won't be involved in Malmö in Sweden. That's a beautiful part of the world. And some destinations over in the east as well. Estonia, Romania, Finland as well. We're going a bit Nordic this year. And it's good to see Germany, my homeland, on there in July. A couple of stops off in England and Switzerland as well. So we say hello to the office crew, ECN, based in Switzerland. So there's so much action to look forward to this year. Can't wait to tuck in to all of that. There's Rao Imran tucking into the bowling of Gamblers SC at the moment, as he's not out there on 59 of 26 deliveries. Parveen Singh, he's happy to play second fiddle at the moment, just gets his captain back on strike. It's Ravi Rulan who, well, understandably comes back for his second over. His first went 1 for 7. And that's up in the air. There's fielders out there, but it won't carry to any of them. Carries one hand, one bounce into the hands of Devinder Mela. It's actually not a bad shot if you can't get a hold of all of it, just to knock it into the leg side, because every single fielder is out on the rope. So despite the cries of catch from the fielders, that's always going to land safe. As the left-handed Singh gets back on strike. And, well, there's shouts again of catch it, but the fielder out there can only run past it and, well, collect the ball from the boundary rider, who does a perfect job of stopping the Grizzly running away into the neighbouring field. And Singh, he just rocks back, and big old lunge forward actually, wasn't it? And it's the figure of Wickets who can do nothing but collect that ball on the way back into the field of play. And that brings up the 100 for Punjab CC Amadora, 101 for 2, halfway through the 8th. And we saw on the statistics earlier, expected score, well, the average score was probably about the same. 135 would be the par for the week. Of course, both of these teams have been performing under par. That's why we see them at the bottom of the standings. As this one goes high up in the air, the keeper's chasing after it. He can't get anywhere near it. It drops safe. Amandeep Cocker, I think he maybe lost track of that one. And while the post-mortem is going on between those two fielders, The batters managed to burgle through a second run there. A bit of sleepy fielding there by the Gamblers. As we see, this one goes high up in the air, goes a long way back. The keeper gives chase, but it drops short. You can see exactly what Ravi Rulan thinks of that one. He realises the ball is going to come flying back in, and they do run through for 2. That's a nice comeback though. Good toe crunching Yorker. The Singh does equally well to dig out for the single. Lovely to see so many of you joining us in the chat. Lovely to have you with us. And well, Phil G will be back with me shortly as well, as the G-Force takes you through this day 3 of action. There's that slower ball that Ravi Rulan likes to turn to. This time, well, it's fielded brilliantly on the boundary, and you've got to get up and field it. Sorry, there's no one else around you. And maybe he's done himself a bit of mischief there, holding his knee. I think it's Shant Verma out there on the boundary. He's making sure his knee still bending in the right direction. It was a lovely stop, a tumble away. But before you start rubbing your knee, throw that ball in. These Amadora batters have stolen a run or 2 on the fielding so far. And that is the end of the 8th. 106 up for the Punjab CC side. You can see that run rate kind of up and down. It was stunted twice by the wickets, but in fact, especially on that first wicket, the run rate just kept on rising thanks to that nice little partnership between Imran and Simranjeet. Simranjeet only actually added 7 to the total, but it was a good partnership nonetheless. And it looks like it will be Jay Parkash, the captain, to bring himself back on for the 9th. His first over went for 16. Well, you know what they say on the European Cricket Network, everything happens in the 9th. Punjab CC, they'll want a few boundaries to happen if they want to get their score up to par. That one's hit straight down the ground. There is a fielder there, and Ranjit does a good job to make sure both of his feet and the Grizzly stay the right side of the rope, and they just jog through for 1. Good job there of getting down. It's testing those hamstrings. As Punjab CC, well, they have 11 balls left now to get that score as high as possible. Make that 10 as a big swing and a miss from Rao Imran. The captain's faced almost half the deliveries of the innings. 29 balls he has faced, 62, so a good total. That's well over half of his team's total. So he's put in a good shift here as the captain. He'll want to finish off strong though. It's difficult when the bowling is so laser accurate. That delivery there from Jay Parkash, almost perfect, especially at this stage of the game. Wasn't it great to see match 12? We had that close final ball finish that we were all crying out for. The Challenger series had so many close games, whereas the Premier, maybe just because of the talent of the batters on show who can just pull a game away from the opposition in a few lusty blows, have made sure that there haven't been too many close games. But match 12 was a thriller. It went to the final ball, and a 6 was needed, and the 6 was not achieved. I don't want to spoil too much, because if I don't tell you too much, maybe you can go back and have a look at that game, because it was a real thriller. And hopefully match 13, unlucky for some, it's going to be lucky for one of these two teams as they pick up their first win. But wouldn't it be great to get another final ball finish, maybe even a golden ball? So that one's hit away into the leg side. There's 2 fielders out there, and I thought it should be cut off, but actually the ball just accelerated on that downslope. Despite the best efforts of Narayan out there, he could not stop it going to the rope. Parveen Singh was the batter on that occasion. He moves to 16 off 8. Well, you'd think really he just has a free hit here. It's the final ball of the 9th. You've got a very well set Rao Imran at the non-striker's end. Ideally, he'd want to face the final over. So Parveen Singh, just have a swing, see if your luck's in, take a gamble against the gamblers. Well, it's a good delivery actually from Jay Parkash, and what it means, Parveen Singh, he does in fact keep the strike going into the final over, and that was an excellent over from the captain of the gamblers. Just 7 runs coming off it, 1 boundary, 4 on the penultimate delivery, but only otherwise 3 singles coming off it. As we have a look, well, maybe it'll be Mayank Darji who's thrown the ball here, but it's always difficult going for spin in the final over. But they've only used 5 bowlers, so I mean, throwing the ball to the 6th in the final over, someone who hasn't bowled yet, is also a risky tactic, but that's exactly what they're going to do here, and it's the figure of Ankit Kumar, who does have the ball in hand. I don't want to risk maybe taking pace off, allowing these 2 set batters to swing hard at the spin. So it's Kumar who has the ball for the 10th. That's a good start actually, gives Singh no width at all, gets not much on that apart from a bit of pad. They do manage to run through for a single leg by. And that's actually probably the best outcome for Punjab CC, because it gets the captain Rao Imran back on strike to see what he can do on the final 5 deliveries of this innings. Interestingly, the win predictor has Punjab CC up at 64%. Of course, getting runs on the board, always helpful. What's also helpful is dot balls in the 10th, especially if you're the fielding team, and it won't just be a dot ball, it'll be a wicket ball, as Parveen Singh calls through his captain for the single, and Rao Imran seemed to not really know what hit him, or at least consigned himself to his fate. As we take a look at this one, swishes through to the keeper, and Imran just a bit late setting off because he was looking around to see where that ball ended up. Had he put his head down and just gunned it, he might have had a chance, but a ball in the air is always going to beat a batter running through, especially when he kind of had a bit of a false start as he was batting that one. But he does depart for a well-executed 63 off 32 deliveries, so he'll be happy with his contribution as captain to try and chalk up the first win for his Punjab CC side. Doesn't quite get his side over the line to finish the 10th. It's Adnan Ali who will be at the non-strikes, then Parveen Singh on strike. And another brilliant delivery from Ankit Kumar. He might be complaining somewhat that he wasn't given a bowl earlier in the piece, as he will bowl his first and final over in the 10th. But he's started it brilliantly with that 1 leg by that just cramped up the batter. The run out, which he played a big part in along with Amandeep behind the stumps, and another dot ball here. 3 balls left of the 10th. That one's gone high up in the air. It won't have the legs, but I don't think it will carry it to Ranjit Narayan either, as it will just be a 1. And that gets Adnan Ali, the new batter, on strike. He did plunder a quick-fire 36 in just 12 deliveries in Game 7. That was actually the 4-0 defeat to Oweras. Chase that total down. 6.2 overs in the end, so they won that one comfortably by 8 wickets. But Adnan Ali has proved that he can score a quick few runs while he's got 2 bites of the cherry here. 2 balls left of the 10th. Ankit Kumar putting in a great over so far. There's another ball that's well bowled. Adnan Ali furious with himself that he didn't get hold of that one. Well, that will most likely be the only contribution he makes to this scorecard as he gets down to the non-strikers end. You can see it's a well bowled delivery right on that wide line. Adnan Ali, well, he tried to give himself room. In the end, made life much more difficult for himself. Bit of a slip and a tumble, but he does manage to get through to the non-strikers end. And that leaves Parveen Singh with the task of facing up this final ball of the 10th over, final ball of the innings. Ankit Kumar, just the 3 runs coming off this 10th so far. Can he get out of this over? Well, it goes high up in the air. There's shouts of catch here, but he's not going to catch it out there, Nishant Verma. He's going to see that ball fly over his head. So Ankit Kumar, he does blot his copybook right at the end with that big 6. It's Parveen Singh who dealt the blow. He moves to 24, and Punjab CC Amadora, they finish on 122 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. But I'd still say that was a roaring comeback for Gamblers SC. If we take a look at those final 2 overs, just went for 7 off captain Jay Parkash in that final one. Despite the 6 at the end, still only went for 9. So I'd say the Gamblers would be pretty happy with that, how they wrestled it back. You remember at halfway, it was 70 for 1. So the second half, not wielding as many runs as, well, it was Rao Imran and Arshad at the top of the order who were wielding their bats. Both of those scoring at a rate of about 200. And especially Rao Imran, he really took the fight to the Gamblers. It was a nice effort there by Ranjit. Didn't quite hold on to that core and ball, but that first partnership worth 38, it was eventually broken by the safe hands of the keeper Amandeep Kokka. That was the end of his fellow keeper and counterpart Arshad. He departed for 25 off 12. But Rao Imran, the captain, he just carried on plugging away. He scored a big 7 6s and 3 4s on his way to 63. Simranjit Singh, he joined in for a while with 1 big 6 as well, but he did fall from a catch. Nicely taken, running in from the boundary there. Ankit Kumar almost took his head off, but he managed to keep a hold of that one. Celebration from Ravi Rulan, who was smart with his bowling, a few changes up in pace. He certainly deserved that wicket. But then Parveen Singh came in and he ably supported his captain Rao Imran, scoring 24 off 13 deliveries, 2 6s and a 4 on his way. And there was another nice little partnership, that one worth, well, just about 37. That's what kept the momentum in this innings, but there was some smart fielding out there from the Gamblers. Ranjit in particular was throwing himself left, right, and that one he didn't quite reel in, but it was a good bowling performance towards the end and capped off with this run out as well. That was the end of Captain Rao, who realised when he had to go for it towards the end. Adnan Ali, he came in and he was mostly a spectator as Parveen Singh dealt a few blows towards the end. High five there. All played in a great spirit here between the 2 teams. Well, they're scrapping at the bottom of the table, but it can all still be played as friends. And, well, one of these teams will break their duck. They will go home with at least 3 points. Punjab CC Amadora, they'll be hoping it's them as they've put on 122. Not a bad little scorecard for them, with Rao Imran leading the way at the top as captain, top scoring 63. But look at that, just the 2 extras, the 1 no ball, not a single wide. So, well, Gamblers SC showing they might be near the bottom of the table, but they're no slouches. It was 6 bowlers used, and Mayank Darji, well, he went for 15 off his one, did pick up a wicket, and Ravi Rulan, probably the pick of the bowlers, just went for 20 runs off his 2 and picked up that wicket and showed us that he's got a few tricks in his bag. He's got the slower ball, he's got the bouncer, and he's also got the celebration. Ankit Kumar, he came on for the final over and bowled a stellar over, just 9 runs coming off it and also affecting the run out. So this is where we find ourselves in the middle of match 13, the basement battle between Punjab CC and Gamblers. Punjab, they put on 122 on the board, probably below par, but both these teams have been below par the whole of the tournament so far. So Gamblers, they'll have to put on the chase. 123, 123 needed for them to register their first win of the tournament. And well, that's where we leave you for just a few moments, 5-10 minutes. Get yourself a nice refreshment, a cup of tea, a little sandwich, and ready to tuck in to this run chase here at ECS Portugal Premier Division 2025. I'm Tina Goff. Phil will be back briefly. The G-Force will be here on the European Cricket Network to take you through this run chase. See you in just a few minutes.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good afternoon, viewers of cricket, lovers of cricket, and the people who are tuning in on this lovely Monday afternoon for some T10 action. Phil G here in the commentary igloo for you to take you through the run chase in this really, really important match, match 13. The Punjab CC Amadora versus the Gamblers. It's a big one coming up. 122 runs on the board. Well, if the batting team and that is, of course, the Gamblers can get this in 7 overs, they pick up all 4 points. How about that? If that happens. And for Punjab CC Amadora, they need to restrict the fielding team to 85 or less for them to get the bonus point. Either way you cut it, 3 points for a win and 1 point for the bonus. So a bit to play for here for these two teams, which are dwelling towards the bottom of the standings at this point in time. Remember, after we finish the last game today, we're going to be turning the corner and going to the second half of this tournament, this European Cricket Series Portugal, their Premier Division. And that is a big moment in time when we go into the second half. Who knows what can happen? The good thing is, though, we'll know, well, we'll have a good idea. I won't say we'll know. We'll have a very good idea of who needs to do what teams need to win how many games. We'll get a better idea of which teams are the outstanding teams in this competition, and of course which teams have to do the most work. I can tell you right now, there's 2 teams out there today, right now, and that is Punjab CC Amadora and Gamblers. This is a really critical match. If you go into the second half of this tournament and you are zip and 5, it's pretty much done and dusted. If you get the win here today, suddenly, well, look at that, you could have your tournament back on track. It's a massive, massive must-win game for 2 teams. It's a tantalising score on the board. It's below par. Gamblers will fancy themselves here, but unfortunately for the Gamblers, they haven't exactly set us alight with their batting display. Yesterday, in match 9, they can only put on 67 for 6 in 10 overs batting first. They need to chase down a score here, which is almost twice that. Let's see how they go. It's a bit of a false start there. It's Darji just backs away there. He's going to face the first ball from Adnan Ali. Yeah, it's very hard to describe just how important this game is to both these 2 teams. As I said, whoever blinks first, that's it. You can almost pretty much say the tournament's done for them. So vital. So welcome to everybody watching from around the world, whether you're watching on YouTube via the ECN page, or maybe you're watching via Fancode in India. Welcome. It's wonderful to have your company, and we look forward to describing the game, taking you through this. Tin is off for a little bit of a bite for lunch. I spoiled it for her. I told her what was ready and available for her, and she was a bit sort of, oh, you didn't have to say that. Of course I did. I had to let her know what she was in for. I had a terrific lunch, and a big shout out to Zoe and the whole crew here at the Santarém Cricket Ground, who have been looking after the crew all week, all last week, and take us right through to the end of the internationals next week as well. So, a funny old start here to the over. Adnan Ali just struggling with the radar a bit here, as that is just flashed away. Have a look at this one again, down sort of towards leg side. A little bit of something on that, little bit of tickle off the bat. Good work behind the stumps though. Good work indeed. Doesn't get past. Really important start here for the Gamblers. Need to get through the power play with some good runs on the board. They're only chasing 123, so it's not a mammoth total they're chasing. It's another wide there. That's going to help. So it's very gettable indeed. Arshad has got the duty with the gloves behind the stump. Punjab CC Amadora, there are a few men down in the team. Had to bring a couple of new players in. In fact, I think it was 4 new players in today, so it's a bit tough for them. Arshad has been given the task with the gloves. And I just want to give a shout out to the skipper, Rao Imran, for a terrific innings in the first dig there. Helped his team to 122 for 3 in their 10. And Nanelli, on the other hand, well, he needs to be probably maybe switched off and back on again, because his radar is completely haywire right now. He's had a couple of wides already. Have a look at this one again. Yeah, way down leg side. Can't do much about that. That is indeed another wide. Every now and then you're going to hear a bit of a loud whoosh coming through. The wind is gusting up a little bit here, and I think that's precipitating what might be a little bit of ordinary weather coming in the next 24 hours. And we haven't had this sort of gust of wind in the last few days, so it's starting to pick up a little bit now. It's been cut nicely, goes straight to the player at point, who sits down and then gets back up again. And runs off the bat. Darji off the mark. 4 without loss. That's 1 run off the blade and 3 wide. So that's kind of how the runs have started thus far. Gamblers 119 required from 58 balls. The run rate at 12.3. At the moment, that run rate's not a problem. Gamblers got a lot of work to do though. Just around the corner, just singles at the moment. But it's that first over. It's good to get the feeling of bat on ball. Punjab CC Amadora just haven't hit their strides in this tournament. They featured very heavily in the night series, as you'd expect. They were the reigning champions of the night series, won the trophy in 2024. They came into the 2025 series last month, red hot favourites to continue their merry way. They got through to the final, got through in emphatic style into the final, and then they came up against the Lisbon Capitals. Oi. Shouts of oohs and ahs, that's a better delivery. But the run scoring put on by that team, Punjab CC Amadora, was quite something. Batters getting many, many runs. The wicket keeper, excuse me, Arshad, he did amazing. So well. He's a high scorer, sort of runs around the, I think it was about 280, I think in the end. I'll have to double check that. But scored the most runs for the tournament until they came up against Lisbon Capitals. That's been clipped very nicely. Really good strike, that one off the pads. And that's a Maximo here in the first over. This first over's going for a little while. Still got to have one more delivery to complete the first over. He's had a number of wides. Adnan just struggling here with his line. And that one drifts onto the pads and accepted graciously by that man, Darji. And puts it over the boundary for a big Maximo. Clipped, almost in and out to the fielder there. Could have been trouble on the last ball of the over. As it is, it's a dot, 11 on the board, 1 wicket down. So yeah, I spoke about Punjab CC Amadora with their night series. Gamblers did not play in the night series. But yeah, Punjab CC Amadora, they came up against the Lisbon Capitals in the night series. And that was like running into a brick wall. Absolutely sat them down. And they picked up the win and picked up the trophy. 31 matches since the Golden Ball. Last Golden Ball was last week on Monday. It was the last game on Monday evening. Myself and Tina were the lucky 2 commentators to be able to call that one. My first and Tina's second, I believe. And we are searching for maybe 1 more, possibly even 2 more. They're getting a bit greedy there by asking for 2 more, I think. We'll see. In this tournament. Still plenty of games to go before we hit the finals on Friday. That's short, and it's seen nice and early and dispatched with utter disregard for the wildlife. That one goes flying into the trees. Good shot there. Yep, lovely strike that indeed. Just way too short, sat up. That was Rakib Ali, who is new into the side for this game for Punjab CC Amadora. So he needs to just work on that length. Can't have him sitting up too much like that. They'll be taken apart if that continues. Bowler comes in again. Well, it is too short, and he has done it again. This time, though, it's miss hit, and it goes much straighter. And just a straightish deep mid-wicket gets that one. So just the one. So I'll let everyone into the chat. Johnny He's out there. Hello there to Monty, and of course, Dave B. out there. Thank you so much for joining us today. And everyone who's out there as well, thank you for joining us here on the European Cricket Network. We're hoping you're having a terrific day. We've still got a couple of matches after the completion of this one, but this one is hanging in the balance now. It's in that Goldilocks zone in terms of the who's going to win predictor. Hooked. Maximo. Good strike. Oh, the Gamblers are doing themselves every bit of justice here by connecting with these loose deliveries. This has not been a good over. And I think a discussion needs to be had with the bowler. Adnan Ali's over there saying, Rakib, what are you doing? We need to be a bit tighter than this. That has gone quite a ways back. There is the nets practice area right down the back, sort of over, as you're looking at the right-hander batting. The netting area is over the back of third man. And that ball has gone a fair distance to that area too. Wow. Darji getting on here. He's 13 from 6. But this over. This is going to be a bit of trouble. Needs to stop the short balls. Oh, well, it's a bit of a beamer. It's a no ball indicated immediately by the 2 umpires. And that is an infringement. Just almost a beamer. Let's have a look at this one. Oof. Yeah, you can't get away with that one. Have a look. Comes in. Oi. Yep. You're really careful there. Not a good over this one. And this is a free hit coming up. Where does this one go? Oh, a miss hit. Just goes to mid-off. Shite the stumps. Could have been close. Umpire takes evasive action. Bowler doesn't get back to take the stumps. I think the bowler could do a little bit more than sort of stand in the middle of the pitch watching a player shying at the stumps. How about getting to the stumps and taking the ball? You were right there. Could have taken the stumps, but just decided, no, I'm going to hang back. So, Rakib Ali needs to do a little bit more than that in this game if Punjab Sisi Amadora want to pick up a win here. Another wide. Extras building up. Having a look at the field placement. So we're inside the power play still. Who's out deep? You've got deep cover. And, yeah, a long... Sorry, it's not cover because it's a left-hander on. That is a deep mid-wicket and a deep long off. Everyone else up inside the circle. It's been hit really hard, and that goes square drive. No one's going to get that except the boundary rider. 4 runs. This is not good bowling at all. I think the captain needs to get over to his bowler and have some really strong words here and say, come on. We're sitting on the bottom. We need to get off the bottom, and this is not the way for us to do it. Great shot. Hits it in front of square through the extra cover region. I'm sure the discussion between the two batsmen there is, this is going well. Goes for the drive, shouts of catch. And a couple of bounces, finds its way to deep mid-wicket fielder. That's Simranjit Singh out there. And scores 31 for no loss. 2 overs gone, still 1 more to come. Run rate required from here on in is 11.5. So they have brought that run rate down ever so slightly. Not by a lot. It's good to see Simranjit Singh out there. He took a nasty blow on the forearm during his first innings yesterday. And that really hurt. Well, I'm sure it really hurt because he said so. Lost a little bit of feeling in the hand and the arm. But he came back later in the day and seemed to have shaken off all the cobwebs and all the issues there. Here it is. Here's the standing. So 2 teams on 3 points down the bottom there. 5th and 6th in the placement. So 3 points, even 4 points, doesn't necessarily get them off the bottom, but will get that person into 5th place and hold them there into 5th place. And these teams really don't be sitting on the bottom. And also it will get them within 1 point, touching distance of 4th. Remember, the top 4 teams in this tournament go through to Finals Friday. And we'll know the makeup of Finals Friday not until the end of day Thursday. So there's a lot of cricket to come. A lot more games to come as well. Still 15, 16, 17 games after this to decide who gets to battle for this Premier Division trophy. First time we've had a Challenger Division and a Premier Division here in the European Cricket Series. Obviously we did that last year for the ECC for women in December. That's a wide ball. Shouts of how's that? Maybe just disguising the fact that it was a wide. Darji got nowhere near that. So yes, we had that last year in the ECC women's tournament, and didn't that work absolutely beautifully? Really enjoyable tournament. That's coming up again later this year in December, starting December the 1st, if I'm not mistaken. So keep a lookout for that. Might even have 3 divisions. You never know. It's a great thing about the European Cricket Network. We're always evolving, always learning, always seeing what we can do better, and looking how we can deliver cricket to all parts of this continent. Goes around the corner. It's going to be a race where the fielder wins that race, stops it from the boundary. But can't prevent a couple of runs there. Look at this one again. Adnan Ali just really struggling with the radar here, especially to the left-hander. He's really struggling to bowl to Darji. Just comes off a little bit of something. So gets a chance to now bowl to Corker. He's on 7 from 4 deliveries, taking his time to sort of move along, but only faced 4 deliveries, so fair call. See what we can do here. Swings hard. It's going to go over the infield, smack into the boundary line rope, and that's 4 runs. So there you go. He's heard the call. He's heard the call from this commentary tent, and he's gone crunch. Absolutely crunched that one through point. Elevated. Nice. Very good shot indeed. Hope you've all had a good lunch. I'm sure Tina is still in the clubhouse finishing her lunch. I had a great lunch too, by the way. Spaghetti bolognese with a lovely side salad, prepared expertly by our kitchen crew here at the ground. That's Zoe and her team, so thank you so much for that. 38 for no loss. Still 2 deliveries to come in this Adnan Ali over. He hasn't found any success yet with the wickets. Punjab CC Amadora searching for a wicket here. Gamblers looking like they are really focused and on here to pick up a win. Need 85 from 44. And you'd probably say that that is, well, it's not just doable. That is very, very doable. Unless something can happen here for Punjab CC Amadora. Has to stretch to find that one, and does so. But that is some good fielding out in the deep. Oh, no, hang on a minute. That is a big shout for... let's have a look at this one again. What's happened here? Or is that just a bit of an ambitious shout? Let's see this one more time. So it's clipped out. So the throw from Simranjit Singh, he throws in fast. Watch this. Oh, he's home. Yep, bat's grounded. A little bit of excitement there, but the bat was definitely grounded. Thanks for that replay. Very good indeed. Good replay there from our friends in 2 circles. Thank you, guys. Clubbed, but miss-hit. Goes straight to the fielder in that mid-off position. Cannot get past. 1 metre to the left or the right. And that could have been runs. Mubin Tariq there. The long legs, long arms, and tall stature of the fielder there. It says, no, not on my watch. And he stops it getting through. That will be the end of the over. So have a look at the power play. What's happened here? So 39 in the power play, 20 off the second over, and then obviously 11 and 8 either side of that. That makes it 39. Current run rate is 13. So they're ahead of where they need to be. Compare that to the power play above, where Punjab CC Amadora, they were 26 for no loss. So Gamblers definitely ahead in a like-for-like 3 overs gone power play snapshot. Massive over there, 29 runs. In the 5th. Just remember, that was a big bit of acceleration. After that, though, there was a number of overs which were only in single digits. I missed the trick there. So a bit of a mixed bag for Punjab CC Amadora. I feel that's a below-par score, and Gamblers are on here, I reckon. Hit down the ground, just a single. So we talked about how important this match is for these 2 teams. Probably also can just reflect for a moment on the other teams. Gorka 11 are coming up against Owarish in the next game after this one. That's important as well, as you get teams which are vying for, well, top spot and then some to cement their place. And don't forget, the last match of today will be Marlow and Lisbon Capitals. That's starting at 6 o'clock tonight, local time. That's still quite a way away, but that is the last match of the day. Just so you know, that's what's coming up later. Shouts to catch it. It's going to be one bounce. And oh, there's not a lot you can do about that. Adnan Ali, he runs hard to get the ball, but the bounce, as happens a lot here, the bounce takes a little bit of a spin and goes completely the other direction. Watch this. And it's going to go that way. And that's what happens, unfortunately, for a fielder who isn't set and is constantly running. It's a bit of a, oh, can I get to it? Will it bounce true? Chances are it will not bounce true. Oh, shout to how's that? Bit of excitement there. Push that delivery quite wide, did Tariq. Nicely poised this game. Run rate pushes back up above 12. It'd be lovely, and it would be just if this match goes into the 10th. Oh, just bobbles up on the offside there. Hands on head from the wicketkeeper as it falls safe. See the Spanners in the chat having a bit of fun with a bit of byplay of words. Nice one, guys. I won't join in on that, but you're putting a smile on my face, so well done. Always keeping me entertained. My fellow blue Spanners. And that's a wide ball. But not a lot of chat in the middle at the moment. It's a little bit quiet out there in the centre with the fielding team. They're probably feeling that, you know, somewhere someone has to get a wicket here. Well, now there's a bit of chat because that's up, 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 and good catch taken. Very. I think that was still counted as a catch as it was spilled after it was held. So I think is that Simranjit Singh? He just sort of looks at the umpire and says, "Yep, I held it long enough." Have a look at this. Up, up, and into the chest. That's well held, and then he drops it. But I think that it would be fair enough to say that that was still a well-held catch. Mayank Daji has to go 21 from 14. Felt that his job wasn't quite finished here, and they needed, I reckon Gamblers would have loved to have had him out there for another 2 or 3 overs just to help guide this run chase along. Look at this. I've got it, and now I don't got it. Nice work on the replay. Thank you very much for that one. But the catch does indeed hold. It brings out Ranjit Narayan as the new batter. He's taking strike. Tariq gets the breakthrough. So just as I was saying, Punjab Sisi Amadora is a team looking for a breakthrough. They're looking to their bowlers. There wasn't a lot of chat in the field. They've got the breakthrough, and now they should be pushing for a second breakthrough here. All the fielders up on their toes. Oh, that was almost disastrous. Batter just sort of absent-mindedly, just maybe looking for a single there, going a long way out of his crease. Look at this, just sets off without even noticing that his counterpart was going the wrong way. The throwback was not good, and it was a bit of a fumble as well. That is the end of a successful over there. So Tariq gets the breakthrough. Punjab Sisi Amadora maybe just breathing a sigh of relief now that they've been able to pick up a scalp and just put the Gamblers back a little bit and just say, hang on, you're not going to get it your own way. I've got the run rate graph there. So that last over and the one before it started to bring things down again. After the second over, you'd be forgiven for thinking that this is all over. Well, not quite all over. It's only 2 overs in. But the run rate was going exactly where they wanted, the Gamblers. Now it's just ducked again below the required rate. But that's only just a little blemish there. And a batter does the own fielding. Now, that's not something we see very often. The striker does some fielding, and then the non-striker helps with a fielding assist. So that's a rarity. That's another ECN rare moment. Shouts of how's that? I'm not sure what the how's that was for. I think keeper was getting a little bit excited about a possible stumping. Oh, he almost hit the stumps. That's what it was. Almost the ball bounced up. Oh, it actually did hit the base of the stumps. Have a look at this one. Comes in. Oh, okay. No, it came off the wicket keeper. That's why he was excited. I thought it might have been a chop down by the batter. Not to be. And that's a wide ball left. Fair enough too. That is Parveen Singh, who just pitches that one way too wide. A long way outside the tram line. Needs to get in better than that. Kokar here. He's on 17 from 13. And now he leans into this one. And he's got every ounce of that one for a big Maximo. Lovely shot. Saw it early and hit across the line. Down on one knee. Smash. Side-on's going to look amazing. Crunch. So quick with the action there. He's absolutely caned that one. So 50 up with that shot too. 53 for 1. 2 more to come. Well, follows up with a decent delivery, and yeah, Corker just looking to play that one between the gap. There is a massive gap. There's no one on the boundary line at third man or backward point, or just at backward point. There he comes into play now. But that's the problem though. If he's very square, then that is going to be a shot on for all day. And that's exactly what Corker saw in the previous ball. Saw the massive gap there and said, look, if I get it through the infield or over the infield, I'm on for a boundary. It's exactly what happened. Good placement. Good awareness there by the batter. and he is leading the charge for the Gamblers to pick up a win here. Let's have a look at upcoming events. The next 5 or 6 weeks is in hand. So we're going to have this ECS, the Premier Division, is going to be finals Friday coming up this week. Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu will be on hand with Tina Goff here in the lovely ECN cricket. What do we call this? The igloo, the cricketing igloo, the commentator's igloo. Then we've got some internationals, men and women internationals as Norway visit Portugal. No ball called. Not a good delivery, that one. So ECI for men and women and T20I for men and women. As the Gamblers complete a couple of runs there. No ball as well. And a free hit to boot. So this is not an auspicious start to this over. Just when the pressure needs to be kept on, Tariq has infringed with that no ball. Free hit coming. Oh, and that is dealt with accordingly. That is a massive hit. Not sure that Grizzly is going to be recovered in time. That could be gone for quite a while. I think we're going to get a new pill. Just gets onto this so fast. Yep, and middled it. Absolutely middled that one. Ranjit Narayan has pushed that one into somewhere in there. There's probably a couple other Grizzlies there as well. That is a smashing shot. 57 from 29 needed now. Required run rate is 11.79. That sounded pretty good too. That's been lifted and elevated for another Maximo. So this over from Tariq, he got the breakthrough in his previous over, but this one, the 6th over, this is spiraling out of control right before our eyes. Not good. Not good for Punjab Sisiamadura. Looking around the field to see, just looking at the mood of the players rather than the placements. They're sort of not moving too much. There's not a lot of chat, not a lot of talk. It is the warmest part of the day, so maybe that's something to do with it. Just hit down the ground for a single. Yeah, this match and the next one happened in the warmest part of the day. I mean, it's forecast to get to about 25 or 26 this afternoon. I wouldn't be surprised if it's about that right now. But after all, cricket is a summer sport. You do expect warm conditions. That's hit very nicely. It is going to go out to the boundary line where player is out there guarding the square boundary. That's Simranjit Singh looking after that part of the ground. Luckily for the keeper, there are players backing up the stumps there as it just gets through. 74 for 1. 49 from 26 needed. That run rate still hanging around about 11. Oh, it's going to beat the player who's put there to protect that part of the ground inside the circle. And unfortunately, if it goes to the left or right of that player by a couple of meters, he turns to chase it. It's going to be already across the boundary line. This field, lightning fast. And that part of the ground, it's really lightning fast. It's also a little bit slippery as well. We've seen a few players going over in that part of the ground. It can happen sometimes. It's grass is cut a little bit short over there. Maybe a little bit worn. I was told, though, that after the end of the night, they may do maybe another little sort of quick cut, depending on just a few factors, but that's what they're looking at. The ground staff here, who've done a terrific job here, by the way. This Centurion Cricket Ground, it's got a nice little curve to it, helps amazingly with drainage, and it means that if there's a bit of weather, we can get on with the cricket pretty quickly. Have a look at the batting card there. Darji, the only wicket to fall, he fell for 21 from 14 balls. But Amandeep Kokar, he's the wicket keeper, and he has seemed to have it all his own way at the moment, and he's taking control of this run chase for the Gamblers, and he's delivering a really good performance here. He's 28 from 17. Narayan's just joined him. He's 17 from 7, so he's playing a lovely little cameo as well. Parveen Singh's bowling his next. Starts us with the dot. That trying to overstate the obvious. Punjab Sisiamadura, they need a really tight over here. Couple of runs, maybe, and that's it. They need a really tight over. That required run rate, it just chips down more and more. And you sort of feel when we get to the final, say 2 overs, if they only need about 20 runs, Gamblers could eat this one alive. And that's been hooked. Beautifully hooked with a lot of power for a big Maximo. That's a lovely strike. Amandeep Kokar, he knows what he has to do, and this is what it is. Guide the Gamblers to a really good win here if he can, and he seems to be on here. Yep, hand on the hip of just in front of the camera there. That's Rakeb Ali, who can only sort of show a little bit of moment. This time he goes on the offside, and that's going to beat the fielder as well. So it's all happening. It's all coming from the bat of that man, and he is taking the attack up to Punjab Sisyamadora. And you get the feeling now that Gamblers are well and truly in the driver's seat. They've got wickets in hand. The run rate feels like it's in hand as well. And the bowling attack has just been a little bit lackluster. They're lacking a real strike bowler, a real ferocious, threatening strike bowler here. And I'm not confident they're going to be able to defend. There's still a bit of cricket to go in this match. So I'm not going to get too ahead of ourselves here. But it's 34 needed. And it's only 20 deliveries left, I think. That was 20 deliveries left. So it's looking a little bit tough. 89 for 1. That's been swung around the corner, and that has gone all the way for yet another. No, it's gone for a 4. I thought it just got over the line. No, it did not. But it's another boundary nonetheless. 93 for 1. And there's just one more to come in the 7th. And Gamblers, they look like they are cruising to a pretty good win here. And it will be a massive win for them. And we talked about this game being really, really important. And barring a monumental collapse or a couple of wickets and maybe an over full of dot balls, I think this is pretty much done. That's just a short ball, and it's literally onto the hip of the batter, who says, thank you very much. I'm going to get that around the corner. Almost a dismissive delivery of, well, I'm not sure what I can do here. Parveen Singh has not done a favour for anybody in his team, and that is a bit of a shocker. So we have got, where are we now? Oh, a bit of a spin there. The whole ballerina move, lock, stock, the lot. That has gone pretty quick indeed. So 97 for 1. Looking on the edge of a big win here. 3 overs to go. And it's a pleasure to welcome back into the commentary igloo Tina Goff, fresh from lunch, to see the ending of this game coming up. It was simmering along nicely, but now I think it's pretty much bubbling over. And it looks to me like the Gamblers could race home with this one.
Yeah, I think they will. And we can take a look at what's coming up in just over half an hour's time. The action doesn't stop. As in that game we'll have the Gawker 11 against Awaras. Try and get the scorecards up for you very soon. That's obviously what the action that's happening right out there in the middle, if you needed a reminder of the two sides.
Yep, that's just in case you weren't sure what we're doing at this point in time, and if you haven't, maybe ask a question. 97 for 1, and it's 26 needed from 17. It looks pretty academic out there. Simranjit Singh comes on to bowl, and you know you're digging deep if you're asking some of your gun batters to come on and try and find a miracle here. And that's exactly what Punjab Sisyamadora need. They literally need a miracle in this over or next to take this game into the 10th. And they would love it if this game can get into the 10th, but you need 25 of 16. If you're Gamblers Cricket Club, you're probably thinking we're on here.
That's going to go all the way as well. It was those final 2 overs, the 6th and the 7th, as that one races away for 4, that were so damaging. They went for 30, 21 and 19, and that really put Gamblers in control as they move past 100 as well, 102 for 1.
Yeah, it's looking like it's pretty much done and dusted now. I'm not sure what throwing the ball to Simranjit Singh is going to accomplish. Maybe he can come up with something. I mean, he's the kind of batter who can walk out and come up with something when he's asked to. With the ball, I'm not sure. That's been mishit, flat batted. And even the fielder can't get down to stopping that one. That's another 4. It wasn't really that far away. Just the effort was a little bit lacking there. I think it was Adnan Ali down at the long on position. And Tina, it sounds like you've brought a bit of a wind gust with you, which is you probably brought it all the way from the clubhouse, because just being buffeted again. It's coming and going, this weather, isn't it? So that we get a few moments of stillness, and then suddenly it all builds back up again.
Yeah, Hurricane Tina has entered the igloo. On the back of another delightful lunch as well.
Yep.
Just a classic spaghetti bolognese with a bit of salad.
Good, wasn't it?
Yeah, don't mind that. Could have that every day.
Oh, that's been connected. It's gone up in the air. Shouts of catch it. And catch it is stop backpedaling. A dismissive kick of the player as he says, what you doing there? What you doing there, boundary line? That was quite funny. As this ball comes down, plenty of room to take the catch. Starts off 4 or 5 metres in. and keeps taking steps backwards. Oh, imagine if he'd taken one more step and the little flick of the foot where he says, "You get away from me, I've got the catch." So, well, Punjab Simrajit, that's the second time that's taken out for a catch where something kind of weird has happened. Simrajit Singh took a catch while we were at lunch. He took it and he held it, and as he was walking in, and he almost was about to let it go to throw it, and he just dropped it like a hot potato. And for a moment, he looked up at the umpire, but the umpire nodded, "It's okay, it's okay." It still counts.
Well, his momentum almost took him over the rope there. I'm not sure he knew exactly where that rope was. There was that quick kind of panicked look at the end, and luckily for him, he was just about the right side of the rope and then played it off as if, he knew all along.
Yep. Well, this has gone high, and now down, and it's been not put down, but it's been well stopped. So Simrajit Singh, he does come on and get the breakthrough. He gets 1 for 10. So if his skipper asked him to find something, he's found something. Is it enough? That's the catch. Is it enough? It's 2 overs to go. It's only 16 runs required off the next 2 overs. And while Amandeep Kokar is out there on 40, you'd like to think that they're definitely in with the chance to bring home the win here. Have a look at the run rate graph there.
Well, I think while Amandeep's out there, they're certainly in control. But it's what you were saying in the previous game, Phil. Take it to the final over.
Yep.
Strange things have happened. Strange things happen when you're working under pressure. Ravi Rulan, he's going to be the one that's on strike as well. He's just 1 off 1. And it's a question here whether he goes for the big hit. Just a free hit, really. I mean, they've only lost 2 wickets, or get Kokar back on strike.
That's right. Rao Imran brings himself on the skipper and straight away hits the stumps. Well, we say it all the time, and you said it just then, Tina. Hey, take it to 10th. Anything goes. You never know. It's not done until it's done. Never over. The fight's never over until the fight's done.
Well, I said Ravi Rulan should have got a 1 or a boundary. That's certainly not what he should have done, and exactly that is what Amandeep Kokar is telling him from the other side. Yeah, well, there's no point playing the straight batted shot after, and we have the old bat swap going on as Ravi Rulan has to jog his way off the pitch. It's the 3rd wicket down. I mean, not that wickets are necessarily a problem, but you can see what Amandeep Kokar thinks of this one.
Yep. Oh, there it is. There it is. Teapot stance, leaning on the bat. That is a definition of unimpressed. Get back to live action now. And this has been just saved from the boundary line. Might take a closer look at that one. I reckon they've gotten back for 2, though. Yeah, indeed. So Jai Parkash, the skipper for Gamblers, comes out and he's facing the captain of Punjab CC Amadora. Let's have a look at this. Ball's almost...
Yeah, nice bit of fancy foot fielding there.
Oh, well done.
Does well. Shahid Rafiq out there.
Every little bit counts at the end of this match here. Been clumped. It's gone up in the air. Couple of bounces. Oh, Adnan Ali with a terrific bit of work. He managed to counter the bounce there and the spinning ball. Well done. He came a cropper of that only about 2 or 3 overs ago. Made himself look a bit silly. This one, he's done much better.
Doesn't matter how you stop it. It was almost the forward dive. He just patted the ball into the ground, but it did work. 13 needed now.
It did. So Kokar is on strike, and he's going to get a... Oh, it's been saved again. Another bit of fancy footwork out on the boundary line. Looks like it's been saved again. Back for 2. May have to have another look at this to make sure there was no chance of infringement on the boundary rope. But it looks like Punjab CC Amadora, the fielding, suddenly just picked up a bit of momentum here. Here it goes. Bounce up in the air. The boot.
Good stop.
Doesn't matter who's running. He's kicked it back into play beautifully.
The first one was the left foot. That was the right foot. So he's ambidextrous there. Was it ambidextrous?
Yeah, that's it.
For feet as well, or was it just for hands? Well,
that's a good question, actually. Chat or Google, someone help us on that one. That's a really good question. 113 for 3, still 10 runs from 7 balls. Rao Imran, the captain of Punjab CC Amadora, you can tell how much he loves his team. He wants to come back and try to take this to the 10th. Oh, that's gone a long way back. That is... caught though. Rao Imran, take a bow. He gets a 2nd wicket. I thought that may carry. It hasn't carried. That is a great catch. Shahid Rafiq, who's also new into the team for this game, takes a pressure catch on the boundary.
Yeah, well, a couple of meters more and that might have been game over. As it is though, we're getting tight. It's certainly going to go down to the final over now. And Rao Imran, the captain, well, he did all he could with the bat, didn't he? Scoring handy
60 odd.
63 on the top, and now he's come on in that pressure situation, picked up 2 wickets. Only 6 runs coming off it. That's as good as you can really hope for in the 9th. And it means the Gamblers still need 10 runs going into the final over.
Wow.
Well, we've been crying out for exciting games, and now we've got 2 in a row.
Oh, I like that. Like that a lot. Yes, you have indeed. So, Jay Parkarch, he makes way for Gamblers. They're going to be very happy to see their main hitter, Corker. He's at the striker's end. Simranjit Singh, he's got the ball. He's going to get a chance to bowl another over here. Not going to go to Rakib Ali, who had an absolute shocker, a nightmare over, going for 20 runs. Here we go, last over of the game. Shouts to catch it, goes up in the air. Oh, it's bounce. It's fumbled. They're going to get back for 2.
Yeah, that fumble could be costly, but no, they're not going to get back for 2 because, in fact, he didn't have his ball in the hand there, and he just hit down the stump.
Yes, did indeed. Not even a chance. Umpire doesn't have to go upstairs for this one because the ball did spill, as you say, Tina. Just lost it, found it, threw it. And watch the keeper here. Made an absolute meal of this one. Arshad, he's not the regular keeper. Where's the batter? He's not even there.
Yeah.
Oh, no. And that was Cocker without trying to rub insult to injury. That was the one you wanted. Oh, dear. That could be the game right there.
Yeah, they knew they had to come back for 2. It kind of, whether Cocker got out or got back for 2 was really neither here nor there, but he got back.
Oh, there you go. It doesn't cost him anything. Simranjit Singh hits the stumps. He's excited. Corker, he's probably thinking, what do I have to do to win a game here? He's done everything right except for just that last split second. Played all over that one. And there's a few hugs and there's probably a bit of relief between the Punjab CCM Madura fielders right now.
Yeah, and it swings again this game. It's gone this way and that, and it was a big swing from the batter there, but he didn't get any contact on it. Simranjit Singh, he holds his nerve. Just goes full and straight, didn't get up too much, and that is a big wicket. Amandeep Cocker, he has to depart 45 off 27 to completely fresh batters at the crease, and all the pressure is on Khalid Usman at the non-striker's end, and now Devendra Mehla at the striker's end. 8 needed off 4.
Such an impressive innings from Amandeep. Hold his head up high, 45 from 27, as you say, Tina. Did everything right. Simranjit Singh, it's been outside off and it's been clubbed away, and that's going to go for 4 runs. That is pressure relieving, maybe for the batters, but tension rising in the bowling. Rao Imran comes across to Simranjit and he's pleading with him to do the right thing. We want to capture that on camera. He was hitting his hand into his fist and saying, this is what we got to do. This was the plan. We talked about this. There's 3 balls left. 1 big hit does it. Even a hit along the ground will do it. Oh, it is just along the ground. Then a scurry through for 1. Teasing, are we? Teasing maybe a golden ball. That sort of thing. This is going to be a terrific finish here. 120 for 5. Tina, 2 balls left, 3 runs needed. Oh boy, it's a close one.
Khalid Usman, he's facing his first ball, and I mean, what do you do in this situation? Do you just swing hard, hope for a boundary? Well, we're about to find out.
He dances down, he gets an edge. It's going to go to a player there who casually underarms it. There was no chance for a run out because the batter was already at the other end. 2 from 1.
This is the tight finish again. Second time running. It was 6 for the win. Now it's 2 for the win, 1 for the golden ball. And look at that. In the event of a tie, the golden ball comes into play with the batting side needing 2 runs to win.
Do you change the field? What do you do? Do you allow a single, yeah?
Yeah, I think bowl a dot.
Here we go. Last ball of the innings. It's hit down the ground. It's going to be a single. It's going to be a single.
Oh.
No, they're going for 2. It's a run out. It's a single. He's out. Oh, my goodness, Tina. We've got a golden ball.
We have got a golden ball. Someone tell Simranjit that this game's not over yet. He's fuming. As we take a look at this on replay, I'm not sure what he's so angry about. Maybe he just wanted to get the dot ball in. As it is, though, we'll go through to the golden ball.
I think that's exactly what his reaction is telling us, Tina. I think he's thinking he didn't bowl a great ball, and I think that's what it was. Gets the run out, and maybe it's just more exasperation of, yes, we don't lose this match in real time.
He's down on his haunches. Maybe it's just a competitor. He wanted to be the one to win it for his side. He still can be. He can bowl this over. And there you see the batting team. They have one ball. They need to get 2 runs for the victory, and it's even Stevens, at least this year. One team has won it with the bat, one team has won it with the ball. All time, the ball generally comes out on top. And we've already had one just about a week ago. Golden Ball 73 was that.
It was a week
Your
ago, wasn't it?
first ever one, and look.
Yeah.
Lightning strikes twice. Here we go.
Who doesn't love Mondays? Monday is the magic day for me, I think, Tina. I think that's what it is. Well, this is amazing stuff. The rules of Golden Ball have been explained to the players now by our tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, who's out there. He's explained to the batters, this is how it works. He's explaining to the bowlers, this is how it works. And this is an exciting finish indeed.
Well, for the gamblers, they have to choose a batter that's not out. There was a wicket on that final delivery. It was Devinder Mela who was bowled out. So Khalid Usman, he's still out there. They're leaning on his bat, number 110. He could potentially face it. And for the bowler, Khalid Usman, I think they're just trying to work out who was out, because obviously on that final run out, they were both trying to run in one direction or another. They both more or less ended up in the middle of the pitch. It looks like Khalid Usman has just been given his marching orders.
Yep.
Which means, well, they've got a dwindling amount of batters to choose from. That will put them 6 down, if my calculations are correct. Which would mean Devinder Mela would not be out. I mean, one of them can't be out. And, well, either way, a new batter has to come to the crease.
Yep.
And for the bowling side, for Punjab CC Amadora, it's one of the 2 bowlers who bowled the 9th or 10th over.
Yes, exactly.
So we're looking at either Rao Imran, the captain, or Simranjeet Singh, who bowled that previous, the final over there. As we take a look here, the run out. Just trying to work out, I think, who is out, because... well,
they don't cross. So that is...
yeah, no, it has been flipped around again now. So Khalid Usman, second time lucky, he does stay in.
Yeah, Devinder Mela is run out.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what the gamblers would want as well. Probably Khalid Usman will face this. It looks like it's Ankit Kumar who's giving his teammate a pep talk. Not sure how much you can say apart from just hit it and run.
Yeah, pretty much.
It'd be interesting to see. It looks like Simranjeet Singh is going to bowl the ball. That makes sense. He bowled the final over. He can just basically continue his over, ball number 7. And, well, congrats, Phil. You wait for a golden ball to come along.
Up high.
2 come along in one delivery. You're cool.
All right. Here we go. I thought Rao Imran might take it upon himself to do this. He's turned to his experienced batter, and, well, it could be his game-changing, game-winning bowler. Simranjeet Singh comes in, golden ball on the line, 2 for a victory. It's been swung away. It's going to bounce. They're going to have to come back for the second for the win. The throw is not great. And, we're going to go to the videotape for the replay. Let's have a look at this. Umpire can't decide. He wants to go upstairs. Let's go upstairs. The throw didn't look like it was the best.
My gut instinct here is that he's in, because the keeper had to throw it a long way. Let's have a look. Look at that throw. Aziz Arshad has to go about 5 meters to his left. Throw comes in. And I think he's safe. I think he's home. He's just about grounded that bat. He's grounded it about 50 centimetres beyond where he has to, but I think it's in.
It's 1 frame difference.
Yep.
Go back to 1 frame. There's the ball just there.
Yep.
I think he's home.
I think he's home too.
I think gamblers get this.
What a win that would be. Their first win of the tournament. I think they're still waiting out there in the middle. There might be an explosion of joy here. And yep, there we go.
Wow. Just wow. Gamblers get the win on a golden ball. There was not much in it. The throw probably could have been a little bit tighter, but it's academic because, well, both teams have played their heart out here. What a terrific game. We asked for a couple of close games. We got them immediately. We were talking about this during the first game this morning. We get a close game in the previous one, and this one, you can't ask for any closer.
You literally can't have a closer game. It was decided by 1 frame. It was decided by 5 centimetres, and in the end, well, it's the battle in the basement, but it's the gamblers who are knocking on that door to try and get out of the basement, saying, let us into the house, we want to play.
Wow.
And they keep their tournament hopes alive.
That is Absolutely incredible. What a fantastic match. Commiserations to Punjab Sisyamadura. They fought hard. They put a score on the board that was under par, and they just fell short there. And unfortunately for them, it has been overtaken by Gamblers, but only due to the golden ball. They both end up on 122 runs. The golden ball decides it. Oh boy, I'm going to take a breath now. I'm glad I didn't have that extra coffee.
I was going to say, I'm glad I didn't go for my post-lunch nap, because I would have missed all the action and left you here to fend for yourself. Golden ball number 2, but there was a lot of runs scored before then, wasn't there? It went this way and that. We thought, well, for a while, we thought it'd be a trot home for the Gamblers as they had their 2 set batters in. And it's quite a nice scorecard for them, actually. The top 3 all made runs, 21, 45, 33, but then it was that flurry of wickets towards the end, which just really swung the game back into the balance, and balance it was until the final ball.
It really was. The run rate required was always around between 12.5 and 11 runs per over, and it barely got out of that little zone as well. So all credit to the Gamblers team for just continuing to chip away. And then first wicket came up. There was Simranjit Singh who took the catch and then spilled it about 10 seconds later, but it was all academic. It was all done. A couple of loose deliveries from the Punjab Sisyamadura bowlers just gave up a few too many runs at some point in the middle there. Mobeen Tariq on his second over, just a couple of loose balls, free hits as well. That man, Amandeep Cocker, probably for mine would be player of the match. That's just my call. That's just my shout. His 45 really anchored this innings and got them up to, well, they got them right there to the total. Couldn't overtake it. In the end, golden ball decided it.
Yeah, maybe Khalid Usman, he wants to put his hand up for player of the match as well. He's the one that got the golden ball over the line. Well, that one didn't go over the line, as there was a nice catch on the boundary, just teasing us with the Maximo there. And well, there was a bit of teasing there as well, as that one went straight through the gate. That was the end of Ravi Rulan, bowled by Raul Imran. But it was actually, how important was that foot fielding there?
Massive.
Twice. It was the left foot, right foot combination. Saved the run here, this time with the big old right foot of Shahid Rafiq. At the time we thought, well, he did fumble it for another run, but how important were all of those saved runs? And then it was a slight flourish at the end. Devinder Mehla, he scored a boundary before he was run out on that final ball, and that was the final ball that took us to the golden ball. That was another chance. Actually, that was a missed run out, wasn't it?
That was.
With the ball not being taken by Aitzaz Arshad, but it was the angry figure of Simranjit Singh who eventually got Cocker out, and here we go. This is what led us to the golden ball.
Yeah, that was quite incredible, because it was Devinder Mehla. He didn't want to leave his crease at the non-striker's end, and then he realised, well, I got to go. Here it is. Here's the golden ball. Touchdown for 1. The throw just a couple of metres wide, was rushed, and in the end, there was not much at all. He grounded the bat maybe, 50 centimetres over the line?
Yeah, it definitely wasn't a slide, but we're literally talking split seconds. We had to go to the frame by frame there from 2 circles, and even then we had to make sure we got the exact right frame. They took the time and they declared a points victory, I think we'd say, to the Gamblers, and they do pick up their first win of this tournament. And as I was saying, not a bad scorecard for them at the top, with their top 3 batters all firing, but they just petered out towards the end, and that's why they couldn't overhaul that score. That's why we went to the golden ball. Nothing between these 2 sides, really.
That absolutely says that in emphatic style. Nothing between these 2 teams. And the fact that it's decided on the golden ball, because we love the golden ball for deciding games that end up on the same amount of runs. And they're 122 for 6 in response to 122 for 3. Towards the end there, Simranjit Singh with his 2 overs for 19, 2 for 19, and Raul Imran 2 for 6 from his over. You could almost argue that maybe Skipper could have taken upon himself to bowl the golden ball, but no, Simranjit Singh, you bowled the golden ball, and it wasn't that far away. What a tremendous finish to this match 13. Have a look at the scorecards. 122 for 3, Punjab Sisyamadura, 122 for 6, Gamblers. Gamblers tied with Punjab Sisyamadura, but they win on the golden ball by centimetres, literally centimetres, and that's how it goes in the book. Well, we need to catch a breath here. I'm excited that we did manage to get ourselves another golden ball too, Tina. You are a golden ball magnet. I could not have done it without you. The ECN couldn't have done it without you. You came back into the tent just moments earlier and you brought a golden ball. Well,
I feel like I'm wearing a bit of a golden shirt today, so that was clearly a good omen. That's 2 for us, the G-Force. We're bringing you the G-Balls here, the golden balls, and we're bringing you another match just about what's that, 15 minutes time, so not much time here for us to catch our breath.
Not at all. Hey, we may have to change our nickname to Triple G or something like that, because you got the golf, the G, and the golden ball.
Exactly.
Something like that. All right, we're going to take a break here. I suggest you guys all have a break too in the chat. Get your breath, get us something nice and cool to drink, or warm to drink if it's that cold in that part of the world. Come back and join myself and Tina for the next match coming your way shortly. It is Gorka 11 versus Irish coming to you very shortly. It's match 14. We're only going to get about literally a 6 or 7 minute break. Whew. Anyway, this is Phil G for the European Cricket Network. You are watching the European Cricket Series Premier Division here live from the lovely Santarém Cricket Ground, the sunny Santarém Cricket Ground. Join us shortly for the next match. We'll see you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back to the Santorum Cricket Ground. It is time for match 14. It's a big one coming your way. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network on this wonderful sunny day here in Portugal at the Santorum Cricket Ground, and it is the Premier Division. It's day number 3. It's the 4th match of the day coming your way very shortly. Gorkha 11 taking on Oarish. Let's get across to Stefan Gooch, who has got the 2 captains. Stefan, take it away for the coin toss.
Oarish to go.
Tails.
Tails is called. It is heads.
We'd like to field first.
Bowling?
Bowling.
Good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Cheers. Gorkha have won the toss. They're having a bowl.
So there you have it. The Gorkha 11 team, the captain, Samir Gimera, he says, let's have a bowl first, wins the toss, and happy to send Oarish in to bat to get a score on the board. Gorkha 11 happy to chase. And if you watch that match, the second match today, Gorkha 11, they almost chased down 168 runs, and so maybe they're feeling really good about having a target to go after. So let's see what happens. I'm going to go back to Tina Goff, who's in the igloo, the ECN igloo, and Tina, the news from the toss for this next match is that Gorkha 11 won the toss. Want to have a bowl first? Let's see how we go.
Thank you very much, Phil G, and a warm welcome back to the glorious Santarém Cricket Ground here in Santarém, Portugal, where we're comfortably moving up to halfway through this ECS Premier Division 2025. And, well, this matchup has Gorkha 11 against Oeiras. And the Gorkha 11, they won the toss, decided to field. And, well, both of these sides have been out in the field today already. And, well, interestingly, Gorkha 11, the win predictor is slightly in their favour, despite the fact that they lost earlier in the day to the Lisbon Capitals. That was a tight finish. Boy, did we have a tight finish in the game just gone. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to discuss that one in the next few moments. As for Oeiras, well, they won earlier in the day. The first game of the day, in fact, they beat the Gamblers comfortably by 8 wickets. It was a chase for them on that occasion. This time, though, they've been put out to bat first. And it was Gorkha 11, led by the captain, Azar Andani, who won the toss, decided to put his keeping stuff on. He'll be found behind the stumps. And we'll see who comes out to open the batting for Oeiras, but they performed admirably in that earlier game, didn't they? It was a pretty easy chase for them, despite the fact that Taj Mohammed, he fell for a second ball duck. having been promoted up the order yesterday. He did well yesterday though, scoring 35 off 17 in that 8-wicket win against Punjab CC. And his opening partner, Mohammad Ashrafil Rupu, he finished unbeaten on 29 not out in that chase against the Gamblers. Gamblers, of course, involved in that golden ball finish, which was a real thriller just now with Punjab CC Amador. As we go to the first ball, and it's Rahul Vishwakarma who starts up, and he starts by being dispatched to the boundary by Mohammad Ashrafil Rupu, who takes no time at all to get in to the runs. A lovely sweep past backward square leg, no fielders out there. Of course, in the power play, the first 3 overs, the fielding team only allowed 2 fielders outside the ring. At the moment they're sitting on the cover and long on boundaries. And that one does go towards the man at long on. That's Amanda Happy out there. You can just mop up. Interesting to see a change in the opening pair. We did see Taj Mohammed there earlier, but he did fail on that second ball duck, so it looks like they've switched things up. Have Awerash, and they've brought in Junaid Khan, who himself is a pretty experienced performer on the European Cricket Network, approaching 1,000 runs. I'm sure we'll also see him later in the piece with the ball. So they run through quickly for one, and there's a direct hit. And, well, we'll have to have a look at this on the replay. We had a tight run out to finish the previous game on the golden balls. The keeper there just telling his bowler where to bowl. And, well, it wasn't too far off, and we'll have to see how far off this run out is. And, well, again, it's not really a slide, it's more of a plonk, and it looks like he hasn't plonked his bat down in time. And by my eye, well, it could be say hello to the batter. We're going to have to say goodbye to him here, as it looks like that might be run out as we get confirmation yet. By my eye, the bails are gone, and the batter will be gone too. And that's Mohammad Ashrafil Rupu, who has to take the long walk back to the dugout. And, well, he was successful earlier, finishing not out, but he won't finish this game not out. As run out early in the piece, and that was a great piece of fielding, a good pickup by the keeper as well. Captain Azhar Andani did the rest. And whereas they lose their first wicket halfway through the first, it's 5 for 1. And, well, the decision of the Gawker 11 to field first has come up trumps early in the piece. Just as Ashrafil takes the long walk off. It's a nice time to welcome everyone in the chat. Lovely to have you with us. We take a look at this. Well, it was lovely to have Rupu with us for a short time, but he will have to depart. I'm sure we'll see him again tomorrow. The finger of doom goes up. And, well, it's a bit of a cold shoulder there. As we go back to live, and the ball is thrown in again. That one did just get worked away to square leg, as we see this one on replay. It's all happening out there in the middle. And yeah, just worked away nicely by Captain Conrad Greenshields, who's interestingly come out in his normal 3rd spot. We saw him drop down to 4th in the previous game. It was Lucky Werakun who came out in 3rd. And, well, decision seemed to reap its rewards. Lucky, he fell for 48, but it was more or less a match-winning 48. But Conrad, and that one's going to come straight at us. I'm not sure where that one lands. That crashes in to the side of the commentary igloo. And Conrad Greenshields, he already destroyed the Gamblers' bowling lineup earlier in the day, 31 off 9, and he takes just one ball to get into his action there. Gives Phil G a little thumbs up. We're both still here to tell the tale. Is that one? Well, there's a little hood on our igloo, and when that ball goes over it, it's just a bit of, well, sit here and wait for the grizzly to arrive. That one luckily just tailed away, but it did hit our igloo on the full. That's the first time we've been damaged. We've taken a body blow, but we're both still here. And, well, that's the end of an eventful first over. There's a few runs coming off at 2 boundaries and a 1, but also a wicket, which will be important for the Gawker 11 if they want to chip away at this Awerash top order, especially a very strong top order. And, well, luckily Phil G's still alive to tell the tale, but that was a close one, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a very loud crash. It might have come through the effects mic as it thudded into effectively one of the inflated legs of our igloo, but it's still standing. It can take a licking and keep on ticking. As we have a look at the Tour of Portugal, it's the ECS Challenger last week, the Premier this week, and following next weekend, it's going to be Norway visiting, being hosted by Portugal for ECI action with men and women for that weekend, and then starting the following week, T20I action for men and women.
And it looks like it's Jahidul Islam into the attack. He'll have to reset that one as that goes wide, and then even wider. Actually, a great grab by Captain Azhar Andani to restrict the damage there to just the one wide ball.
Yeah, made a lot of ground to get across that. Didn't think he was in with it. No chance of all of getting that one, but picks it up quite nicely in the end. Interesting to note that Suman Gamire is not captain for today. It's going to be Azhar Andani instead. As Tina pointed out, he's got the gloves. He's also got the captaincy duty behind the stumps. Wouldn't be surprised if you see Suman Gamire get a bowl at some stage. Let's have a look at the next ball coming across. It's a similar delivery, but this time it beats the wide line, but it just tails away after it passes. A look of incredulity on the face of Junaid Khan. He cannot believe that's a wide. That's not a wide, I should say. But I think that just tailed away after it passed the bat. And umpire Krut says, no, I'll call the wides if that's okay with you. And says that's all good.
Jahidul Islam is one of the bowlers that gets, I think, the most swing before and after it pitches. And that time again, just too much swing for umpire Krut's liking. And again, he'll have to re-bowl that one.
Yeah, umpire Krut says that's a wide. Previous one wasn't, but that one is. Shows that umpire Krut, who's having a terrific tournament in the black there. Really, really good tournament. And yeah, I think all the men in black, you have to say, have had a great tournament, and they do such a sterling job for us here on the European Cricket Network.
We're still on the second delivery of the second over. And that's more the line that Islam has been trying to find the whole time.
Yep.
That one just nips in a bit. I mean, he can get it moving both ways. That time, well, moved past the bat at quite some speed. Junaid Khan, he's had 3 attempts now to get himself off the mark. And Conrad Greenshields, the captain, just takes a little meander down the pitch and has a word or two of encouragement for his batting partner.
If that was you at the non-strikers then, what would those words have been to a batter who can't get bat on ball?
Put bat on ball, please.
Set that up nicely.
Well, there you go. He's losing his shape a bit and he just kind of drags it. Well, losing his footing out there is Sandeep Singh, but he stops the ball going any further on its journey, and well, the words of magic paid off from Conrad Greenshields as he gets himself on strike. That one huge 6 to his name so far. He's also faced up 2 dots though, so even Conrad not immune, especially when Jahidul Islam is moving and shaking it both ways. And that one, well, if a few of the previous calls were tight, there was no doubt about that one because it pitched on the line, but then it just kept on going and going, tailing away. And, well, the keeper there, Andani's almost, if there were another strip, he'd be on another strip and then maybe the one after that to take that.
He sure would be. He's had a bit of a tough game already. He's taken several wide balls, quite wide, and had to dive a long way, but he hasn't let anything get through, so all credit. He's got the gloves and he's got the job of being skipper in this game.
Again, you can see that Jahidul Islam, he can't quite control it at all times, but he has an enormous amount of swing. That one then doesn't swing and it just goes straight through. And it's too good for Conrad Greenshields, which you don't say too often.
Yeah, that's so true. See, as bowlers going back to his mark, taking a bit of sweat from the forehead onto the ball, give it a bit extra shine. Getting a little pump-up comment from Suman Gamire, who's fielding there at mid-on. He hasn't got the job of being skipper today. No, so not today, but in this match.
Well, there wasn't a big appeal there. I think Jahidul Islam, he was convinced that Conrad Greenshields got something on that. And, well, umpire Crew signals 4, so he seems to be of the same opinion. I think it'd be harsh to call this a drop, though, as Andani goes horizontal in his dive.
Yeah, I thought I heard something through the effects mic there.
Yeah, it just dies on him, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really died. I agree. That would have been an absolute outstanding catch. But I got a funny feeling it might have even just maybe bounced in front. Have a look. Doesn't really tip of the glove, maybe, but it would have been a hard one if he'd claimed that to be a clean catch.
All happening in the second here. Final ball coming up. And he's got Conrad Greenshields jumping and scuttling, and they do just scuttle through for the 1. That's the end of the second. An eventful second over. 20 runs in total on the board for Awerash. That one early wicket, which saw the end of Mohammad Ashraful Rupu. He was run out. Well, look at that win predictor. Actually, Awerash, they've come into this game with a slightly better record. 3 wins, 1 loss. Gorka 2-2. But it's the Gorka 11 that get the nod here as far as the ECN supercomputer is concerned.
Yeah, that's an interesting viewpoint from the supercomputer. Obviously sees something that maybe isn't too obvious to everybody else. Have a look at the standings here. Irish sitting second on the table, 2 points behind the Lisbon Capitals, and Gorka sitting in 4th place. And they're 3 points astray of Irish there. So a win here for Gorka gets them up on the same points. They do have an inferior net run rate. So the bonus point, well, who knows where the bonus point will end up. Maybe Irish will get one. Maybe keep themselves in that second place. Lot to play for here as we are in the second last match of the day. The third, no, we're up to the 4th match. 4th match of the day, day 3, and 1 more after this.
Sushil Kumar into the action. And he's been swatted away from Conrad Greenshields, who was troubled a bit by the pace and the swing of Jahidul Islam. Maybe he finds Sushil Kumar a bit more to his liking, and well, if that 6 is anything to go by, I'd say that's a definite yes. Conrad Greenshields, he started off with that booming 6. Just been scratching around a bit, but he's maybe found his stride again here.
Totally, there's a bit more discussion in the chat about the wide. We'll let the moderators handle that one. Get back to live action.
Well, that one hits the stumps, but no one gets on the end of it. And meanwhile, Suman Ghamiri, has been captain previously as well. He's just finding himself limping across the bottom of the screen there. He's maybe done himself a mischief. Of course, it's been a long few days for all these players, and they've still got, well, at least 3 full days of action to come, plus finals day on Friday.
That's true, yeah.
And well, that's a long old Maximo, as that goes soaring over the head there of Amninder Happy, who, well, he scored a few runs earlier, and I'm sure he would have been pleased with that effort if it came off his bat. It was Conrad Greenshields who hit that, and he moves into the 20s. Awerash 32 for 1 halfway through the 3rd.
Yeah, just keep an eye on Suman Ghamiri, 18. It's a good spot there. At the end of the match 12, he was keeping, and he was just moving a little bit gingerly at that time.
Well, there's nothing ginger about that shot, as this time Conrad Greenshields goes offside for a big Maximo, a flat-batted stroke here off the bat of Greenshields. He moves to 29. He's really going through the gears here, as we know he can. 43 in that game too, 31 in game 11. And, well, he was destructive even this morning. 31 off 9. So not quite hit the same run rate in this one, but we'll forgive him. He's still going at 290.
He's a tough customer to bowl to. But I tell you right now, anything short and wide or anything just full and wide, he's going to absolutely put everything behind it.
That's slightly fuller, but it's not a bad delivery. That kind of low full toss, it's always difficult to get away, even for someone with the power and absolute talent of Conrad Greenshields. But he gets the one, gets Junaid Khan back on strike, who's been scratching around a bit. He has 1 ball left of the power play to try and find himself a boundary. And he finds himself swinging and missing and swishing, and the keeper throws it in for a potential overthrow, but I think Conrad Greenshields is more than happy to keep the strike as we get to the end of the 3rd. Awerash 39 for 1.
Yeah, that's a school in zero interest right there. No, you're right. I'll face the first of the next. That's quite okay. So that is indeed the end of the over, the end of the power play. 39 from it, 39 for one. A big over that one, thanks to the swinging blade of Conrad Greenshields. You mentioned his power. His placement is astonishing as well. Just when he gets going on a heater, he's quite amazing to watch. And well, I think Irish will love to see him kicking on and pick up a big score here. Expected score in the 140s. Currently the way they're going, I'm not surprised to see that up there. But it's good to see Jahidul Islam coming back on, bowling to Conrad, because he had Conrad in a little spot of bother in the first over.
He absolutely did. He looks like the Gorka bowler with kind of the most about him, the most swing and speed, and he's coming in here. And there's a big appeal, and in fact, Conrad Greenshields, he walks. It's that combination of Islam and Andani, the keeper behind the stumps, who, well, he fumbled a really tough one in the previous over from Islam, makes no mistake on this one. Must have just been a light feather on the underside of Greenshields' bat, and he knows. He doesn't even look back at umpire Crute, who puts the finger up just in case. What a big, big wicket that is for the Gorka 11. Conrad Greenshields, the captain, he has to depart for 30, and Awerash, they are 39 for 2.
Yeah, just as we were saying this, and you said this at the end of that first over too, that Jahidul Islam, he seemed to have some of the, well, he was asking Conrad Greenshields some questions. Rather than having the answers, he was asking questions. And a couple of funny little moments there in the little tussle between those two, a couple of rash shots, and this is a great bit of captaincy to bring on Jahidul Islam to bowl to Conrad in this next over. Success straight away, a feathered edge, as you say, Tina, and Conrad tucks the bat under the arm. Doesn't need to be told twice. He knows his innings is done.
And this is a great exhibition of fast bowling so far from the 23-year-old. Jahidul Islam, if you're troubling a player like Conrad Greenshields, you know, you've got a bit about you, and it's the much younger figure of Faf Stoneman. No offence to Conrad Greenshields, but in cricket years, he's much younger.
Yep.
As Faf Stoneman comes out.
That's a fair comment.
It's going to be a challenge here facing Jahidul Islam. I'd call him a challenge to face on any pitch.
Yep.
Especially when that ball is moving. And, well, that's called a wide immediately by umpire Crute. And it's always a bit of a shame when you've got a wicket, you've got a new batter out there, you want to kind of scare him, and instead you just give him some free runs instead.
Yep, and that first delivery, that first bit of a shock moment to face your first delivery and make sure you don't go for a first baller. The pressure's relieved, it's a wide ball. Technically you're still on your first delivery, but it just gives you a moment just to pause, and you get your breath back, and you just get a moment just to face up one more time.
That's what Stoneman's going to do here. And it's a no ball called, and well, it's just as well for Faf Stoneman it is, because he just chips up a return catch to Jahidul Islam, who'll be kicking himself here because he must have overstepped.
Big time. Have a look at this one again. Maybe we can get it from front on. We'll see. This again, was this front foot? Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think, well, his back foot, but you can see there when his back foot comes up,
yep,
there's daylight between the line, and great call actually from umpire Crute, who called it immediately.
Did.
And that made sure, well, Faf Stoneman, he would have had his heart in his mouth, but he realised quickly enough he's been given a reprieve. He won't want to do that one again, though. He got rushed a bit for pace. And he tries to get funky, and I'm not sure he gets anything on that, and nor does Azhar Andani. Well, not enough to stop the ball. He almost gets the ball to the face as punishment, and, well, yep, by signals, one to the score, not to Faf Stoneman's collection, though. But it does get Junaid Khan back on strike, and, well, that was still only the second ball of the over. It's been all action so far.
We've had a wicket, we've had a bundle of wides, we've had a no ball, we've had a catch that wasn't allowed because of the no ball, and then that attempted a bit of funky ramp shot, switch hit, whatever you want to call it, ends up just being a solitary bye. See what Junaid Khan can do.
That's a nice delivery. And yeah, he just launches that one, and it skims past the shoulder. He kind of made it a bit more of a shorter ball by trying to charge it. And Jahidul Islam, well, when he gets it right, boy, does he get it right. He hasn't quite, maybe just with experience and age, he'll try and tame his talent just a little. But even though he's bowled a few wides and no balls here, 1 for 11, with 3 balls left of his spell. Again, it's a well-directed bouncer, and Junaid Khan can't do anything but just glove that one into the ground. Did well to get everything away from that, including his head. Take a look, he tries to charge. I'm not sure charging is actually the best tactic here against Jahidul Islam. He's got quite a bit of pace about him, and you don't want to make, well, don't give yourself even less time than when Islam's bowling. No,
he's a tall customer. Lets the ball go from quite high, can generate some good lift off the pitch. And yeah, I wouldn't be coming forward like you saw Junaid. Just trying to get a bit closer there as the wind comes back into the igloo and gives us a bit of a buffeting.
There's the fuller ball. It's not a bad option, but actually Junaid Khan somehow pulls it in from the offside and miscues it. But he won't mind towards the leg side boundary. It is going to roll away for 4. So, well, that's the first runs actually off the bat in this over.
Really?
It has gone for 7. There was the wicket at the start, then a wide no ball. Buys on the free hit, 2 dots, and now a 4. So there's still 1 ball left of this 4th over. Awerash 46 for 2. Junaid Khan just scratching away at the moment. Hasn't quite found his rhythm yet. Faf Stoneman, he hasn't got off strike. He hasn't got off the mark. 2 balls faced for him, the non-strikers. Oh, he's trying to hit himself into form here is Junaid Khan, and again he doesn't get quite hold enough of all of it, but certainly enough of it to send it all the way to the rope for a big Maximo. And that's a nice little flurry to end the 4th for Awerash. 4 followed by a 6 for Junaid Khan. That does get us to the end of the 4th, 52 for 2.
Yeah, 50 up in that last delivery there, that last blast over the boundary line. It sounded like an edge. It sounded like a really rank edge there off the bat, but enough behind it to get across the boundary line. And I think with the exception of those last 2 deliveries, it just felt like Gorka were starting to pull things back a bit there, but sadly for them, they couldn't capitalise on that over after removing a very dangerous in-form Conrad Greenshields there, which they'll be so happy to see the back of him and try to get stuck into this middle order now. But Junaid Khan and Faf Stoneman, bit of a job here for them to do, see if they can stand up for Awerash and keep this score going. Vishwakarma is got the ball. He's going to bowl his 2nd.
A nice little spell there from Jahidul Islam as well. He went for 21 runs off 2. He got that big wicket of Conrad Greenshields. Probably doesn't tell the whole story though. He's got a lot of raw talent if he could just control it to get rid of those wides and extras, but he's not a bowler I'd want to face.
True. Barbary Corsair leaving the chat. Thanks for looking after us, Barbary.
And, well, that one's gone straight through. Rahul Vishwakarma, he's come on for his 2nd over, and Faf Stoneman, he doesn't get off the mark. He has to depart for a 3-ball duck. It'll be interesting to see this on replay, whether it does just grip and turn. That left arm around the wicket action means it's always going to tail in to the right-hander and then dip away, and it was enough to see the back of Francois Stoneman. Let's have a look. Just that slinging action, doesn't he? But that one just goes straight on. It's just the angle takes it in, keeps tailing in, and, well, whatever the plan was there, it worked, and it's Rahul Vishwakarma who picks up his 1st wicket, and it's the 3rd wicket for Awerash, who are in a spot of bother here, 52 for 3.
Yeah, it just went on with the arm, didn't it? It's a similar bowling action you see from, say, like a Jaswant Singh and Ahmad Shafiq as well. The left arm around to the right-hander just comes in, keeps coming in and keeps coming in, and easily missed by the right-hand batter. And Faf Stoneman, unfortunately, he's come undone.
Lucky Werakun, he's the next batter. We saw him coming in at 3. Here he's probably his more recognised 5th spot, and well, he had a great game earlier today, didn't he? Finishing 48 off 21 and almost got to his half century, but for a great catch on the boundary by Devinder Mela. But 48 was the top score, led his team to victory there, and he's got a bit of a rebuild job on here as he knocks that one around the corner. And Junaid Khan, he was already well on his way as the throw came in, safely in there.
Yeah, the aggressive start here, the power play, Conrad Greenshields coming in with a drop of the 1st wicket. That seems like a long time ago now, and they're just stuttering along now. The run rate's dropped down below 12. Good work here from Gorka to fight back.
Well, there's another fight back as that's gone straight and high and long. Goes all the way. Junaid Khan, he took a while to get into his innings, but 3 big boundaries shows that, well, he's not afraid to take on this attack. And Rahul Vishwakarma, he started his over with a wicket, but ball number 4 goes for a big 6. Junaid Khan moves on to 17.
Yep, that is a really big strike. So just as I'm giving a shout out to the Gorka team for fighting back, that's a lovely strike down the ground. Junaid Khan, he's been there for 10 deliveries, Tina, as you say, and this is the time for him to switch on here.
He's got to take on the senior part of this partnership as he launches that into the Portugal sky. It doesn't have the distance on it though, and it's taken comfortably. It's a really good catch there in the outfield. That ball was up for a long, long time, and it's Sandeep Singh with the safe pair of hands. And just as we were bigging up Junaid Khan, saying that he needs to stick around, build a little partnership, well, this partnership has ended, and it's ended in the fall of the wicket of Junaid Khan. He departs for 17 off 11. Awerash in, well, I'd say not just a spot of bother, real bother here now, 59 for 4.
Yeah, Junaid Khan, he'll be a little upset about that, sure. That was the moment, the platform for him to stick around to the end, build together a good partnership with Lakshan Weerakoon out there. And unfortunately, he's come undone with, as you say, Tina, a really good outfield catch. Thought the player was out of position there. A small dive to his left just towards the end to make sure it was taken. Catch taken and wicket down. 4 down now, Awarish. Probably not what they want at this point in time. Need a proper rebuild now, though. Plenty of batting to come, though, but plenty of time as well. They could get a good score still.
And well, it was Jahidul Islam who did his best to put off the diving Sandeep Singh there. Luckily, Sandeep remained undisturbed, took the catch, and it brings Taj Mohammed in at number 6. I mean, we've seen him open the batting earlier today. He batted, I think, 6-7 yesterday, so they know what kind of player he is. He's explosive. Here, well, he needs to be explosive at the same time as doing a bit of a rebuild job here as we welcome you in to the commentary igloo. Lovely to have you with us. And well, we're well into the game 4 of the day today, but let's talk a bit about game 3. I've got my golden shirt on. What happened in that one?
Well, can't believe we got to a golden ball. How about that? Both scoring 122, and I didn't think of a golden ball until probably about the start of the final over when I realised, hang on a minute, this could go in this direction for the second time in our commentating career since the G-Force have been in action. How about that? Swing and a miss. There you go. So, yep, feel that this game is really hanging in the balance now. Lakshan Weerakoon, he needs to kick on here. It's going to be all up to him. I think he's probably the more experienced of the 2 players out there right now, and he's capable of building a big score pretty quickly. So let's see what happens. Taj Mohammed, he got a 3-ball duck this morning. Probably don't want to discuss that too much loudly. We are within hearing distance. He will not want to be reminded of that.
Even crediting him 1 ball more. It was a 2-ball.
Oh, it was a 2-ball.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, either way, it was a duck, and well, some interesting fielding out there as they scamper through for 2. And we're going to have a look at this one again as it goes down the hill to that square leg boundary. And yeah, the big old Tortuga right into the midriff. And he just takes a tumble. And where's the ball? Yeah, I think it's hard to tell, but the rope remains untouched. And this point, he's not touching the ball, gets up. Well, sees where the ball is first, then gets up, then throws it in. I think he's safe on that one.
I think so too.
Nice piece of fielding. It's Amninder Happy who's come in to the action here with his right arm over. Bit of a floaty in cutters. That awkward pace though to get away, and lucky didn't quite manage to get away that one. Yeah, golden ball. I think that was golden ball 74 if I'm not mistaken. We had 73 right last week. The G-Force is really bringing out the G-balls here.
Yep.
And wow, it was a bit of a sneaker, wasn't it? And then it suddenly came up on us, and well, we love to see it. And it was the basement battle with Gamblers taking the win on that golden ball. And even on the golden ball itself, this one flies away too long off, but some good fielding out there by Arav and Hiraya. Make sure they only come through for 1. The golden ball itself was down to centimetres, wasn't it?
It really was. There was 1 frame minute. It looked to us like, 1 frame minute and potentially just a couple of centimetres from the batter getting the bat down to when the stumps were broken. So an amazing finish for the Gamblers.
And lucky. Well, he took a while to get going in that innings this morning, didn't he? So
yeah.
We know that he can accelerate when needed. He scored 3 sixes and 6 fours on his way to that 48 off 21 deliveries. Something similar here would be very useful for the Swans. They find themselves 63 for 4, last ball of the 6th. They will remain at 63 for 4. And what an over that is from Aminda Happy. Just the 4 coming off it, especially thanks to that good piece of fielding out in the deep on that second delivery. 3 dots in it as well. And Awirash, well, the expected score has them at 117. You'd call that well below par. So one of these two needs to go big.
Yeah, the run rate has dropped significantly in the last over. Thank you very much to Aminda Happy for that terrific over. A couple more like that, and if Gorka 11 are chasing a score around about 110, maybe 105, well, they will fancy themselves here. They this morning had to chase 168, I think it was, for a win. They fell 6 runs short. Sorry, in the end, 6 runs short, which means they lost by 5 runs. And have a look here at the scorecard for Awirash. And apart from Conrad's 30 from 12 and Junaid Khan, that's 17 off 11, it's looking like, yeah, as you say, Tina, it's exactly that. Someone has to take this game by the scruff of the neck and go hard.
And that someone might be Taj Mohammed. On the back of his duck this morning, he's got a point to prove, and he proves it perfectly with that Maximo to start off the 7th.
Yeah, how good a strike was that? Just kept going up and up. Got every little piece of that. So Gorka 11 just have to watch it here. These middle overs, very critical in these middle overs. Obviously, we talk about the criticality of the last overs, but you can't let the momentum get taken away from the middle because it can really be damaging. Maybe more on a psychological level towards the end. Goes to go again.
Tries to go again, doesn't get a hold of it. It'll be walking fielding carried out there by Suman Gamiri. It's Ahmad Ullah who's come in to the attack for Gorka. He picked up a twofer in game 6. That was in fact Gorka's last win. They've lost the previous 2 games, so they want to stop the rot, stop the hat-trick of defeats, and well, bowling like this will go away to do that. It's a big swing and a miss from Lucky.
Yeah, they've got a real good chance here. They've got the Swans sort of up against the ropes here at the moment, to sort of return to those boxing analogies I've been sort of taking out over the last couple of days. But they really do. They're playing quite well. Just need to be careful they don't let this slip away from them in these next 4 overs. Or 3 overs, I should say.
That one's hit into the covers, and it's a long old chase from Niloy Islam. The Grizzly wins. And Lucky, well, maybe that's the boundary he needs to break off the shackles. This is exactly what happened this morning. Just 1 or 2 boundaries and suddenly he finds his stride. He's maybe not someone who goes ball 1, bang 6, but he does get there eventually, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah, you let him out of the shed and then you'll regret it.
And there's a big appeal there, and the finger goes up, so Lucky will regret that one. Just as we said, he might be cutting loose. Well, he tried to cut that one, but only manages to get a feather through to Azan Dani, the captain and keeper. And he takes his second important catch of this innings. After seeing off Conrad Greenshields, he then takes the catch to dismiss Lakshan Werakun. He has to depart for 8. It's a wicket for Ahmadullah. And it's 74 for 5, 1 ball left of the 7th.
Yeah, the slow finger of doom comes around, goes this long way around and is shown. Doesn't go straight up, and it's almost like a military salute. Rather than going straight up, it's a long way around, and you are indeed out. That is a big celebration. There you go. Ta-da! That's
a celebration. Cristiano Ronaldo. That Cristiano Ronaldo would be proud of, and well, it's the big old finger raise as well. We love to see a little style brought in by the umpires. Well, there's a strangled appeal from third. Might have looked good from there. Didn't look good from here as Vicky Chowan comes in to face this delivery. And well, I wouldn't say we're quite into the tail from Awirash. They do have a long batting lineup, but Vicky Chowan, he doesn't have much experience on the network, and we know how good he is with the ball. Can he do it with a bat? As we take a look at everything that is coming up in 2025. Probably not even the complete list. I know there's chatter about trying to organise a few more things. I don't know where they're bringing these days from, because there's certainly not many free days there. But we're looking forward to bringing you every single ball of the action. But back to the action here. Awirash 74 for 5 after 7. And well, you think now it's really on Taj Mohammed's shoulders. We said when Lucky was out there, maybe it was on his shoulders. It was certainly on Conrad Greenshields when he was there. But Taj Mohammed, he's the senior of the 2 players here, and he has to make sure that they get up to a defendable total. There's Arav and Hiraya, who will come on for his first bowl of this game.
Yeah, Taj Mohammed, being a strike bowler himself, has it well and truly in his head that he needs to get the target up for something that can be defended. Question
and that's
asked.
the third one. That's the third
Oh.
caught behind for Azar Andani, and it's not an action replay. This is the live footage. Arav Andhiraya comes in, gets a wicket off his first delivery, and well, that was a well and truly a team curse there on Taj Mohammed, as we said that he should be the one to take on the mantle here. Well, all he takes on is a little feather through to the keeper, and that's the 6th wicket to fall for the Swans.
Well, if an Irish needed someone to stand up here, and we were looking at Taj Mohammed has let down a number of people there, including you and I, as you quite rightly call it. We did sort of do a bit of a combined sort of commentator's curse on that one. But it's someone has to stand up here. The middle order is well and truly exposed. Taj Mohammed goes for 8 only from 5. Andani takes another catch. And we're back to live action here. Just played towards backward point. Scamper through for 1. Off the mark straight away. That is Malik, who has come out to join Vicky Chauhan. Between the two of them, need to put on a big partnership here. Need to keep things motoring, keep the scoreboard ticking, and get the bad balls away to the boundary.
Yeah, it's a rebuilding task for these two players, and they're not the most experienced in the network. As that one squirts away, and well, they'll take the 4. It will go away despite the efforts of Rahul Vishwakarma and Sushil Kumar there. But it's lightning quick, this outfield, and there's a bit of a downslope, so there was not much they could do about that runaway Grizzly. And Vicky Chauhan, he does get a 4 on the board halfway through the 8th. But these two out there, I think we can certainly call them the middle order, maybe even middle to lower order for Awerash, who haven't really been exposed so far. In the last 2 games, they've won by 8 wickets. And well, they've already had 6 wickets to fall here.
Yeah, this is really going to test this lower middle order. And a couple more, and we're properly into the tail. It's going to test them as well. So the top order has fits and starts, but unfortunately no one to stick around. It's only 10 overs. You really do well if you're a batting side and one person can stick around there for at least 8 overs. Usually the score is on the board and pretty good.
Oh, and that one's almost an outstanding piece of bowling and fielded by Arav Andhiraya. They will come through, and well, he misses the stumps for a second time. It was that first one, though, that could have been a fantastic piece of kind of bowling, fielding all in one. Let's take a look at this. It comes hard straight back at him. He picks it up, and yep, the batter would have been well outside the crease, but it's a quick turnaround from Shan Malik as they do end up scuttling through. And well, if he'd caught that one cleanly, it might have been a wicket on the second occasion. As it was, they came through for 1. Shan Malik straight into the action, and he just jogs through for a 1. That will keep him on strike, and it marks the end of the 8th over. Awerash 81 for 6, and they're looking at facing maybe even trying to get to 100 at this point.
Yeah, I was just looking at the expected score then, Tina, and it has dropped down to now 101. A couple of overs ago, about 3 overs ago, it was sitting around about 120 something. So this is a terrific fight back from Gorka 11. The bowlers are doing well, the fielders doing well, taking those wickets quite regularly. You see there's the 6 wickets dotted across that lovely blue line there, that azure blue. Current run rate is 10.13, so yeah, 100, that's probably going to be the psychological target. Let's get to triple digits, they're saying.
Well, it starts off with a dot. They need it all to happen in the 9th here, the Swans. But that one just flies through to the keeper, Shan Malik on strike. And it's Happy, Hamninder Happy, who's come back for his second over. Not surprised that he gets the ball thrown in his direction after his first over just went for 4. That's going to go for 4 just in the 1 ball, as well, Shan Malik didn't get hold of that, but got hold of enough of it for it to run away to the boundary.
It did. It's that thick edge. Swing hard and get an edge. And this is the kind of, well, you need to set a field for that as well. Talked about this quite a fair bit at length yesterday, didn't we, about that part of the ground, that third man right the way around to deep backward point. You know, you need to set a field for the right-hander. Even the left-hander, you would set on the other side of the field as well. Just get people on the back on the boundary there to save those runs. Let them have one. Singles are fine, but don't let them get the boundaries. Bit too easy.
That one's hit into the covers, and well, a hit on the stumps would have been out. As it was, though, flew over the stumps. But the Swans here really just treading water.
They are indeed. They are indeed. I saw that little wry grin on your face on that one. Well delivered. That was a middle stump delivery from Tina there. Love it.
Vicky Chauhan on strike. 3 balls left of the 9th. And big swing and a miss. And the keeper here, Hazar Andani, he's already got 3 grabs and he's well in the game with these big swishes from Vicky Chauhan. Didn't make any contact on that occasion. He's got 2 more attempts in this 9th over. And he steps right across his stumps and hits it straight. And then look at that. They are convinced they have this. And wow, look at the, I lost flight of that ball completely. It went to the leg side.
Yeah.
I was looking for it at the boundary somewhere, but it just picked out the mid-wicket fielder who, well, bullet arm, and that's out. Great piece of fielding as the bowler there, Amninder Happy, didn't even have to get involved. All he was getting involved in is the celebration as Vicky Chauhan, he has to make the long walk off the pitch. He departs for 5, and an outstanding piece of fielding marks the end of his innings, and that's also the 7th wicket down for Awarerush, 86 for 7.
This is a terrific fight back from the Gorka team here. 86 for 17, or as you say, just was that 7 regulation deliveries to come back and try to get some more runs here. But this is a really, really good fight back. And we said before, 100, easily 100 was on the cards moments ago, and now that's looking like a long way away. Got a lot of work to do. And Gorka, they're in the field, they're in the game, they're jumping up and about, they're positive. It's good to see. Really good fight.
That was a great piece of fielding to see from Sandeep Singh. The reason I was looking at the boundary was it was hit so sweetly, so firmly by Vicky Chauhan. I thought it must have gone to the rope. And in fact, it just went into the hands of Sandeep Singh. And he picked it up, threw down the stumps and said, Vicky Chauhan, you're on your way. And well, we're on our way into the final over here. 87 for 7. Be interesting to see who they throw the ball to. I mean, Arav Andiraya, he bowled a really good 8th over, went for just 7 runs, picked up a wicket as well. But they've got a couple more options with Sushil Kumar, but he went for 19 off his. Ahamada Ola, he's got 1 left. He went for 11. So it looks like they are turning to Sushil Kumar, which I suppose if you've got a frontline bowler, you use him, you just trust him, even if he did go for 19. They'll be hoping to keep it under 19 here and actually keep Awarerush into double digits. Expected score 96. Shan Malik, he'll want to at least get his team over that 100 mark.
Oh, absolutely. It's a bit of a roll of the dice, this one.
And what is hit towards long off. There's a fielder running in, and Arav Andhiraya, he can only spill it. And in the process of spilling it, he knocks it to his left as well, which allows the batters to run through for 2. He saw this early, he picked it, and he got there and just burst through his hand. He was probably put off by the fact his cap was falling off at the same time. But the batters, they made the most of that error. They run through for 2. Naeem Rahman has joined us at the crease, but he's at the non-strikers end. It's Shan Malik, who's currently on 10 off 7, who will face this second ball of the last. And that's well bowled from Kumar. You can see why they turned back to him, because he's got a bit of a pace about him. He bowls quite a heavy ball. And maybe they just thought, especially with the tail of the Swans being exposed here, that he'd be the right call in the 10th. Yeah,
it's a fair comment. He's not bowling against a set batter. He's not bowling against Taj Muhammad or Lakshan Weerakarun or Conrad Greenshields. He's batting against players who are swinging as hard as they can across the line.
And that one has been swung hard, and that's going to land somewhere to the left of our commentary igloo. It's gone all the way from Shan Malik. It's a well-needed maximo for the Swans, and that takes them to 95 with 3 balls left.
Yeah, picks that one up, sees it early and goes crunch down the ground. That's a really good strike. That's gone a long, long way. I got a funny feeling that has even gone. I think that actually has gone out of the park, you know. They've actually asked for a new pill.
Yeah, I think it landed close to us on the left here, but it was hit with such power that it probably skipped and made a break for freedom. It was a dearly needed 6. The last one was the start of the 7th. And, well, that's a good comeback as well.
Yeah.
And that one is just a textbook bouncer that almost shaves Shan Malik's eyebrows off.
Yeah, so behind us where we are, just so you know, there's probably 7 or 8 metres, then the ground rises towards a hedge, then you're about 10 metres to the road, and after that, there's another cow paddock.
Well, that's another good comeback, Sushil Kumar, proving why he should be given the ball on the 10th, even if he did go for 19 in that previous over of his. He's only gone for 8 in the first 5 deliveries of this final over, which is a great return. when the pressure's on the batters to score big runs. A 6 would get them past 100. Here we go, final ball. It's definitely not going to be a 6. Will it be a 4? Also no, because Suman Ghamiri does a great piece of fielding. They're going to try and, well, they tried to run through for a second. In fact, got sent back there, did Naeem Rahman, so they'll have to settle for a 1. Bit of a strange end to the game as, well, maybe they were trying to protect that net run rate, trying to protect the averages, as they do just run through for the single. And Awarash, the Swans, they finish on 96 for 7 off their 10 overs, and certainly a below par score from them.
Oh, 100% below par score. A score you wouldn't expect from Awarash with the look at the talent in that team. So all credit to Gorka 11 here. They fought back beautifully in this game and really brought this back to what will probably have been quite a close match. How about that? Maybe another close one. Maybe, no, I'm not going to say it, but another close game coming up. Run chase coming up in about 10 minutes time. Let's have a look at the highlights now as we get stuck into the package and we see what happened, how it all unfurled for the Swans.
Well, it was an early run out, wasn't it, from Mohammad Ashraful Rupu. He just didn't quite get his bat down in time. It was a nice piece of fielding from Ahmad Ullah. That was the end of the Swans opener. Junaid Khan, well, he stuck around for quite a while at the other end. Conrad Greenshields, he had that chance there. He showed us then on the back of that what he can do, his striking power. 4 massive maximos and a 4 on his way to 30. And we thought, well, this might be the time where Conrad goes big. But he went for 1 big shot too many in the end and just feathered 1 through to the grateful hands of Azhar Andani. That was the first of his 3 catches that he took behind the stumps. Faf Stoneman came, but he went pretty shortly afterwards. He was clean bowled by Rahul Vishwakarma, but how dangerous was Jahid Al-Ismail with the ball as well?
Just incredible. It really had the players jumping around the crease. Had Conrad in all sorts of change of mind. Terrific couple overs from him. A little bit wayward. Needs to control that swinging ball a little bit better. Gave up a few wides, but just asked questions that the batters couldn't answer.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And lucky Werakun, he came out and he was eventually caught behind, but that was actually the catch we saw of Junaid Khan, who departed. That was a brilliant catch in the outfield by Sandeep Singh. Lucky he showed flashes of what he could do, but there was again another feather through to the keeper. Good hands by the captain. Taj Mohammed, he stuck around but went the same way, and he was caught for just 8 runs. So a pair of 8s, both caught behind. Cristiano Ronaldo says hello, and Vicky Chowan, new to the network, new to the crease, as we see another caught behind there. And it was great hands from the keeper and the captain all round. And the wickets just kept on tumbling, and the problem for the Swans is they never really got that big partnership together.
Yeah, this is the funny thing, isn't it? That Azhar Andani, he's taken the gloves in this match from Suman Ghamiri and taken the captaincy as well. He has captained really well here because they've turned it around and they've really put pressure on. As soon as the turnaround started happening, it was sustained. It wasn't just like a moment in time where, oh, there's a couple of overs going in favour of Gorka. Gorka properly turned this game around into their favour. And what you're staring at now is a team that are on the cusp of causing, I don't want to call it an upset, that's probably not the right thing to say, but people would have looked at this game and said, oh, Awarash for sure, just on the based on track record, and you know, the indicator, the win indicator was in their favour as well. Maybe not just giving Gorka their just desserts, but have a look at this. 96 for 7, the 30 for Conrad Greenshields, and 17 for Junaid Khan, and 17 for Shan Malik at the end there off 12. The only figures that are in double digits, everything else is all in single digits. Unfortunately for Faf Stoneman, that fails there with a 3-ball-0. Have a look at the bowling attack now. And you're going to see wickets at the top there to Vishwakarma, a 1 to Jahid Islam, who was way up into the bowlers. It was a little bit tough to get away. I mean, to Happy, extremely economic there. None for 10 from his 2. 1 for 11 for Ullah, and 1 for 7 there at the bottom. So that's how it's all looking. And this game is, well, you'd have to say it's poised, and you would expect, based on what you saw earlier today when Gorka almost chased down a mammoth score to pick up a win. They were chasing 160 odd for a win. They didn't quite get there, only fell short by a few runs. Well, if they come out with the same attitude as this, who knows, they could chase this down in quick time. We're going to find out shortly as we take a short break here in between the innings. The run chase, we'll be back here on in about 8 minutes time. This is Phil G alongside Tina Goff. It's the G-Force in force here in the Commentary Igloo. This is the European Cricket Network. It's the ECS Portugal Premier Division, and the run chase to decide match 14 starts in about 7 or 8 minutes time. Join us then. We'll see you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back to the sunny Santarém cricket ground here in Portugal, where we are deep into match 14 of this ECS, and it sees Wickets with, well, probably a below par score on the board already. 96 for 7 is what they posted. So Gorka 11, they'll be maybe eyeing up that 4-point win if they achieve this total in 7 overs or less. And well, for the Swans, it's a tough task on their hands if they're going to come away with a win, let alone a bonus point win. 67 runs needed for that. As we see Conrad Greenshields out there leading his side, and it looks like he'll be leading from the front with ball in hand, while leading beside me here, Phil G, welcome back. As well, we couldn't have another golden ball thriller, a final ball thriller on our hands. We've had 2 in a row already.
Thank you very much, Tina. Well, you never know, and that's the wonderful thing about European cricket. And it's quite astonishing today, and we're not going to harp on it for too much longer, but, you know, we've had a couple of blowout games in the last couple of days, and then suddenly we rock up today. We have the first game that looked pretty straightforward, and yeah, a good win, very good win at the start of the day. And then we looked at each other and said, gee, it would be good to get a close game, wouldn't it? And we were delivered 2 in 2. Greenshields then is going to open the bowling for Wickets, going to try to lead by example in this match.
Well, that was a tough one early up, as I think he gets a bit of away nibble there, and it's enough to fly past the hands of Girish Singh with gloves on. Let's have a look what happened here, because it was signalled byes. Oh, that was too good for everyone, including the keeper, as that started on leg stump and ended about 5 stumps to the right, and that's exactly what Girish Singh is saying there, saying, there's not much I could have done about that. That was just too good for everyone.
Exactly what he was saying. Just too good for me too.
It was good for Gorka because it gave them 4 free runs.
Yep.
But it'll be early signs of encouragement for Wickets that the ball is talking. And Conrad Greenshields, he's providing the script.
Sure is. Needs to bowl well here for the Swans, leading by example as captain.
And well, it's Azhar Andani who was beaten all ends up on that first delivery, but he stands there and lives to tell the tale. The non-strikers end, Rahul Vishwakarma has joined him. These two can be very destructive. Don't think we've quite seen the best of them so far. Well, Azhar Andani, he had that one big score, didn't he, back in game 6. So that one goes high up in the air, and it's going to drop between 2 fielders. Faf Stoneman there running backwards from cover. And it's Vicky Chauhan there patrolling the boundary who throws the ball back in. Yeah, Andani, he scored 76 off 32 in that game 6 win. But the top order hasn't quite fired for Gorka 11 in the previous 2 games. They lost to Marlow by 5 wickets. And then lost earlier today to Lisbon Capitals by 5 runs. That didn't really tell the whole story because they had the chance to win it on the final ball. It was Suman Ghamiri who was facing up that ball and didn't manage to get anything on it. 6 would have made him the hero of that tale.
Yeah, and to be fair to Suman Ghamiri, he came in just to face that ball.
Yeah.
So anyone walking in absolutely was on a bit of a hiding to nothing to hit a 6 to win the game. But yeah, you're right. Unfortunately, he was unable to do so. Vishwakarma in the first match in this Premier Division got a 68 of 22, so he's capable of firing quickly.
Both of these are capable, and it just needs one of them really. If either of them get anywhere near a 50, you'd say this game would be signed, sealed and delivered. Conrad Greenshields, he's doing his best to fight back, and that is the end of the first over. It goes for 5, and well, the first ball went for 4 byes. Not much anyone could have done about that one. And the following just went for 1 dot, and well, Phil is pointing excitedly at the screen because that is the fact that we had a golden ball just about 2 hours ago, and what a finish it was. And if you haven't seen that one yet, if you're late to the chat, go back, cycle back and watch that one, as I'm sure Phil will be doing on repeat tonight.
I apologise for being like a kid in a candy store when that 0 popped up on screen. I was almost leaning over to give you a little bit of an elbow and point at the 0. Tina, there's a 0 on the screen. It's a 0. It's a 0. Yes, 0 matches since the golden ball. Thank you very much. Thank you. The G-force in force.
Yeah, we aim to please, and well, we were pleased with the golden ball, as this one they do run through for a single, and Tell you who else was pleased with the golden ball, at least the outcome, was Gamblers, as they were able to claim their first win of this tournament. Meanwhile, Punjab CC Amadora, they lost again, so they remain the only winless team of this tournament. But yeah, well, that's the second golden ball of the G-Forces era. So there's no stopping us now. I know that's 2 in your whole career, Phil. I've luckily got the 3.
Yep. You're still ahead of me there. Fair enough.
Yeah, golden ball magnet has my name on it at the moment, and that one just guided away to 3rd.
I do like, though, that we've got a golden ball in the Challenger division and we've got one in the Premier division. So the first time we split the divisions into Challenger and Premier here in the ECS, and you and I have stamped our authority on it by saying, well, we've got a golden ball in both Challenger and Premier. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. And if that pattern continues, then look out Portugal and Norway, because an international golden ball has your name on it. As Vicky Chowan comes into the attack. And he was seen at the end of the batting innings, wasn't he, for Awarash. He managed to contribute 5 before that brilliant run out from Sandeep Singh, that direct hit, which marked the end of Vicky. But it's more customary to see him with ball in hand trying to do the damage, and an early wicket here for the Swans will certainly help their cause. So they don't have too many runs on the board to defend, just 96 of them.
Thomas Martinez putting a smile on my face there. When a 0 makes you happy by Phil G.
Sounds like the start of your soulful album.
My memoirs, maybe.
Your memoirs, yeah. Well, that one, not the most memorable of shots, as it just gets sliced away. A bit of a backwards cut there from Rahul Vishwakarma, but this has actually been a good start by the bowlers. Tight lines, just that one set of 4 byes. Apart from that, just dots and singles, the 1 leg bye as well. Nice bowling, nice control from Vicky Chowan. As Andani charges at that one, just wafts at thin air, and then maybe does a practice of the shot he should have played. As that one just went whistling through to Girish Singh with the gloves. Yeah,
a bit of rush of blood there. Just not really concentrating and taking the delivery on its merits. And Chauhan, well, if he keeps it nice and straight, he's going to get wickets aplenty here. Gorka can't afford to lose one too early on. Run chase is looking comfortable.
It is, but it's been tight so far, and that's actually the first boundary of the innings, at least off the bat, as Azhar Andani, he moves on to 6. And well, that's the end of the second over. Gorka 11, they're moving along. I wouldn't say they've come screaming out the traps, but they also don't need to when they've got a fairly modest total to chase. 13 on the board after 2. And well, you think though for Gorka 11, they couldn't have a better chance to get that 4-pointer, and to do that they'd have to chase this total down in 7, but they'd have to go a bit quicker if that's their objective. And well, let's have a look, because if they take 4 points, they'd actually leapfrog the Swans. Swans, get it?
Yep.
Into second place.
I'm with you. Yep.
Whereas, well, Awarash can keep at least the teams below them at arm's length for now. If they pick up 3 points, or 1 at least, would move them up to 12.
See if we can move on from the pond life upwards from that. I did enjoy that too, by the way. Taj Muhammad's going to start an over.
And he enjoys that one. The finger of doom goes up. The old crooked arm of umpire. Is that umpire John out there? And he gives it. And Rahul Vishwakarma, he'll have to make the long walk home. Taj Muhammad, he comes into the attack and straight into the wickets. Gorka 11, 13 for 1.
Important wicket, that one for the Swans. You can see the team really getting around Taj Muhammad there and just letting the opposition player know that that is a big wicket, massive wicket indeed. And the finger of doom comes around, not too much that's going to do wrong, that delivery. Good call from the umpire. Good delivery from that man, Taj Muhammad.
Yeah, that's a mean delivery to have first up. The pace that Taj Muhammad bowls as well, and that wasn't just out. That was out. That was the middle of middle. Rahul Vishwakarma, he has to depart for 2 off 5 deliveries, and well, that's exactly what the Swans needed to try and counterpunch this. Well, I wouldn't say straightforward run chase, but it's at least not a mammoth total. As we take a look at this replay, it jags in a bit, but because he's pinned back in his crease, that was always going to be trouble for the batter. As we go back to live, that one is just hit away into the leg side by Amninder Happy, the new batter. He gets himself immediately off the mark with a single.
Any eagle-eyed viewers who are fans of Mickey Flanagan would have heard Tina utter the amazingly famous words "out out," which is a pretty big comedy line that he delivers. And yeah, if you're a fan, you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, that one was out, and that one's gone out of the boundary as Andani, well, he's not too fussed about losing his opening partner here as he just spins away on that one, slightly too short from Taj Muhammad, and it's given the treatment.
Yeah, spins around very quickly and capitalised on that one. That's a really good shot. Not a great ball, but you still got to connect and you've got to move quickly into position. It's exactly what Andani's done here. So skipper Andani for this match, and he's standing tall. I thought he captained really well in the field just earlier in that innings of the Swans.
The customary grunt from Taj Muhammad. A straight hit here would be danger, but the throw coming in from Vicky Chowan is wide of the mark. I think here he also would have been out with a capital O. Yeah, he gave up the chase. He also had to run past the figure of Taj Muhammad, who was, well, without knowing, backing into him. But he makes it home. Does Azhar Andani. That brings Amninder Happy back onto strike. And that one's chipped up in the air, but all the fielders on the leg side are actually in. And it's Vicky Chowan again who has to do the mopping up. And that one, well, it was more just a bit of a push. But Taj Muhammad bowls with so much heat that was all it needed off the bat of Amninder Happy.
Yeah, it's exactly the case, isn't it? It doesn't need to be raining sixes here at the Centurion Cricket Ground for a win here for the Gorka 11. They need 72 from 25 for that bonus point. But if they just want to settle for the 3-point win, well, they don't have to go that aggressively. And that was just well timed.
Final ball of the power play. And it's just knocked into the leg side. And again, a shy at the stumps, and a great piece of backing up from Junaid Khan. Make sure that there's no overthrows, and it's just the quick single on the end of the power play. And Gorka 11, they move to 26 for 1. I think they'd be happy enough with that power play. They haven't come roaring out here. They've just made sure to keep their wickets, just the one falling in that over. And otherwise, Azhar Andani, he's just moving along, 13 off 10 for him. But when you're chasing not a mammoth score, then you can afford to be a bit circumspect.
Yeah, I totally agree. 26 off the power play. It's not too bad. Yeah, there's a couple of lean overs in the Irish tower block situation there. You can see an over of only 4 runs and a number of those below 10. And that is telling in the final outcome of that score. They could only amass up to 97. So that pretty much set the scene, and that's where I felt Azhar Andani really came into his own as keeper and captain. Pulled some really good changes in the bowling.
Someone's been hit hard, straight into the hands of Junaid Khan, who's shown himself to be a real top-class fielder. It's Naeem Rahman who's come into the attack and straight into the wickets. As Amninder Happy, he middles all of that, but only finds the grateful hands of Junaid Khan. Second wicket for Gorka 11, 26 for 2.
Oh boy, that's a big wicket. And Happy, who has had a pretty good, well, he'd call this his happy hunting ground here because he's made a number of runs, even if they're just cameos. He's made runs here, and that is a big, big blow. We could be looking like we're on the cusp of a low-scoring thriller here. This is simmering along very nicely. It's not a set batter, but a batter who has really, really got his eye in today, and the last couple of days has to depart. He goes for 6 from 4. He only got 1 dot ball there. So he's the kind of guy who gets moving straight away, loves to see that scoreboard ticking over. But his watch is done. And Junaid Khan, you're right, Tina, he is a good outfielder, takes a strong, comfortable catch down low, keeps the ball protected. And that is trouble for Gorka, 26 for 2 in the 4th.
Yeah, lovely pair of hands there. As that one is hooked away by the new batter, Niloy Aslam. It doesn't have the run on it. No, not quite going all the way to the boundary as I thought. Well, both fielders were going to leave it to each other. They do, between them, manage to stop that from going to the rope. And they do just run through for the 1.
Just kept my eye on wicketkeeper Girish there. Ran through to try to take the short throw. And he just pulled up a bit there, like maybe he overstretched a hamstring or something. He just walking back gingerly back to his spot. He took a couple of hits on the leg in the previous game today, and when I went off to have lunch, he was sitting on the porch with ice pack on 2 places on his right leg, and it looked very sore indeed.
Gonna have to have the ice reinforcement sent to Santarem.
May have to.
We've got a few fielders and a few players across the whole 6 teams having a few injuries here and there. Sometimes they're able to recover. Shows just how committed they are to these games as well.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it shows. They're putting in. They're not just here to stand around and look good in front of the camera. They're really putting in some effort here. We saw that in the Challenger division. We're seeing it here now.
And there's so much effort on that one. His shoe flies off.
I was wondering what that was. That's exactly what's happened. The bowler is bowling out of his clothes to try to get a wicket here. One more time.
He's bowling his shoes off here, is Naeem Rahman, as, yep, there goes his front shoe. And you're going to need that, Naeem. You might want to put that one back on. But he realises, oh, no, I'm going to do some fielding first because he was needed for the backup there. I think he's got both shoes back on now, on the right feet, I hope.
Yeah, real priority there. Not going to do the shoe. No, I'm gonna field the ball first, then I'll go to my shoe. My shoe's going nowhere, but that ball, that might be going somewhere extraordinary. Just really, really bowled fast there. Shoe comes flying off. Tries again. Almost a feather edge to the keeper. Oh, hands on their heads. The Swans are they're desperate for another wicket here. Really want to get the pressure back on Gorka, who are just finding it a little bit hard right now. Maybe they're bucking under a bit of pressure. This game is really bubbling along really nicely indeed.
Well, what I would say for the Swans is that they do have a fierce bowling attack. They've got the express pace of Taj Mohammed. They've got the movement here of Naeem Rahman. They've got some spin options as well. Conrad Greenshields, well, we saw on that very first delivery, he could almost literally move the ball around a corner.
Yep.
So that's what gives the Swans hope here as Gorka 11 get to the end of the 4th. 29 for 2. That win predictor still in their favour. But a few more wickets and the Gorka 11 might be shaking.
29 in 4 overs is not exactly express. It's less than 7.5 and over. So that's something to just put away in your mind for now. Have a look at the required run rate for a bonus point, 22.67. You can pretty much write that one off. But in terms of the actual win, well, that's still well and truly up for grabs here between both of these two teams. The white line definitely going the wrong way there. Yeah, absolutely. After the 3rd, because of that terrific over just been bowled, just that downward turn. It follows. It goes steeper on its way downwards than the blue line above it, which is going to be a problem. They need to get that to flatten and then pick up a little bit.
And it's Taj Mohammed who's going to come back. No, it's Junaid Khan with ball in hand. As we were saying, they've got bowling options. Well, he's not a bad option to turn to, is he? And he starts off. That's a bump ball, luckily for Niloy Islam, because he gets hold of that one. And Junaid Khan, he says, no room here. It's not getting past me, as he smokes that one into the ground. Great piece of work there from Junaid Islam. And Junaid Khan, it's Niloy Islam who hit the shot. Junaid Khan, he's got well over 100 wickets on the network. Almost 1,000 runs as well. So that's exactly what we were saying, wasn't it, about the wealth of riches that the Swans have to turn to in their bowling lineup. Just a few changing the field here. And Conrad Greenshields, he's currently standing right behind the bowler.
Yeah, this is an interesting position change, isn't it? Very interesting indeed. Conrad is there for the straight shot.
Yeah, it's an interesting field placement. We can maybe get eyes on Conrad at the end of this ball, as that one's just dug out. And it won't be Conrad that does the fielding. That will be mopped up by Vicky Chowan. But this is Conrad Greenshields kind of using all his tricks as well, because he recognises the fact that that straight hit can be a dangerous shot if you're defending not many runs. And he's literally standing right behind the bowler's arm.
Suspect he's asked his bowler to bowl it on middle stump as well.
Yep.
Middle and off. Get him to hit straight.
And while he's decided to hit that one through the leg side, there's no way past Lucky as he fields that one on the boundary. And well, whatever they're doing, the Swans, it's working, because since that Taj Mohammed over going for 13, they've picked up the wicket at the start of the next over. And that was Naeem Rahman's. Only went for 3. Junaid Khan so far has only gone for 2. So that's 5 singles in the last 8 deliveries, plus a wicket.
Runs are drying up here.
Again, it can only be clubbed into the leg side by Niloy Islam. And this is a great bit of counter-attacking fielding from the Swans, isn't it?
Oh, I totally agree. This is a really good it's like a defensive offensive. We're trying to defend, but let's be attacking in our defense. I know it sounds like a bit of a misnomer what I'm trying to say there, but it's very clever. It's a little bit risky, but it's very clever indeed. Oh, it's going to be squared away. There is a fielder there, straight to him. They do get through for one. A few claps around the ground. The Swans are up and about here. They're very chatty. They're very positive in the field. And that is 33 for 2. One more to come in the over.
Well, we always say a big over can change things. This is a small over, and it changes things for the Swans. 2 small overs, actually, as far as the runs are concerned. 3 for 1 on that previous over. And this one, well, 4 runs coming off it at the moment. Still 1 ball to come. Junaid Khan tapping into all of his experience here. This one is hit down the ground, but there is a fielder out there, and it's a good piece of fielding by Naeem Rahman. He knew that ball was coming in hot, made sure to get his hands and legs and everything in the way of it, and they can only run through for 1. So at the halfway stage in this intriguing run chase, Gorka 11 34 for 2.
Yeah, got to tip your cap to Swans and to their skipper, Greenshields, for just trying a few different things here, and it's working. The bowlers are being very disciplined. We're seeing singles hit around. Singles aren't going to bother them whatsoever, I don't think, and this is really good type bowling. We look ahead to up-and-coming events. So we've got ECI for men and women and T20I action for men and women in this Portugal tour. That's coming up at the end of the, well, actually next weekend for the ECI. That's going to be fun when Norway comes to town, hosted by Portugal. Spain, Madrid for the first ECS there in that city. And then Italy, Bologna. France, Malta for the second time this year. And then Czechia for the first weekend in May. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. T20I action with women. And the Czechs will be hosting Cyprus then. Looking forward to that. Hope you're looking forward to all that as well.
Looking forward to every single piece of action. And, well, we were lamenting at the start of the day that the only thing that's been missing from this Premier Division so far is tight games. And, well, we might have 3 in a row here as Faf Stoneman comes on. And I like this bowling change from Conrad Greenshields because Stoneman has a big bag of tricks, doesn't he? We know he's got a really exciting slower ball because he's got a wicket with that before. It's kind of one of these hooping slower balls which just seems to go backwards in time and space. And well, he started with a slower ball there, and it was deceptive enough for a big swing and a miss from Islam. And, well, that's one of the variations you won't want to see again, as that one lands off the side of the pitch, and that's called no ball by umpire crew. I think it was a slower ball gone wrong, trying to get out of the back of his hand, and it just maybe gets stuck a bit in the hand. And I completely see what Faf is trying to do here. But I would also just say, just go stock delivery, make them do something, because, well, this could be a costly no ball. It's a comeback ball here, but it is also a free hit for Islam. And, well, this is why Faf Stoneman has ice running through his veins, and I'm hiding here in the commentary booth because he says, well, it's gone wrong. Probably won't go wrong twice in a row. And it's the same slower ball again at the back of the hand, and that one he gets just right. Speaking of just right, we're in the Goldilocks zone. The Swans actually now ahead on the win predictor. 56% plays 44%, and that's because of this boundary drought that Gorka 11 are currently facing. Well, there's the end of the drought right on cue as that one is hit away to the point boundary. And Linoy Islam finally getting a bit of bat on ball there, and that's in fact the first boundary since 3.5, so almost 3 overs without a boundary, but there's a bit of a pressure loosener there for the Gorka 11.
Yeah, it felt like it'd been a while, but unfortunately for Faf, he just gave a bit too much width there, and Islam was not going to let that one go.
That's again a loose delivery from Faf Stoneman, and he's let himself down there a bit. It's just dragged down, and Niloy Islam tucks into that one as he hits it around the corner, big Maximo, and suddenly this game swings again. We don't know which way this one's heading, and it's enough for Conrad Greenshields to come and put an arm round his young bowler here, maybe give him a word or two of advice. What do you think he's saying to him?
Don't do that again. No, what he's saying to him is, take your time, put it on the spot, as discussed in the team meeting before. They would have had a huddle about this one.
And he does put it on the spot, and they won't mind seeing that as that just rolls away to the boundary. And it's Junaid Khan out there doing the fielding.
Yeah, I think what I would say if I was captain, I'd have a word to a young fast bowler. I'd be saying to him, look, every ball on its merits, almost like you would say to a batter who's getting carried away. Every ball on its merits. Think about your next delivery. Don't bowl wide. Don't bowl short. Don't give them width. Nothing like that. Let's just keep it full and on the stumps.
And well, that one's just a bit too short, and well, the Phil G team talk is not being listened to as Faf Stoneman gets hit for his third boundary of the over. It will be the final boundary of the over as well, as he finishes 18 runs coming off that, and it doesn't quite undo the hard work of the previous 2 overs, which went for only 8 combined, but it certainly swings it back to the Gawkers as they now need 45 in the last 4 overs, 52 for 2.
Yeah, it just takes a bit of pressure off the batters who are thinking, well, when's that next boundary going to come from? And as you pointed out, Tina, it was during that 4th over, wasn't it? So they had to wait all this time for another boundary. They've got 1, they got 2, now they've got 3. So it's about sort of restoring a bit of confidence in those batters.
Conrad Greenshields brings himself back on. So that one's chipped up in the air, but it's going to fall short of Naeem Rahman. Will just be the one. I think this is a nice move to bring himself back on. Conrad, his first over, well, it went for 1 off the bat. There was those 4 byes to start the innings. Not much he or his keeper, Girish Singh, could have done about that one. And we know he's had his injury problems. He kind of turned him into a part-time bowler, but he's never one that's going to shy away from a challenge, and he's going to take on the responsibility here as captain. And well, so far he's stemmed the bleeding from the end of that Stoneman over, with the final 4 balls going for 15 with just a dot, and well, 1 and then 2 dots as Islam tries to get funky, and well, the funkiness turns into a furious chat with his non-striker. And well, if I was Azhar Andani at the other end, I might be a little furious because I'm the opening bat and I'm not really getting any sniff of the action at the moment.
I'd be asking, what sort of shot was that? It was like he went for a ramp, changed his mind midway through the shot, but ended up just trying to flick it reverse, but he had no sort of backlift to it. It ended up being a nothing, and it really looked like a nothing as well.
That one's been mishit to long on, should be stopped, and is by Vicky Chowan. And this is a nice little tempo stopper from Conrad Greenshields as he tries to get his Swans back neck and neck with the Gawker 11. 2 balls left of the 7th. And well, there's the wide signal, not by the umpire, but by the batter. And well, I don't think the umpires out there need much help from the batters. And he will be given a helping hand there, will Azhar Andani, as he tells the umpire that was definitely a wide.
Not a massive fan of batters appealing for wides. I don't think that should be part of the game. Umpires do a terrific job, and if they think it's wide, they will call a wide.
Back to live we go, as that one is hit to long on. Again, should just be a single. And that means there's 1 ball left of the 7th. This Greenshields over, even with that wide, it's gone for just the 5. And well, the previous over, the final ball went for 6. Can Conrad escape this one without a boundary? Well, it's hit high up in the air, and the answer to that question is yes, he can escape without a boundary, as there's some lovely fielding work doing there, but the misfield means that they're going to come through 4-2, and will they go for the 3rd? No, they won't. It was good fielding out there on the rope. I think it was Faf Stoneman out there, but he got a bit over-enthusiastic with his throw-in, went over the head of Girish Singh. Girish Singh couldn't collect it. It was collected by a fielder who then threw it again. 2 shies, and both of them missed, and in the end they do run through for that 1 overthrow. So they get to 59 for 2 off the 7th as we take a look at what's happening in the final game of the day. And well, it's a big top of the table battle between the Marlow and Lisbon Capitals. Lisbon Capitals, the only team left in the competition to not have suffered a defeat yet, but
True.
I think Marlow, if anyone could do it, it could be them, as they bring in Mohamed Samir and Asad Mahmood. Akshar Patel comes in for the Lisbon Capitals. So don't go anywhere after this game. In just about 32 minutes time, we'll be back for that one, but there's still plenty to go on here. As Gawker 11 need 38 runs. We can call that 32, as that's been hit a long, long way by Azhar Andani. That's why he was so eager to get back on strike as he hits Naeem Rahman out the park, through the covers. And, well, this is getting tighter and tighter. We couldn't have another golden ball, could we?
Good. I'm only giggling because I'm thinking, wow, how good would that be if we actually did do that? But let's got to get there first. Let's see how we go.
They run through for a single, and, well, Girish Singh let that one go through. Either he was saying he couldn't get there, or he was saying, why didn't you just throw it to me? I had plenty of time. And he's still having discussions with the fielder there on the 45. Because look at this, I think the fielder was the batter, sorry, was well out of his ground, and Girish Singh just wanted he wanted a more sensible throw, didn't get it. They managed to run through. That one is hit away for just a single. I mean, we had a golden ball last Monday.
Yep.
So we were talking very early this morning about what your best and worst Mondays are. Well, the last 2 Mondays have been some of the best. And Vinny has come in with a great bit of golden ball trivia as well, which I'll get to after this ball.
Okay.
That one's hit up in the air. There's 2 fielders out there, but neither of them will reach on the full. But Lucky, a great piece of fielding. And will they come through? Yeah, they will come through to the second again. Another overthrow that goes for a run. So that's 2 in the last couple of balls. And these are the costly runs that the Swans really can't afford to give away, even though it was a great piece of fielding by Lucky, but there was no one who could field that on the overthrows.
Conrad was gesturing behind him and saying there was no one behind backing me up, and if I hadn't stretched for that, would have been 4 overthrows.
Back to a bit of sanity with that dot ball. So Vinny, he says, well, cast your minds back 3 years ago on this very date, 31st of March 2022.
Okay.
We had a golden ball, and it was on this ground, and that was that. Oh, we don't want to talk about it again. That infamous that social media clip. If you haven't seen it, I think it's probably the most viral on the ECN Instagram page. And there's going to be, well, Conrad Greenshields.
He doesn't pull the trigger.
Captain Angry almost came out there as, well, he wanted to go for the throw, realised that the closest possible fielder to back that up was right there on the boundary on the other side.
Yep.
I don't know if there was not much anyone could have done about that. I think it's Taj Mohammed who was right out there. He didn't throw it. Maybe it was just frustration at the situation. And, well, here you go. This is how tight things are. If that was like 3 trains converging, there would be a bit of a train crash going on there, because they are all heading, well, there's 2 heading for that golden ball line. We had one just 2 hours ago. We had one 3 years ago on this day. In fact, Amandeep Kokar and Jay Parkash were playing in that game as well for the Indian Royals.
Ah, okay. Yes,
so
yes.
I love it when all these stories and threads come together, much like those worms there. As Taj Mohammed, he comes in to bowl the important 9th over. As that one's high up in the air, and it's going to go the distance. That's a big hit for Azhar Andani, who's really the key to this Gorka chase here. Now just 21 runs needed, 11 balls left. Yeah,
that's not a good start to this 9th over. But just way too much width and hitting through that line. I'm sure the message now from Conrad to his fast bowler will be, need to keep this straight on a proper length. Go for the timber. Even get it in closer to the body. Maybe get it into, not too short. Oh, connected up in the air. Oh,
not all the way.
Not far though, but yes, it goes all the way. But just watching 2 fielders converge, they can't stop it. So that's 12 off 2, and that could be Gorka almost home now.
Azhar Andani, he moves to 46 of 24 deliveries, and, well, those 2 big hits almost takes the game away from Awerash. There's a little word in Mohammed's ear there from Conrad. See what the order was. Well, probably for a slower ball. It was a shorter, slower ball. As that's fielded by Lucky. A bit of a juggle, but he gets it in, and they're going to go through. Well, it's going to be a run out. And, well,
oh my goodness.
I don't blame Azhar Andani for standing his ground there. Niloy Islam is absolutely fuming, but Azhar Andani, I think it's Azhar Andani, in fact, who's out. We need to double check. It's Azhar Andani who's out, isn't it? Because he hit that one.
Yes.
It goes out to the boundary. So Lucky throws it in. There's a slight fumble. Azhar Andani is at the non-striker's end. He then wants to go for the 2. As we look here, he then says, let's go. It's a bit of a tough 2. And, well, the reason he's so fuming is that he was the set batter. He was on 47, but it'll be 47 and out as he can't even look at Niloy Islam as he has to depart. Luckily, Niloy Islam, he's already on 21 as well. So, of course, he was the set batter, was Andani, also the captain.
Yeah.
And when the captain's yelling at you to run, you usually say, I'm going to run. But an absolute catastrophe there for Gorka, and maybe a way back in for Awerash.
Yeah, I think Niloy was just in a self-preservation mode rather than a team to get over the line mode. And I think that's probably why Andani was probably more explosively disappointed with him than just a regular run out, because he thought, the team, that's what it's about, get me on strike. And Niloy just, no, not going anywhere.
I will say it was a dangerous run to call. That's a great delivery there from Taj Mohammed. It was a dangerous run to call because, I mean, yes, the keeper Girish Singh misfielded it, but it just went a metre or so in front of him. You could see how quickly the bails were whipped off that, well, Niloy Islam, if he had run, he probably would have been run out.
Yeah.
And, well, in that moment, you say, okay, well, I'm safe. And as long as he gets his team over the line here, I'm sure they'll be friends again by the end of the day. But Taj Mohammed, what a comeback this has been. I would also argue as well that for Gorka, they'd already got off to such a good start in that over. 2 sixes, they had the single off that one.
Yep.
And maybe Azhar Andani was just blinded by needing to get back on strike, needing to be the captain that sees his team home. He didn't really see the bigger picture now being 13 runs needed off 7. That one's been hit away into the leg side. Oh, and it's a big, costly misfield there on the boundary. Unsurprisingly there, he hits his hand against the turf as that one just slides straight through Naeem Rahman. He gets there, in fact, too much, and the Grizzly just growls underneath him. And that's a costly, costly misfield because rather than chasing, well, probably would have been 12, it's now 9 needed from the Gorka 11 in the final over.
Yeah, that is really, really tough. Taj Mohammed then, he goes for a few in that over, probably a few more than his captain and his team would have wanted. Just those first 2 deliveries as well went for a number of runs, and that last one just to ice it off. And, even though Andani's gone, he's back in the shed, I think Awarash would have rather maybe saved that run, saved that boundary, sorry, just so it's double digits going to last. As it is, it's 9 from 6. Junaid Khan, the old campaigner, he's got the duty to try his best to get some dot balls in here. Gamire's on strike.
Well, this is the time to tap into all of your experience, Junaid. Well, there's dot 1. He needs at least another 3 or 4 of them with 9 needed. It is the brand new Saman Gamiri out there. We know he can score runs. We also know, well, last game he didn't hit the winning runs when he had a very tough chance. He had to go out. First ball, hit that one for 6. This time, well, he's got to hit it for 9. The first ball was a swing and a miss. 9 off 5. That one's hit firmly down the pitch, and it's going to dissect the 2 fielders. I think that's bounced just before the rope.
Yeah, we'll have another look at that one, but I think my first look was for, I think, getting the view here from the umpire, Patel, he's looking at us. Yeah,
and that does look like a 4. It's just dropped about 10 centimetres short of that boundary. And there was 2 fielders out there. Neither of them could run around. It was straight as an arrow from Gamiri, a really nice shot. Basically, the only place in the field he could hit where it was guaranteed none of the fielders would get there. A couple of centimetres longer, it would have gone for 6. But 5 runs now needed. 4 balls left. That one's chipped away. Taj is out there, and it's a good adjustment from him.
Good work.
I thought he'd lost that one in the turn. He managed to dive down to his left side to stop that, and it will just go for the 1.
They didn't run, did they?
They're not run.
No. Gamire's still on strike. I thought there was one there easily, Phil. Right?
Well spotted. Well, Gamire says, I used to be the captain, I'll do it.
Yeah, I think so.
And, well, that's exactly why he said I won't take a run, because he's going to do it in a big 6. And that finishes the game. Gorka 11 take the win. There was 5 runs needed, and it happened in a big maximo. Gamire is the man that scores the winning runs, and Gorka 11 put the Swans to the sword here and pick up the 3 points for the win.
Good game. Really good low-scoring thriller that. I hope you all enjoyed that one. I really enjoyed that one. I didn't want to sort of go into golden ball territory once again. I thought, can lightning strike twice here on a beautiful sunny Monday? Not sure about that. That's a great game. And it was a lot of ebbs and flows. The pendulum swung. Irish there, they really put the stamp on in the early part of this game, just made it so difficult. But then there was one big over that a few runs started leaking from it. It was when the boundaries restarted after about a 3-over break. Maybe it was the 7th over. And then you felt, oh, hang on a minute here. And then things got away from them. So they came good in those last 4 overs, did the Gawker 11 batter.
Yeah, absolutely. At the halfway stage, 34 for 2, but it was that 6th over from Faf Stoneman that went for 18. That really opened the floodgates with the final 2 overs going for 18 and 10. As we take a quick glance forward as what is happening in about 25 minutes time, the final game of the day, Marlow against Lisbon Capitals. 2 changes for Marlow, 1 change for Lisbon Capitals, the unbeaten side of the tournament so far. We'll have plenty of time to dissect that. Marlow won the toss, decided to bowl. But let's take a look at the highlights of this game, and it was a low-scoring thriller. Started off with that absolute seed from Conrad Greenshields. Nothing that Girish Singh could have done about that. And then it was, in fact, Azhar Andani, the captain at the top of the order. His 5 sixes got his team up and running. But Rahul Vishwarama, his co-conspirator-in-chief at the top of the order, he could fall for just 2 runs. Big LBW shout from Taj Mohammed and an easy decision. And Amninder Happy came to the crease. He contributed just the 6 runs before he was dismissed. It was Naeem Rahman, the bowler, with Junaid Khan taking the comfortable catch. But meanwhile, at the other end, Azhar Andani just kept on plugging away with his work. He knew if he was out there towards the end that he would see his team home, and that's exactly what happened as he built up a solid partnership then with Niloy Islam, who also stayed there towards the end, and that was the one partnership that really took the game into the favour of the Gawker 11. That partnership worth almost 50 runs, in fact more than 50 runs, 56 runs on the board in that partnership, and that was really the killer for the Gawkers, wasn't it?
Yeah, that really is. That's it for me right there. That 56 runs when you're chasing less than 100, that really tells a tale. This was the unfortunate moment when Andani was done running, screaming, pleading for Nilroy to please go to complete the run, sacrifice yourself, get me on strike. Nilroy stood his ground and said, nope, sorry Skip, I'm staying right here. I'm sure there's a conversation there, but they've won the game, so hopefully it's not a fierce conversation. And things sort of petered out here towards the end. It was a bit tight there, but in the end, look, by, what was it in the end, 3 deliveries I think it was, and the winning margin in the end was, how many wickets? 3 wickets. So, well, no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen there. It's 7 wickets indeed, yes.
2 balls left, so it was...
2. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, we always had the final ball finish. It was always a case of, well, that misfield that we saw just then off the final ball of the 9th over, that really made it game, set and match for the Gawker 11. So they just needed 2 blows in the final over, which they managed to get. And it was Azhar Andani who, well, he could have been there at the end if it weren't for a bit of a calamitous run out with his partner Niloy Islam. Luckily for him, Islam, he was there at the end to see his team home. Not a bad bowling performance actually from Oreras, given that they only had 96 to defend. And Conrad Greenshields, look at that, 2 overs, 8 runs. All that was missing was a wicket. Vicky Chowan, he didn't come back on, but his over only went for 7. Taj Mohammed, he went for a few, but he, I'm sure, will come back firing tomorrow when we see the Swans again. So there's the match summary, match 14. We've still got 1 match to go, so don't go anywhere. But in this one, it's the Gawker 11. It looked like they weren't going anywhere either, but they did manage to sneak over the line to take the 3 points against Awerash. Awerash will console themselves with that 1 bonus point, so it's not been a completely lost game for them. But at the end, Gawker 11, they beat the Swans by 7 wickets. They pick up their 3rd win of the tournament. And Awerash, while they join their rivals here, Gawker 11 on 2 losses on the board, but both of these teams will be more than confident still of booking a place in finals day on the Friday because, well, there's still plenty of games to go. We're not even at the halfway stage, and I'm sure they'll be confident of their chances. And we're confident of the fact that we'll be back here in just about 15 minutes time for the final match of the day, which is a big top of the table tussle between Marlow and the Lisbon Capitals. Lisbon Capitals, the only side who are still unbeaten in this tournament, and boy would they love to stay that way as we enter the halfway stage of this ECS Portugal Premier Division 2025. So you have about 15 minutes time, 20 minutes before that first ball is bowled. Marlow won the toss, they've elected to field. I'm Tina Goff, Phil G is with me here in the commentary box, and we'll take you through the action on the European Cricket Network, so don't go away.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victoria.
Welcome back to the sunny Santarem cricket ground and the final game of the day, match 15, which promises to be a real thriller, a top of the table clash between Marlow and Lisbon Capitals. Before we talk about the game, let's go out into the middle to see what happened at the all-important coin toss.
Capitals to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. It's tails.
We are bowling first.
Okay, good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Marlow have won the toss. They're bowling.
Thank you very much, Stefan. So there you have it. Marlow win the toss. They decide to bowl. And this truly is going to be a really exciting game. It's the final game. We've had a golden ball already today. We can't have two, can we? Well, it promises to be an exciting game because it's right at the top of the table. Marlow, they've just dropped that one game at the early stages of the campaign. Since then, they've come back with 3 wins. As for the Lisbon Capitals, they're the only unbeaten side left in this tournament, and they want to finish this day 3 in style. It's the final game before we turn around. It's halfway through the group stages, 15 games down and 15 games still to go. So stick with us. It's the final game of the day. The sun is shining here in sunny Santarem, and it's Phil G in the commentary box, half of the G-Force, who's going to take you through the action. Take it away, Phil.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Tina. Yes, indeed, Phil G here in the commentary igloo for the final match on day 3, match 15, coming your way momentarily. And you can see the lovely drone shots there of this fantastic place we like to call our home away from home, the Santarem Cricket Ground. Match 15, Marlow and Lisbon Capitals going head-to-head. What a cracker this is going to be. We talked about the Punjab Sissi Amadora game and the Gamblers game. We highlighted that, Tina and myself. We said that's going to be a cracker, and it certainly was. It lived up to every expectation with the GB. This was our second favourite easily. We did talk about this one quite animatedly this morning as well. Marlow, Lisbon Capitals, a couple of ins there for Marlow, Mohamed Samir and Asad Mahmood. That is a pretty powerful in for them to get Asad Mahmood in. Won't be surprised if he might even open the bowling. He did carry an injury from the night series. Let's see if he's recovered from that. Marlow, well, the Supercomputer's only giving him 33% chance, that team, to take the win. 67% chance to Lisbon Capitals. So Supercomputer seems to think that Lisbon Capitals Capitals are going to continue on their merry way and go ahead with, 5 wins from 5 games. If that happens, they are going to be very much sitting pretty on top of the standings and very hard to chase down for the rest of the teams. As we turn the corner, as Tina described during the introduction there, we will turn the corner and go to the second half of this Premier Division. Can't believe we're already almost halfway through this Premier Division. Blink and you miss it. It's gone quick. It's been fantastic. Today has been an exceptionally good day for T10 cricket. We've had close games. We've had fun aplenty. We've had exciting run chases. We've had really, really competitive run chases too. And this is fun. Just a reminder, Marlow won the toss, elected to bowl first. Every team who won the toss today elected to bowl. How about that? Don't see that very often. So there's that. And they're going to see, pretty momentarily, the Lisbon Capitals try to get off to a bit of a start. And then you're going to see Marlow come out later and chase. Obviously, Marlow more comfortable chasing than setting a target. Lisbon Capitals, they're going to want to get off to an absolute flyer here. They had a good game earlier today against Gorka. They made 160-odd in their first dig against Gorka in the second match of the day. That was almost chased down. I say almost, only 5 runs short of being chased down by Gorka, which was an exceptionally powerful effort from them. And that just shows that Lisbon Capitals are capable of putting a big score on early. And it is indeed Asad Mahmood to open the bowling for Marlow. And he's greeted with a shot that goes bang, Maximo. Asad Mahmood, he pretty much opened, I think, in the bowling and bowled the first and third over during the entire night series for Marlow. Very rarely did they change that up. Mian Shahid is just walking over to his bowler. Maybe just going to give it a couple of encouraging words in his ear and maybe just a little pat on the backside and say, keep your chin up. That's just 1-6. We need the rest of these deliveries to be on here. I think that's all it was. Just a little positive little comment there. Danish Sadiq, he's at the striker's end. He's the one who put that out of the ground. He goes again this time to the offside. That goes along the ground, 1 bounce. And they're cleanly taken there. It looks like Amandeep Singh, the figure of Amandeep Singh, who very kindly picked me up from the airport, what seems like a long time ago now for this particular tournament. And he got the nod to drive a couple of the crew around, get him from the airport down to the ground here. And we thank him for all his efforts too. And we thank everyone who's been helping us out, all the volunteers and everyone around the ground and who's been coming and going over the last, probably 10 days or so since we kicked things off on that Saturday the 22nd. Oh, it seems like such a long time ago now. I'm getting blurry with the lines here. So 7 on the board. Sadiqi, he's got 7. Mustafa, he's facing his first delivery from Asad Mahmood. Coming into bowl now, the third delivery of this game. That was a shout of catch it, but that ball was hit straight into the ground, so that was an interesting moment. But a dot ball nonetheless. Umpire gets his chance to have a bit of a fielding practice there. Good to see. Winds up, goes to the big hit. It's just going to squirt away behind the keeper, who can't get anything behind that, and neither can the fielder backing up. That is run away for 4. That is off the bat. Umpire Bucks confirms. That is runs. Bottom edge gets away from the keeper, can't get anything whatsoever behind that. And that's going to fly away. Roshan Singh standing up to the stumps, of course. A shout of "wee" sounded coming through the effects mic. Somebody enjoyed that. And it's just been forced away towards our backward point. Single there, 11 for no loss. So last ball of Mahmood's over. As I said, not a stranger to be opening the bowling in T10 for Marlow. That's been hit high, up in the air, and it's going to come down on the other side of the boundary rope for a big Maximo. So Mahmood goes for a few in this one. Just sits up and is crunched out of the ground. Ahmed Mustafa just getting everything behind that one, and that has gone a long, long way back towards the dugout. So the first over is in the tin, and that is 17 from it. What a cracking start that is. Have a look at the Tour of Portugal coming up in your screens right now. Challenger Division last week. Well, I got to tell you, the G-Force Tina and I had a terrific time during the Challenger. We're having an absolute belter of a time during the Premier as well. And Tina, who's just rejoined me here, she's going to be here to take you through ECI action and T20I action, both men and women, this weekend into next week. Tina, take it away with the internationals, huh?
Yeah, we're going global, and I'm looking forward to that, especially for the Portugal women. It's a big occasion for them, their first time playing international games, and where better place to do it than on the European Cricket Network. And that's what the beauty of the European Cricket Network is as well. It gives these sides all over Europe, male, female, domestic, international, a platform to show us what they can do. So I'm really looking forward to the next, 10 days of action. It's non-stop here in Portugal.
It's really kicking on, isn't it? Yeah, you'll be here in the commentary igloo. So this will be your home away from home for just a little bit longer, going into the weekend and afterwards. Driven hard, driven high, and driven handsome, and that is going to land on the other side of the rope for a Maximo. Johnny asks us, how was tea? What did we have? I think the best way to describe it is a selection of cakes and sandwiches courtesy of Zoe and her kitchen staff.
Yeah, washed down with a bit of iced tea or coffee. I mean, can't say they don't look after us here. And, well, you might have to roll me out the igloo in about 10 days' time if we keep on getting this hospitality. She's already teased Zoe that there's going to be barbecues after the T20I. So I'm sorry, Phil, you're going to have to cancel your flight because you don't want to miss that.
I'm going to have to fly back just for that. Imagine trying to explain that to the missus. Why are you going back to Portugal? Barbecue. I got to say, the iced tea that's been served up as well, it's homemade and it is delissimo. In the second, shouts to catch it. That is going to go. Oh, fielder almost pulls off a ripper catch, pirouettes, spins around, and almost completes what would have been a miraculous catch. Wow, that just, I thought out of it for every bit of that until got hands on it right at the end. Have a look at this one again, up in the air. Shamsha almost gets into position to take that one. He wasn't far away at the end. Probably maybe didn't realise how he had a fair bit of space to the rope.
Yeah, he was busy jumping up in the air. He didn't quite get his hands in the right place. Didn't watch the ball. It was a tough effort, though. It stayed in the air for a long time. That's an early life for the Capitals.
Indeed. Hassan Khan continues. That sounded like a bit of a miss hit as well. Going to be a pretty straightforward catch here. And taken from that miss hit, it was indeed. That is a big wicket. So Amir Mustafa, he goes for 10 from 4 deliveries face. The Lisbon Capitals lose their first wicket in the second. And that is a massive wicket indeed. The international superstar from France is gone. And that is a straightforward regulation catch. Easier than the one that he toyed with just a few moments ago. So Marlowe get the breakthrough. And I can see Mian Shahid having a little chat here with his bowler, just embracing him and saying, "Look, this is good what you've done, but we need to continue here. Like it a lot." And Hassan Khan, he's done the business. Let's see if he can continue, maybe get another wicket, maybe keep the brakes on, because that was a good start for Lisbon Capitals until that happened.
Well, we've said that the Lisbon Capitals have one of the most imposing opening pairings of Siddiqui and Omar out there, but it's Omar who has to make the long walk home. That'll be the last we see of him to date, but I'm sure he'll come back flying out the traps tomorrow. You can't keep a good man like Mustafa down for long, but that's a big early wicket for Marlowe.
Speaking of international superstars, Shafiq comes in, A-list player from Pakistan. Been playing with the Capitals for quite a while now, and was a man of the series during the night series, MVP during the finals, did everything right. Probably hasn't really quite found his proper form here. Did get a player of the match in the game yesterday. But, yeah, just trying to put together a good bowling and batting effort from that man. And he's a terrific outfielder as well. So Marlowe with a job to do to try to remove him and get stuck into this top order.
Well, it's no wonder the Capitals are hot favourites. Well, they've proved it so far. 4 wins from 4 when they've just got talent up and down their lineup.
Oh, it's been edged, just mishit. So just things getting a little bit sort of nervy here. Lisbon Capitals just looking to get back on top after that wicket that fell in this over. Early days though, 24 for 1. Still one more to come in the second. Nice start to this game. Nice close start.
Yeah, the Capitals certainly won't want to lose another wicket in the power play as they lost an early one. But, well, they've got 2 real in-form batters at the crease, none more so than Danish Siddiqui, but he's at the wrong end at the moment as far as he is concerned, but he'll probably have a chance after this ball.
Swings that away, leg side. Not sure if he's got anything like that though.
Well, I think that just swung away for a wide. We'll wait for the signal. Oh, it's buys.
Okay. I thought maybe, and Shafiq is looking at the umpire and saying, "Are you sure about that? We have to look at one more time." I think he felt he got something on that.
No, I think it came straight off the keeper's glove, but it went down leg side. That's why I was questioning why it wasn't given byes. I mean, if it goes past leg stump, it should be byes unless, well, you know, he kind of moved out the way of it. Either way, it's a run to the score.
Just trying to see if he's changed it, because this is not the end of the over, so maybe he's pulled back on that one. I missed if the umpire signalled change of mind there, so I'm not sure. So I think he's changed to a wide, because I'm sure that was the last ball of the second.
Yep, wide
So
called in the end. 2 wides given.
Changed to wide. Yep,
Got
nice.
there in the end.
Whew. And this time that's been hit away. It's in the air for quite a long time. And, well, that was just a little bit too far. It is indeed a Maximo. Fielder on the edge of the boundary rope there cannot lean outwards to try to stop that one from going all the way over for a big 6.
Yeah, he was in play for a long time here, and in the end he could just throw out a left hand, and, well, that bonus ball in the end does go for a 6, so double punishment. And, well, better late than never. We do get to the end of the second, and the Lisbon Capitals, it's just that 1 wicket that has fallen so far. Otherwise that was, well, not a bad little over from Hassan Khan. And if we say the Lisbon Capitals, they've got some power at the top of their batting lineup. Marlow, they can equally match it with their bowling lineup.
100% agreed on that one, absolutely. And it looks like it's Amandeep Singh with the ball there, I believe that is. So he's going to come on and just bowl his little slow right armers, that variable pace. He can. He has a very short run up, and he can suddenly deliver the ball very quickly. Real, whipping action as he delivers the ball in that final stride. See what he can do here. Shafiq is facing.
So to confirm that final 2 balls, or really 1 ball of that over, it was 2 wides given. It just tailed away down leg side, and then that extra ball, the 7th, was deposited for a 6. So it was 15 runs that came off that Hassan Khan over and the 1 wicket. Big wicket as well. I'm sure he'd trade in all 15 of those runs for the wicket of Omar Mustafa.
I agree completely with that. So we're about to start the third. Amandeep Singh comes in, coming around the wicket. That's been slogged way over deep mid-wicket boundary for a big Maximo. Disappears out of view. Great shot, that.
Yeah, that was just picked up off a length. Stand and deliver by the left-handed Shafiq. Amandeep Singh, welcome to the crease. Your first delivery has been put away for a 6.
Getting invaded in the igloo here, having a few insects coming and saying hello to us. I hope you're doing well wherever you are in the world, and I think that insect's not going to come back for a few minutes now. Amandeep Singh, he needs to come back though. He needs to do something about that Maximo.
I thought it was a delayed grizzly coming my way. I mean, the 6 did almost come our way, and, well, I've got an invader on my laptop screen. It's quite a...
Do you need to give him a flick?
Oh, just it's a little grasshopper.
It's a grasshopper.
Friend.
Hey, hello grasshopper.
Yeah, well, I didn't need that flying at my face, I will say, but he's there just having a nice time, so I'll leave him to it.
Do you want me to remove him for you?
Yeah, you remove the grasshopper while I go through the play as Amandeep Singh. Well, he's replied with 2 dot balls. Make that 3 dot balls. As well, that first one went for a 6. And Ahmad Shafiq hasn't got anything else for his troubles on the next 3 as Mr. Grasshopper says goodbye. And, well, that was a side swipe from me. I just saw the figure of something flying towards me. It wasn't Phil G, it wasn't a grizzly, it was Mr. Grasshopper, but all is well in the commentary tent. As well, all is well with the bat here of Ahmad Shafiq as that one flies for another Maximo. 3 dots, but he knows he can just trust on the fact that Amandeep Singh gave him a bit of a gimme ball there, and he tucked in.
Yeah, this over is not looking very good at all for Marlow, looking becoming very expensive. That's scoring up to 44 for 1. 1 more to come. Amandeep Singh's given away a couple of Maximos in this over. And Shafiq is enjoying the bowling of Amandeep Singh. See what happens here. Oh, just hits it down to the ground. Rolls the head back, flicks the bat in disgust, knows that he's missed out on an opportunity there, and that has how the power play finished. It's 1 down for 44. In the power play, 3 overs gone. And, well, Lisbon Capitals, that's still a good start in any one's book. So nothing to be too upset about, I would say.
Yeah, 44 for 1 off the power play. We take a look. Well, it's a slow decrease, but I'm sure they won't mind that, especially because that first over went for 17. Just the 1 wicket already departed, Omar Mustafa. But they've got a wealth of batting options, do the Lisbon Capitals. Well, let's take a look at this. A golden ball. It was only 1 and a bit games ago that we had golden ball 74, I think.
74 sounds right, yes.
And I mean, Phil G, you've had 2 golden balls, both won by the bat so far. So you're bucking the trend, overall trend, 31 for bat, 43 for ball. And there you have it as well. 73, 74, GB for the G-Force. And exactly a week apart on these Golden Mondays.
Have a look at that. That's 7 golden balls in Portugal alone. Quite an amazing little bit of stat there for everybody. Looking to play that one away, and that's a good dot ball. Good start there from Hassan Khan. He's going to bowl out, and that's a great start to his second over. Gets a dot in there.
Good start to the 4th, and yeah, it's a good move here to bring Hassan Khan on. See if he can pick up another wicket. He picked up that 1 in his first over. Did go for 15, but I think they'd cash in a few runs here with Marlowe just to get into that Lisbon Capitals middle order, which hasn't really been tested so far in this Premier Division.
True, very true indeed. Bowler in. Ooh, goes for an uppercut there, and I think he's either missed it or edged it. Maybe probably missed it. Just come off the hand of the keeper's glove. He loses his glove in the process as well. Very kindly handed back to him. Roshan Singh acknowledges the kindness of the batter, Shafiq.
Yeah. Friendly by shirt, friendly by nature, and yeah, we're all friends here, aren't we? It'll be looking like Marlowe want the friendly advantage in this game, and it's pretty much even at the moment. It does say Lisbon Capitals 67%. The win predictor clearly likes the fact that Lisbon Capitals have, well, not faced defeat so far at this tournament, but Marlowe, they're on a hat-trick of wins as well, just that 1 loss on their first day of the campaign.
That's right. 45 for 1. That's a mishit up in the air, but it's going to be enough for the ball to just get down. Tina's going to field it and collects and returns the ball to the fielder. Gives away to the camera. Oh, how's that for cheeky? Did you get yourself on camera? I was watching you. Let's have a look. Watch the replay here. Watch out for the other half of G-Force to come out. No. Oh, that's a shame.
All that work for nothing. If you're not on camera, does it even happen?
Well, we've got people in the tower for this, and unfortunately, 2 circles have missed the trick there. Never mind. They'll get us next time.
Yeah.
If the ball comes down next time, we should both rush out there and grab it. How about that?
Abandon ship.
It's hit to the point, can't pick it up. Eventually, he throws it along the ground in disgust that he couldn't pick up the ball. Just, oh, there you go, have that one. Shafiq, he's raced up to 16 now. Took a little while to get off the mark. Danish Siddiqui, he's on 20, phase 7. He's at the non-strikers end. Seems every time I look up, he's at the non-strikers end. I keep missing when he's on strike.
Well, most of the time he's been on strike, he's hit it to the boundary, so it's a bit of a blink and you'll miss it innings so far.
Hassan Khan with a couple in the 4th still to come. Here he comes now. Shouts, how's that? And the slow finger of doom isn't so slow this time. It goes up pretty quick. And umpire concurs, you are indeed done. Leg before wicket. Good persistence and good straight delivery. That just completely missed.
It wasn't much of a bent arm there either from the umpire. More of a straight trigger. Didn't have to think twice about that one. It pitched full, was going straight. I think that would be crashing into middle and leg. And, well, he was undone there, Ahmad Shafiq, by swiping across the line. Big old appeal. Thank you very much, says Hassan Khan. And he picks up his 2nd wicket. And that's exactly what we were saying, why he should come back on, see if he can pick up another wicket. And he's duly obliged. Yeah,
exactly. And unfortunately for Ahmad Shafiq, he doesn't get onto a big score here. 16 only. Would have loved to have gone on to make a big sort of 40 or 50, possibly. And yeah, he's going to sort of turn over responsibility now to the the higher middle order. Still in sort of the top order here, I guess you could say. But that is a big wicket for Marlowe. And trying to stamp authority here. Just pull back these runs. If they're chasing a 120, 130 by the end of this, I would be backing Marlowe. But right now, it's 49 for 2 and just 1 more delivery to complete the 4th. This could be the one. That's a good delivery from Hassan Khan. Good end of the over. It draws the miss hit, and Safar cannot get it away. And that is 4 overs going 49 on the board.
Yeah, he's lucky he got a bit of a feather on that one, otherwise he might have gone the way of Ahmad Shafiq before him. But another fantastic over from Hassan Khan and a brilliant spell. He ends 2 for 19 off his 2. Take a look, that's just put the break on the run rate as well. It was a great first over, wasn't it? That one went for 17. Next one, 15, not too bad, but dropped down to 12 and 5. So a good fight comeback here from Marlowe.
There's a really good comeback, and taking the battle back up to Lisbon Capital and saying you're not going to have it all your own way. Having a look there and seeing, it looks like it's, is it Amandeep going to bowl out? I sort of figure, look, let's keep going with him. Danish Siddiqui, though, he's faced Amandeep Singh probably thousands of times. Let's see what he can do here. They're both very familiar playing on opposite sides against each other. It's going to be interesting next over this one. This is the 5th coming up. Critical this one for Marlowe, not to take the foot off throat. They can keep the pressure on, keep that run rate coming down. It's now down to 12.3. Yeah, critical over this one in the middle. Oh, shout to catch it. Amandeep Singh cannot believe that has just bobbed up in the air, and a regulation mid-off would have said thank you very much.
Yeah, fortunately for him, Najam Shazad, he's got his heels on the rope back here at long off. But still a miss hit there from Danish Siddiqui. He was on strike there, Phil, but quickly back off strike again.
Yes. Safar now facing. Cross bat, smack down the ground. That went very fast. Couple of bounces, 4 runs.
Danish Siddiqui had to take evasive action on that one. We see that on the replay. Just sat up nicely for Arslan Zafar, and he just leaned all the way into that one and smashed it down the ground. Whistled past long on.
It's a really good strike, that. Really powerful hit. Going to see this one more time before we go to live action. Yeah, just to take a bit of evasive action there. Back to live action. Amandeep Singh comes in for his 3rd. Whoa, that must have been closer than we thought, because there was a lot of oohs and ahs and hands to the head. Ooh, nice little battle unfolding here.
Yeah, it is. It's top quality batting and bowling. That one just wheeks away to the man on the 45. Another dot ball, and a good little comeback here from Amandeep Singh. 2 dot balls.
Yeah, it really was. Asad Mahmood just on that 45 inside the circle, went straight to him. They didn't try and chance his arm. Doesn't have a strong arm, does Asad Mahmood. You won't often find him on the boundary line. It's a wide ball, just goes over the line. Fair enough. I think Amandeep just gave a little sort of nod there, and that's a fair call for me.
Oh, it's a tough one. It's tough when that line, we have the different perspective to the umpire here, but well, whatever happens, there's only one perspective on that, and that's a big Maximo to the rope. Arslan Zafar, he moves into double figures.
Yep, he's really kicking on here, and needs to as well. Needs to make sure he doesn't get bogged down. That's his job in this sort of upper middle order of Lisbon Capitals, to make sure the runs are still flowing. If he can't do that, needs to turn it over to his counterpart, Danish Siddiqui, who's at the non-striker's end. He's only faced 8 deliveries. So far is 10 from 5. And he goes to put everything into that one, and that has gone quite a fair way back. Massive Maximo. He's now raced to 16.
There's a fielder out there at mid-wicket. It's Shamshar Singh, but the ball lands probably about 10 metres to the right of him, and he has no inclination whatsoever to pick that one up.
I just caught I just caught him as you were pointing to him, like, oh, that see, bing, he's gone. He was just in there somewhere, and so there you go. And I think it's time to welcome everybody into the commentary igloo. Phil G here, along with Tina Goff. Tina and myself, we are G-Force. We are the Dream Team. We are the G Team, whichever name you like to call us. And we talked about maybe making it the GGGB team, because we've had another golden ball today. How exciting was that? On back of our golden ball from the Challenger Division last week. How much fun was that? What a game. And what a game we've got here too.
What a game. Golden ball, golden shirt. It's all going on with the G team. And well, that was number 74. We saw 73 last week.
Yep.
The internationals, Portugal, Norway. You've got to get your golden ball boots on, because we want to see a 4th.
Oh, we'd love to see that. Love to see that in the internationals. Need to bring that, Tina. Need to bring that on. Yes.
3 for you, but you know, I'm not counting.
It's okay. I can handle that. I'm wearing the big boy pants. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. Either way you can get it. It's like with the batting. Any way you can get it, get it. So we start the 6th. It's 67 for 2. Start of the 6th. And Marlowe again looking to maybe sort of try to notch a couple of extra wickets here and just try to turn this game around a little bit. Don't want to let Lisbon Capitals get away from them.
And Mohamed Adnan into the attack. And another kind of weapon that they have in the armoury, Marlowe. They've got a lot of bowlers they can turn to, fast and slow, spinning, swinging, they've got a bit of everything. And well, after the Lisbon Capitals got off to a bit of a flying start, 32 off the first 2 overs, it's been pulled back a bit, but that Amandeep Singh 5th over did go for 18, finishing with that flurry, 2 sixes at the end of it. So this game's swinging this way and that, and we could be on for another tight finish. We've been spoilt today with tight finishes, haven't we?
We have. We've had 3 cracking games in a row, all really tight finishes, down towards the last, well, not just the last ball, but into the last over, into the last ball, golden ball, finishes with one delivery, 2 delivery spare. This one should be a bit of a thriller too. These are 2 very evenly matched teams, and we know everything about how good Marlow are, and Lisbon Capital has been so explosive in this tournament so far. Crunch, there you go, case in point, and that is almost.
That's an unbelievable
he's claimed the catch. Unreal. Let's have a look at this one again. I thought that was not going to be a catch for every reason in the world. Done himself a bit of a mischief there. Let's have a look at this one. Good shot in the background here. Steadies. Oh, the big stretch and the fall. Didn't fall on the rope? Let's have a look how close, quite close to the rope there.
I think his right foot is in there, his left foot goes next to it, and he kind of falls backwards. So I think he's safe as long as his hand doesn't touch the rope.
Yep.
He gets an immediate round of applause from his teammate there, the 12th man. I think it's Amir Zabe out there. And well, he says straight away, clapping.
Yep.
And I think I'd be inclined to believe that one. They will have to check it. And it's a long wait, and it's a... Well, you can tell by that body language. You don't need to call in the body language experts there to say that it has been given out. And what a phenomenal catch that was.
And the catcher, just trying to see who the fielder is down there. He's getting a little bit of treatment on the ground. I think he's stretched his leg muscles just on this there. I think he's sort of like not hyperextended, but just stretched it a little bit there. But I think he's okay.
It's Asim Sarwar out there.
It's Asim Sarwar out there. What a great catch. Safar cannot believe his luck, and I thought that was out of the ground. I thought that was safely hit out of the ground. And even the 12th man is saying, nope, that was just a terrific catch. He absolutely cannot believe his misfortune. He takes the gloves off, genuinely really disappointed. It does bring in the new batter though, so Mohamed Adnan gets a breakthrough, and it's going to be Patel facing his first ball. Goes to elevate, shouts to catch it. It's going to run away to that vortex area, which is deep 3rd man, and it's going to beat everyone to the boundary. 4 runs.
Certainly a late contender for play of the day there from Asim Sarwar. We were just commentating it as if it was just going to be another one of those Maximos that goes about 51, 52 meters, and it would have done as well if it wasn't for the terrific leap by Sarwar on the boundary. He not only had to get the height on it, he then had to fall pretty much vertically so that he didn't hit the rope on the way down. That was an unbelievable effort.
Yeah, very good judgment on the boundary rope there. Swings hard, and that is going to go out. Just 1 bounce, and fielded there quite nicely. That's Shamsher Singh out there with the duties. And gets the ball back. Say good afternoon to John Gray in the chat. Hello there, John. Hope you're well, and hope everyone in the chat's well. I can see a bunch of familiar names there. Thomas Martinez, Johnny He, Alter Ego's in there as well. Hello to you. Kev's back. Kroom, good to see you too. And there is a big wicket there as well. If you did miss that, Danik Siddiqui is gone. Stumps akimbo, smacked into him, and Mohamed Adnan, he's having a great over here.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, he needed a big assist from Asim Sarwar on the catch. But that was all about the bowler, Mohamed Adnan, just straight through the gate. I mean, the gate was left wide open by the batter, and a big swing and a miss. Lost all his shape there. In fact, it was Danish Siddiqui who was the victim, and that's a big blow for the Lisbon Capitals. It wasn't the shot that we've been used to seeing from Danish Siddiqui. It was such a loose shot. Yeah. I thought maybe it was the new batter that got out, but no, it was the set batter of Siddiqui. That's the end of the Capitals opener, and it's a big wicket. He falls for 22 off 11.
Yeah, it just pitches in the right place and just straightens up and cannons into the off stump. Cannot believe it here. Cannot believe his luck. However, Mohamed Adnan, he's looking pretty calm and comfortable, thinking, look, this is all going exactly the way I thought it was going to do. I've built this over in this particular fashion. Don't be too surprised. Samath Patel is out there now. He's on 5. And Rahul Huda has just joined him, yet to face a delivery. And things just starting to wobble. Well, not just starting to, just wobbled in the last couple of overs for Lisbon Capitals. Marlow starting to climb on top here. 6 overs gone, 74 on the board.
Yeah, it's been a good bowling performance so far from Marlow, given that they're coming up against a strong Capitals batting lineup. And Asim Sawa, well, I would reward him with a bowl after that catch as well. He deserves it. I'd give him anything after that catch.
Well, it's funny because he did go down to the ground and looked like he was suffering a little bit of, maybe cramp or tiredness in the legs. Well, hopefully not tiredness, because this is Marlow's one and only match here for the day. But he did look like he was in a little bit of strife, maybe just just a bit of not hyperextension, but just overextension of the leg on taking that catch. But yeah, it gets rewarded with an over. Bit of space. Oh, looking into the sun, takes evasive action and does not even attempt to catch there. There's a few fielders around asking the question, what was that? It's quite funny. Even here, just here in front of us, just hands out, just saying, what was that? And evasive action. It is look, it is tough there staring into the sun. The sun is getting quite low in the sky now, and that fielder is looking straight into it because that ball didn't get all that high either.
Well, poor Asim Sawa, he's almost broken both of his legs at the same time, pulling off that unbelievable catch on the boundary. One's just popped up to point, but the sun assists the Lisbon Capitals there as well. It falls harmlessly to the ground. We did mention this morning, didn't we, that it's not just an excuse. That sun is just dipping below the horizon. It's 6:30 p.m. local time here, and well, it's a good enough excuse, and Lisbon Capitals will happily take the second chance.
Yeah, I think that was actually Mian Shahid, the skipper out there, who took evasive action rather than take the catch, which I guess it's probably why he didn't cop too much of a spray from anyone. I mean, you don't want to give the captain a spray at any time, do you? And it's funny, I think Najam Shazad is still pointing to the sky. He's still talking about it, saying, look, I know the sun's up there, but you should really catch those. Literally, that's what hand signals he just gave his skipper. Anyway, Azam Sawa, he's got a couple more to come in this over. Oh, that's just hit that little, what do you call it, the wormhole zone, and it hasn't gotten up, and the blade swings right over the top. Rahul Huda just misses that one completely. He's yet to get off the mark.
Well, he has got off the mark now.
He has indeed. Swings really hard through that one, and that has gone so far across towards the clubhouse, the camera can't even keep up with it. That got every little bit of that out of the ground. Lovely strike.
Heard the crack of the bat through the headphones. That was just sweet as a nut to end the 7th over. Lisbon Capitals 85 for 4. As we take a look and catch our breath before we go again tomorrow. 5 more tasty fixtures coming your way. Which one jumps out to you there, Phil?
Oh, wow. Marlow Owarish is the one that is the big one for me. That's a cracker. And the end of the day, the Owarish Lisbon Capitals. Well, any games involving Owarish are going to be good, especially when you're playing the guys at the top of the tables just above them. But I think that earlier match 17, depending what happens here with Marlow, if they get a win here, then they are really going to power themselves probably right up next to Owarish on the standings. It's those 3 teams, Marlow, Owarish, Lisbon Capitals, are looking really good to carry on into Friday.
Yeah, they're the top 3 that are kind of breaking away from the pack as it stands. It looks like Gorka 11, they kind of find themselves in no man's land in the middle, and Punjab CC and Gamblers, well, they're bringing up the rear. Of course, it was the Gamblers that got their first win on the board in that golden ball, but still a long way off, troubling the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, there you go. So it's a bit just hit along the ground there. Shamsi Singh out there with the bit of fielding. Mohamed Adnan 2 for 8. Yeah, a couple of good games in a row. Which one's catching your attention?
Yeah, I think I'd probably go for that end of day clash as well.
Yeah.
I just like watching the Owarish team because they've got some explosive batting, don't they? Conrad Greenshield's leading the team. Be interesting to see if Brendan Badenhorst comes back as well.
Yep.
I think I wouldn't say they missed him at the top of the order, but a bit of firepower does never go amiss.
True.
And he does bring a lot of power to the side. But I mean, I wouldn't underestimate those bottom of the table scraps as well. When teams are fighting for their lives, that sometimes throws up things like a golden ball. This one's thrown up right in the air, should be taken, and it is comfortably taken by the cover fielder. And well, the sun wasn't quite in his eyes that time. It is in fact Hardeep Kutan that takes the catch there. Does maybe what his captain wasn't able to do. And well, that one went high, but not very far at all, and it was a comfortable catch. That is the 5th wicket down as well.
Yeah, 5 wickets down now. Still, what have we got? Still got 2.5 overs to go thereabouts. So it's interesting that Lisbon Capital was just getting through their batting order here. probably not the kind of score on the board that they're expecting. We had some explosive scores on day 1 and day 2, 130s, 160s, and up around that sort of score. This is not the first time that we're looking at a score. It's going to be around about probably, what, maybe 110, maybe? No, I mean, their expected score is around 116, so there you go. Run rate is currently 11.5, but now 5 wickets down. And Deepak Kumar's got a bit to do. And he misses the one. Almost misses the fact that Samath Patel was running to try to get to the other end. And Samath Patel gets it to the front, to the top end there, turns around and says, keep an eye on me, because, you know, we need to run these. We need to get every one possible. As, yeah, Deepak Patel was just a bit sort of just looking around there, wasn't he? Just sort of like, yeah, sorry, not Deepak Patel, I'm talking about Kumar. Deval Kumar. Just looking around, wondering why he missed that one. He should have been taking the bye. 2 more to come in the 8th. Oh, banged in short, seen short. Well, the field had a couple of attempts to see that ball. I know the sun is a problem over there. Oh, there's going to be a run out, I think. Let's go to the videotape, have a look at a run-out opportunity here. Well, the fielder had a few little mishaps on the boundary line, eventually got the ball. Have a look at this. Yep, they decide to go for the second on the misfield. Oh, he's going to be home, I think.
Oh, I think he's gone.
Or is he gone?
Yeah,
No,
he's
no,
gone.
that's in the air. Yep. Sorry, I had the sun in my eyes. Hey, if it works for them, it works for me. Indeed gone. Oh, Samath Patel, he plays a good shot, tries to get back for the second, and it's come undone there. That's 6 down now for Lisbon Capitals.
Yeah, a sloppy piece of running there, and that is their 6th wicket to fall.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, and it's just a bit of a strange one all round. The ball was lost by the fielder out there in the deep. He was just making sure the ball landed before he made any sudden movements. And he did then implement a good old throw into the keeper. And while the 2 batters out there were just having a bit of a conference, and the conference ended in disaster, as the throw that came in was actually a really good throw. It was Hassan Khan out there in the deep.
Yeah, watch this come in.
By the time Samath Patel knew what was happening, the bails have been whipped off by Rushan Singh.
Oh, shouts to catch it. It's in the air for a long time. Oh, just been grasped, put down. Terrific effort, though, in the outfield. Amandeep Singh rushing in there to try to complete the catch. Spills it just at the last minute. 89 for 6, 8 overs gone. Still 2 to come. And a lot of work here for Lisbon Capitals to try to climb up to something reasonable here. As one S. Patel is removed and another S. Patel comes in to bat. So that was Samath Patel who says goodbye, but his captain, Sunil Kumar Patel, is now at the in there to try to help his team get up to 100 and then some.
Great recovery from Marlowe at the halfway stage. Lisbon Capitals were 67 for 2. So that means, what, 22 runs that they've added since then, and for the loss of 4 wickets. The last 3 overs gone 7, 11, 4, but more importantly, 2 wickets in the 6th, 2 wickets in the 8th. That was a great over from Mohamed Adnan.
Yeah, that tells a tale. Sarwar to bowl out here.
And Adnan, in fact, finished on 3 for 10. Brilliant pair of overs from him there.
Yep.
And he'll be wishing he could come back for a 3rd to finish it off, but it's Asib Sarwar with ball in hand.
Pushes that one a little bit wide, but not so wide to infringe. So it's a couple of dots to start the 9th. Could be a bit of a worry here if Lisbon Capitals can't get something on the board. We can talk about it till the cows come home, and there are some cows nearby, but this is the time when teams need to be putting the foot down and just getting almost like bonus runs, but just going hell for leather and need to making contact. The field is quite widely spread, but they need to lean into this. But Sarwar is bowling very well indeed.
They just keep on losing wickets just as partnerships are building. First partnership 24, then 25, but then 20, and then we go down to 5, 12, 1.
Yeah, says it all. No big partnerships. Wow, that's another dot ball. So really rewarding his skipper here with dots and keeping Marlowe well and truly ahead here. Because the supercomputer's got him now at 70% to Capitals, only 30%. It's been clipped up in the air, just out of the reach of the outstretched hand of the fielder running backwards there. That is Mian Shahid. It is going to run across the boundary line though. So despite being not too far away from the hand, the chase to the boundary line, it's the ball winning.
It's a bit of an escort to the boundary there, although it is difficult going downhill. It looks like the ball is always within your grasp, but in fact it's just running away from you. It's just teasing you, saying, you can try and catch me, but you're not going to.
It's been crunched out along the ground. Bit of work to be done here. Unfortunately, just a bridge too far, and sadly can't get across. That is, who's the boundary rider out there? That is Hassan Khan, and unfortunately cannot get there in time. The boundary rider does so. Back-to-back fours here, keeping the momentum going for Lisbon Capitals. 97 for 6 on the board. One more ball to complete 9 overs. Then we go to the 10th.
Certainly a below par score, but there's a reason both of these sides are near the top, and that's because of the strength of their bowling units as well. So I wouldn't put it past the Capitals to defend this total, and we could be in for another thriller as that one bobbles away. And they decline the second, actually.
No. Oh.
A very late call, as that
Wow.
ball took an absolute age to come in. I don't know if they were waiting for the next bus or whatever they were doing. Suddenly, the batters were interested in the second, but they don't take it in the end. So that is the end of the ninth, 98 for 6.
Sometimes we have the concept of fake fielding, where a fielder will pretend to throw the ball down. What about fake running? You know, no, we're happy with one. Oh, they're not looking. Quickly go. It's a very sort of almost indoor cricket kind of thing, you know, where the ball's always live to try to sneak through for another. Interesting stuff there. Yep. And then the standout bowler, 3 for 10. Is really, really good results there, as Tina was talking about just a few minutes ago. How good was those 2 overs from him? And they would absolutely have loved to see him come back for another one. Looks like it's going to be Najam Shahzad. He's just flexing the shoulders. Often see him coming on to bowl the 10th. Sometimes it's Mian Shahid as well. And between the two of them, they love to bowl the final over. That's been tucked around the corner. It goes very square, straight to Hassan Mahmood, who's probably thinking, oh, I had one over. Why couldn't I bowl one more? Not to be.
Well, I did think maybe they would only use the 5 bowlers, but Asad Mahmood, his one and only over went to 7 for 17, so maybe they think Shahzad can keep a bit of a tighter ship here.
Swing and a miss there. That's Deval Kumar trying to get bat on ball, trying to get off 0 as well. He unfortunately does not succeed. Good over from Shahzad so far. I think that first ball as well, that came off the foot of the player. Well, that's definitely wide. You're going to run through for a +1 there.
It's a good throw, actually, as whoever is there at square leg sees the funny side as he collapses like a pack of cards.
What's he doing on the ground? Square leg had nothing to do with anything of that. Why is he going to the ground in fits of laughter? I'm not sure.
He saw, I think, the funny side of maybe the throw from Rushan Singh, as you can see.
What on
It's
earth
like he's
is
been taken out by a sniper.
He slowly goes to ground, giggling, holding his sides. Roshan Singh had a massive grin on his face as well. That's all happening out there in the 10th.
Well bowled.
Yorks himself. Oh, what a good throw.
He's out there.
He is indeed out. That's a terrific throw. I think he actually had the glove on when he pinged it as well. Great work from behind the stumps, and the batter is absolute. He's filthy with the other batter, but I think it's not his fault.
Well, it's a bit of a strange one. It doesn't look like they're going for a run. The replay will tell us all. Well, he charges down the pitch, and yeah, well, it's a nice throw in and another smile on the face of Rushan Singh, and the batter not even on shot, and between the keeper and the square leg, they're having a nice time out there. Sunil Kumar Patel's time is over, 10 off 9. I don't think the non-striker is to blame on that one. So we go back to live, and that one's just tucked away for 1 to the 45.
I think I know why Sunil Kumar was gesturing, because he's the captain. And I think he was saying I'm captain. If I say run, you run.
He wasn't running either, though, Phil. He was just lazily jogging down the pitch. And he came down the pitch. He was out of the crease.
Yeah.
And then the ball went straight through to the keeper, and he just kept on jogging.
Just a weird exchange between them. Still 2 to come. The 100's up 2, by the way, in case you missed it. 102 for 7. 2 balls to come. Oh, the old back away swing, which, well, in my experience, just doesn't work. If it does work, it usually goes straight up in the air. And that is a dot ball.
Nice, well-directed bouncer there. You can see why Najam Shahzad gets the nod to bowl the final over. This one's only gone for 2 runs so far. Or 4 runs, actually.
It's a terrific final over this one.
2 off the bat.
Cannot do anything there apart from just protect himself from being hit by a ball that was coming into the body, and they scamper through for 1, and that will be over. 10 overs bowled, and Lisbon Capitals get an underpass score of 103 for 7, and that is a really good comeback for the team. I think there was just a moment's hesitation there as everybody was asking, is there one more to come? Umpire says there is absolutely not one more to come. We are finished here. Off we go and have a bit of a break as the sun has slowly set in the west. And there's a few claps around because the Marlow bowlers and fielders, I think they've done pretty well there to bring things back. The run rate had exploded. It was pretty much out of the gate very fast from this team, Lisbon Capitals, but then Marlow brought it back, and the run rate graph really showed that quite emphatically, that it was a good display from then. They're having, just in the foreground there, you can see them just at the bottom of the screen, they're just giving a few high fives and a bit of a smile on their face. They know they've done well to stop the rot, and they brought this run chase well and truly in their favour. Chasing now just over 100 for the victory here as we roll the videotape of the highlights of that innings.
Well, it was good to see Marlow having a nice time out there, and well, at the top of the order it was Danish Siddiqui and Omar Mustafa who were having the best of times as they got their team off to a flyer. 24 was the opening partnership, but it didn't last long, just the 9 deliveries before Mustafa fell. And this great catch by Shamsher Singh, he just kind of picked him out, and he knew as soon as he'd hit it that was gonna go, and you could see the disappointment on his face. That brought Ahmad Shafiq to the crease, and then again it was a little partnership, that one worth 25, and we thought here they'd be on for a mammoth total.
Yeah, it got to that point because they were looking comfortable, they weren't looking like in too much trouble, and then things got a bit funny. Amandeep Singh went for a couple of sixes in his first over, and we sort of felt, well, they need to get something a bit stronger here from Marlow. They need to get a bit more threat, and maybe it was the person who obliged. And there's a big shout there for LB, and the direct finger goes up, Hassan Khan, with the big breakthrough there.
Yeah, and everyone still chipped in with a few runs for the Lisbon Capitals, but no one really went big, as that brought Arslan Zafar to the crease. And again, it was a small little partnership, but no one really pushed on, despite some Grizzlies being pushed all the way to the boundary. There was a fair share of 6s and 4s shared around, but they kept on coming back with wickets, did Marlow, and Amandeep Singh. Well, he got hit for a few, and he's probably the only one that really got hit around. He got hit for 15 off both of his overs, so he went for 30, and that was an outstanding catch. That's probably one of the catches, if not the catch of the day.
It really was. It had me confused. I thought it was going to go for 6. Even after we sort of saw the play of sprawl on the ground, I thought that was still gone. Mohammad Adnan came in and hit the stumps a couple of times, did so well indeed.
Yeah, that was the end of Danish Siddiqui. Yep. I thought, that can't be him, can it? Because the opener's usually such a promising player. At that time, the sun was the key, the enemy of the Marlow players there, as it was ducking for cover. Well, they were ducking for cover in the clubhouse as well, as that one went flying. But it was good fielding overall from Marlow, which meant that they just kept on pegging back the Capitals, and, well, the stumps were pegged back on this occasion.
Yeah, really unnecessary run at that one. Just try to go on the misfield, and they came undone. It's a good delivery in tight stumps. This throw from Roshan Singh hits the stumps, and he's very happy about that. And it's like the appeal, but that was the appeal. The ball before was that player falling to the ground in absolute hysterics over, again, an attempted run out from Roshan Singh, which was even funnier throw. But we've got this serious throw, which ended in the wicket. Caught that one on camera. Have a look at the card there. Started well. Danish Siddiqui, 22 from 11. And Omar Mustafa, that's 10 from 5. So started really well, but fits and starts thereafter. Look at that, 16, 16, 12, a 6, and even a 10 in there as well. Nobody really kicking on and really making a big statement there. One thing that they were missing from the Lisbon Capitals, someone to go on and make a good 40 or 50, like a major contribution, and be the sort of like the scary batter holding down one end that you don't want to bowl to. That's what they were missing. So Lisbon Capitals here, they've managed to amass 103 for 7. The bowling figures are pretty good. I mean, Amandeep Singh, as Tina mentioned before, went for 30 off his 2 overs, and Asad Mahmood went for 17 off his first over, but the other bowlers did really well. Mohammad Adnan, take about 3 for 10 from his 2, and Hassan Khan 2 for 19 as well. 2 very important wickets there. So the game hangs in the balance. Match 15. It's the last match of the day and the last innings of the day coming up in about 7 or 8 minutes' time. Marlow need 104 runs in 10 overs to take the points here and to knock off the Lisbon Capitals, the unbeaten side, the only unbeaten side in this European Cricket Series Portugal Premier Division. and that is going to be an exciting run chase coming your way shortly. Do Marlow have the firepower to do it? I think they do have the firepower to do it, but do Lisbon Capital, do they have the defence to hold the Marlow team to less than that score? Join me and Tina Goff here in the Commentary Igloo at the lovely Centurion Cricket Ground in about 10 minutes time to see the run chase, and we shall answer that question for you. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, signing off just for the moment. We'll see you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. And the run chase is going to start very shortly in this match 15. Marlow taking on the Lisbon Capitals at the Santarem Cricket Ground here for this European Cricket Series Portugal, the Premier Division. 103 runs on the board posted by Lisbon Capitals. So for the batting team to get that in 7 overs or less, they pick themselves up a bonus point. If the Lisbon Capitals can restrict Marlow to 72 or less, they will get the bonus point. So there's a fair bit to play for here. There's a lot to play for. There's 4 points up for grabs. These are two teams which you'd expect to feature in finals Friday. You still got to get the wins, and you still got to put the good score on the board, and you've got to chase hard, play hard, and that's exactly what these two teams have done so far. Just a reminder, Lisbon Capitals, they are 4-0 at the moment. Marlow have just dropped one game along the way. Just interesting to note along the way today here on this third day of this Premier Division is that every team has won the toss and bowled because they want to chase. So that's going to be very interesting to see how all that pans out and if Marlow can chase this as well, because that's clearly the game plan. And they chose to bowl first. Happy to have a target set, and I think they've done a pretty good job to restrict Lisbon Capitals to 103. So there it is, 104 is the score on the board. 73, set before is the score needed for a bonus point. So it's all here for Marlow to do, and it's all there for Lisbon Capitals to try to find a way to restrict this very powerful hitting team to only 100, less than 104 runs really. Amandeep Singh and Azim Sawa are going to open up the batting. Looks like it's the tall figure Samath Patel, who bowled very well during the night series, just a cut last month. And he's got the ball in hand, and it's his job, his duty, if you like, for Lisbon Capitals to try to start them off in a very positive fashion. Be nice and tight, maybe catch wickets. Umpire says, let's go. Let's get this run chase off and running, please. Strays on the pads. It's hit uppishly, but just go straight to the player. And there's a few anxious moments there, but just the one run. Amandeep Singh gets off the mark immediately. Left-hander Azim Sawa takes strike, and Lisbon Capitals have to manoeuvre their team around a little bit to accommodate the left-hander. Just get there into the right place. And good afternoon to everybody in the chat, whether you've got a blue spanner or not. It's wonderful to have your company. Hope you've had a great Monday too. Hope you enjoyed the start of the week and the action here on day 3. It's been a tremendous, dramatic day 3 here at the Santarem Cricket Ground. Myself and Tina have been thoroughly entertained. I hope you have as well. Field still being just moved around a bit. Samath Patel not happy. Getting, looks like he's getting third man to come up inside the circle. He's also got fine leg inside the circle. That's been struck really, really nicely. How about that for a cover drive? Crunch straight through, holds the pose. That is all business from Sawa. Oh, what a great shot. So correct in his stance as well. It goes like an absolute bullet along the ground. Well, Patel, welcome. The run chase is on in earnest. That's now 5 down, 5 up for Marlow. 2 balls faced. And he can go cross bat as well. That has gone for a Maximo. That is a big strike. Well, he can go to the left. He can go to the right. I tell you what, Azim Sawa is here for a fight. That is a cracking shot indeed. What a great hit. All air. Nothing but net. 6 runs. What a strike. Means business. Clearly, these two have opened many, many times before. We've seen them many times. The European Network open the batting. They've got so many options, have Marlow, for opening the batting. And Sawa, well, he bowled well in the previous innings too. You can back this up with a quick 5 few runs. Marlow could make absolute mincemeat out of this target. Oh, that sounded good. That sounded real good. That's going to go 1 bounce, 4 runs like a rocket. Oh dear, Samath Patel has not started well with that full delivery. Oh, that is not good at all. Just not good bowling. I've got to stop saying not good, but people, it's not good. You can't do that. You haven't got a massive total to play with here, and there's already now 15 on the board. The run rate required is straight away under 10. It's almost under 9.5. It's that close. And this is a really inauspicious start from Lisbon Capitals bowling. Better. Played with soft hands, but the placement is absolutely sensational. So good. Doesn't have to belt the cover off it and plays it with such finesse. For someone who is such an aggressive player as Azim Sawa, wow, that was such a good shot, a joy to watch. He started in scintillating form. He's 18 from 4 and 19 on the board. And this, this is getting blown out already. This first over, is on the cusp of going magical, and what a rotten start that's going to be for Lisbon Capitals. Got to kind of feel that if this one goes magical and the next one is a high-scoring over, this could be a 4-pointer for Marlow if they're not careful. Lisbon Capitals need to dig in deep here. Plays that one nicely along the ground. Wow, how about that? What a cracking good shot. That is all the way along the ground. Another boundary, 4 runs. Sawa starts absolutely on song here. And Amandeep Singh at the other end just walks up to his batting partner, gives a light little bump of the fist, and I'm sure the words are all positive and complimentary. What a start. It's been 1 match since the Golden Ball, so it's about time I should bring in my co-commentator here, Tina Goff, who was very handy with that Golden Ball situation, but this is a completely different kettle of fish now. Sawa looks terrific.
Wow, well, thank you for taking us through that over, Phil, because I was just allowed to sit back and watch. And I was making some notes, and I put 3 great boundaries in a row from Asim Sawa, 4 great boundaries in a row, 5 great boundaries in a row. And every one was better than the last, and it was just that crack off the bat, especially through the covers. When you think he could play T10, T20, 50 test match, it would be a 4 all day long. What a first over.
That was absolutely sensational. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And yeah, I didn't want to bug you because I could see that you were just sitting there with a grin on your face. Just your face lit up. I think maybe it was the 3rd boundary, and I could tell you were absolutely enjoying this. Why wouldn't you? Everyone around the ground was enjoying that. Well, and 23 on the board, chasing 104. Oh boy, that bonus point. Oh, that's looking pretty close now. Mustafa's going to try and change that up. Well, he's bowled a short delivery. It's gone wide leg side. That is not a good start for him either. Now he knows about the rules about the wide line as well, so he'll have that fresh in his head from the early match today. And he knows exactly how that works. But that is not a good start to his over either. A wide ball, a loosener.
Well, the first over actually got off to not a bad start from Samath Patel. He just got knocked into the gap by Amandeep Singh. He thought, okay, I've got off to a good start here, and suddenly Asim Sawa says, no, you haven't.
How about that from manufacturing a shot? That was a rank bouncer, and it got the treatment it deserved. That was a shocker of a delivery. It's so far up high, it's almost out of shot.
He still manages to get something on it, and it would have obviously been a wide, but he thinks, oh, I'm just going to pop that over for a Baximo. I don't know what we can even call that one. It's more than a Baximo. It's almost like a, I don't know, intergalactic Baximo, because that was hooked out from up in the stars. And, well, things aren't going the way of the Lisbon Capitals to start off this defense of what was certainly a below-par target. Take a look at this one.
My goodness me. He's got something on that and helped it on its way for a big 6.
He's like a fly fisherman reeling his rod.
That's a good analogy for sure. Try one more time. Oh, gets a dot ball through, so normal service resumes. Mustafa gives a bit of a stare down towards Amandeep Singh, who I'm sure probably just bounced straight off him. Sawa gets down there and maybe give a words of encouragement and saying, look, I know we agreed no dot balls, but that's okay. You can have that one. Probably said in jest as well. So, wow, what a start this is. 30 already on the board, and it's only 1.2 overs have been bowled. There's been a couple of extras, couple of wides. Mustafa has not started well. And the first over was not good either from Samath Patel. See what they can do now. Better, much better indeed. Just beat for pace on that one.
Yeah, better delivery. Well, you say the first over wasn't good, but I suppose sometimes you've just got to say, it doesn't matter what I bowl. You come up against a batter in a bit of form that Asim Sawa seems to find himself in, and, well, you just got to say, good batting.
You have to. You really do. Yep. And we'll say good afternoon to Julian Dawson, who's just joined us in the chat. Hello there, Julian. Krista Ward's back as well. Hope you're all well. Everyone in the chat, hello. Try and get to you all before we finish the innings, which could happen soon if that keeps happening. That has gone skyward into the dugout area, over the dugout area. No one's moving. They're all just watching where that ball's gone. I think it's one bounce almost into the pasture next to us here. And this could be over in 7 overs or less. I wouldn't be surprised.
Paul Kempen, he adds to the ECN dictionary, calls that a Galaximo.
Galaximo.
Love that. Nice
one, Paul. Nice one. Tina, I think you've invented something that the chat may grab onto there. That's great work.
That's all Paul in the chat.
Galaximo. Crunch, goes one more time, doesn't even bother running. Stand and deliver. That is a Maximo. Back-to-back sixes here. 42 on the board. Blink and you miss it. This is a power play of monumental proportions. Huge. And Amandeep Singh and Asim Sawa, they look like they're on a bit of a mini race between them so who can get the bigger score.
I think Singh and Sawa have their dinner on because they want this game over sooner rather than later, and ideally they want all 4 points, don't they, against direct rivals in the standings. And what a marker this would be to topple the Capitals.
Oh, it's just mishit that one. It's gone straight to the fielder. And he's going to feel let down by that. Rahul Hadda picks it up, and they don't get a run. Yeah, you get the feeling that maybe there's a restaurant booking in the local village that the Marlow team need to get to, because they look like they're on here. Clearly they've come out with an idea to maybe go after those all 4 points. And 42 after 2, they are definitely on target for that. This is a great start. Power play still in effect, one more to come. Look at what 4 points would do to Marlow. Have a look at that, straight on top. No mess, no fuss, straight to the top from 4th to 1st if they can do that. If they pick up 3 points, they'll go level. And yeah, poor old Gamblers and Punjab CC Amadora, there'll be a bigger gap from them to the top 4 if Marlow pick up even just 1 point. The gap's going to widen. So even with that win from the Golden Ball earlier, where you had the Gamblers picking up the win, they're still going to struggle a bit.
Well, we mentioned it earlier as well, that they only have that one game tomorrow against Marlow Gamblers. So by the time that game comes around, game 4 tomorrow, they'll, in all likelihood, be cut even further adrift because all the teams above them are already playing.
That's exactly right. Yep, it's going to make it very, very difficult for those bottom 2. For these top 4, though, the top 4 has almost started to make itself known, and that is a real problem for those 2 teams, as you say, Tina. So, questions asked. Do they catch him in front? No, says the umpire. Goes for a slog just around the corner. So, they've changed up a pace here. Good move here from Lisbon Capitals. Bringing on Shafiq to try to get something down. So it's left armour to left-hander here. Ahmed Shafiq, who is a terrific competitor with the bat and the ball. It's closer, and it's so much closer that the umpire says, I agree with that shout, and gives that LBW Shafiq with a bit of a smile on his face. Has to watch out because the ball's been thrown back. And we'll have a look at this one more time, front on. What do you think of this one?
He steps right across and... yeah, well, you can just see leg stump peeking out there, which always throws up a little red flag for me, but I think he has stepped right across the middle of middle, doesn't he? So it's just about how much that ball is turning. But you're always in trouble as a left-hander, speaking as a left-hander, that if you step across those stumps, you make the umpire make a decision, and umpire Bucks, he said, yep, that's going to hit the stumps, and Asim Sawa, he has to go for a entertaining 22 off 7.
22 off 7, which is astonishingly good scoring there. Really good indeed. And funny enough, I looked at his strike rate. That was 314. Did you know that 22 divided by 7, you know what, that's also pi?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Used in geometry, obviously.
You're really testing all my brain cells in this game 5 of the day. We're about 12 hours in, and suddenly you come out with pi, and not the edible kind.
Well, that's true too, actually. Finally, something that's not food chat, but he did say pi.
That's good enough for me. I'll take that consolation prize.
Najam Shazad is the new batter to the crease. Just plays it defensively there. So 62 off 27 for the bonus point to get all 4 points there.
Speaking of food chat, we should actually open up the random questions chat as well. We're into the final game of the day.
Yep, let's do that before Marlow get the winning runs, because they're looking like they're on here. Yeah, if you have any random questions for myself and Tina, we're more than happy to field them for you. Just get the old RQ in the front of your question, fire them off. We'll be happy to try to help out with anything you got for us on any topic, of course. I remember the first time I was asked a random question of Vinny years ago. That's where my socks were. He didn't know. 4 runs, good hit that one. And Amandeep Singh, he's still out there. He's been out there since the start. And maybe, well, I wouldn't say he needs to be the linchpin. He just seems to be the man who's in good form. And then, well, with Shazad, he's in terrific form with the bat as well for Marlow.
I've got a random question for you. For those who weren't here earlier in the week, get back to it.
Wow, lifted. That's immediately signalled 6 by my co-commentator sitting next to me here. You immediately went for the signal of 6, and you were absolutely right. Caned out of the ground. What a power play this has been. Chasing such a low score. That's got to be half the runs done in the power play. I'm not sure if it is half. It is. The 50's up. There you go. Half the runs chased in the power play.
Amandeep Singh, he's 29 off 9. He lost his opening partner, Asim Sawa, in that over, but he just took on the mantle. It was not actually a bad over from Ahmad Shafiq, but he ruined it a bit with the 4 and 6 at the end. I was just going to say, obviously we have glorious sunshine here.
Yep.
But what happened to your laptop, Phil?
Oh. My laptop drunk a cup of coffee.
Oh, dear.
I know. I like my coffee, and I'm sure a lot of you in the chat enjoy a coffee. In case you missed it, I have been operating throughout this tournament and the ECS without my laptop because day one, before we'd even played the first match, it was during the storm. My laptop, unfortunately, had a cup of coffee land on top of it. And as soon as we picked up the laptop, it all went into the keys and pop. It's gone. It's gone to the laptop heaven. It's no longer with us. I'm a bit gutted about that. Shot, picked up off the toes, and that is Maximo, signalled by the umpire and by commentator Tina Goffey next to me at the same time. That's a cracking shot, whipped away as easy as you like.
Signalled by Akshar Patel out there on the boundary as well. He saw that all the way, gave the little soft signal to the umpire, who then, yeah, that was the quickest 6 you'll ever did see. He signalled it quickly enough, though, for it to be passed on to the standing umpires. Umpire John there.
Indeed, yep. Always to reach for that one. Krista Ward. Now, Krista Ward is a bit of a barometer in the chat. He's already said start the car. He's seen enough. And, well, I probably would have said that maybe an over ago, but there you go. Good shout, Krista Ward. Let's see if that comes true. Shouts to catch it, and a few others as well. That's going to run away for 4. This game is going a little bit towards its inevitable conclusion. I'm sorry, Lisbon Capitals. I just think this is not going to be enough.
I wouldn't put the car on just yet, just in this economy, petrol prices, but
how
maybe start the hybrid, start the electric car.
Okay. I was going to say, how about we just look for the car keys at the moment?
Yeah.
Just look for the car keys.
Probably where you left your socks.
Last time I lost my socks, I rang the information line, just a random information line. I said, where are my socks? They said it's behind the couch. They were. Strange. Ola comes in. Oh, goes for that same hit again, pleading for a leg before here. Going to get through for leg buys. See if there's anything off the bat.
Oh, it's going to go all the way for
is.
4 overthrows.
Ouch. Big ouch, that one. Buys indicated. And oh, no, leg buys, corrected back to leg buys. There's a lot of signals going on here with the umpire. He's looking around towards tournament ref. I think he's getting it in the ear there just to get the right signal in.
Well, I'm sorry, but Rahul Huda is not happy with this decision. Rahul, it pitched about 10 yards outside leg stump. You can argue all you want. You can say, look, were you looking? Well, we were. It pitched outside leg, and the ball came flashing back across your screen there. And while everyone was appealing for the Capitals, the Grizzly was just on its merry hunt to the boundary at the other side.
Yeah, that has gone a long way across, hasn't it? That's, yep, turned down. Absolutely turned down. They get through for a quick one. Keeper doesn't want to stop that ball as it comes in. Not sure why. Why did the keeper not even try to take that one? That was a bit bizarre from Mike Raval. It was there to be taken. He didn't take the ball, and it went for overthrows. So just waiting for the scorers and everyone to catch up here. Maybe the scorers have already caught up. There it is. Leg buys indicated and 4 indicated. So it's all happening out there. Either way you cut it, Marlowe all over this game.
Yeah. 5 leg buys in the end because they ran 1 and then the overthrows came in. So 5 to the extras column.
Absolutely. That's exactly how it's going to be worn. So Singh gets it pushed out for just a single. Score goes to 69 for 1. Getting towards the end of the 4th now. Rahul Huda needs to get this one on the mark. 35 from 19 for all 4 points.
That was in the wormhole, wasn't it?
It really was.
Just didn't get up at all. Good recovery, though. He's come back to his senses after pretty violent appeal that was rightfully turned down by the man in black. And that is, in fact, the end of the 4th. Marlowe, 69 for 1. Take a look at that worm. Well, they're up and away in the clouds, and they'll be up at the top of the standings if they pick up these 4 points.
They will indeed. Go straight to the top. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. Straight to the top of the standings. Exactly where Marlowe want to be when we turn at the halfway point of this competition, which happens immediately after this game. So if they can start the second half of this tournament in top spot, Marlow will have every reason to look below them to the rest of the teams and say, nope, this is us, we're the kings of the castle, you can't knock us off. Hit hard down the ground, diving effort here, a terrific effort nonetheless, not successful, but a really cracking effort there to stop the ball. It gets across the boundary line, well done, but unfortunately it's a bit too far.
I heard a crash there, and I think that probably crashed into the extension cable, so it's good to know that we still have power, because that came with quite some speed. Grizzly has been recovered. Umpire Bucks there, probably checking if there's not some wires hanging out of that ball.
Yeah, make sure it didn't take any damage when it hit that. Zafar it was who put in the dive. Unfortunately, was unable to grab that one. Smoosh, smoosh. Signaled 6 right from the moment it left the bat. 6 and then some. People in the dugout, make sure you're keeping the eye on the ball there, because that's coming into your zone there. Watch out.
Amandeep Singh.
Oh boy.
He's in a hurry here. And, well, we know what good of a player he is. He's got runs before he plays for the national team.
He does.
There's no surprise that he's cashing in here. He hasn't quite done it so far in this tournament, but that's the end of him. I gave him the big old talk up, and he must have heard me.
You know what? We haven't kept score today, but I reckon you might just have your nose in front of me on that one.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good delivery. Shafiq does get a wicket. No sign of emotion on his face there, as there's no celebration, because they know this game is almost completely gone from them. Amandeep Singh, swinger for the rafters, looking to put it out of the ground. It was a quicker delivery. It was a good delivery as well.
Yeah, it was nice, and, well, they've got the car on the back of their shirt to the Lisbon Capitals. Not quite starting the car here, as, well, this could be the start of their fight back. Amandeep Singh, though, he's done a lot of damage, hasn't he? 40 runs off just 13 deliveries, and that one, well, just stayed a bit low on him. He threw his head up in the air afterwards. He knew he missed out on that one. He'll still play for the Portugal national team, though, even if I big him up and then he gets out next delivery.
No, I don't think that will spoil his chances of being selected, no. Sim in the chat saying he doesn't want to start the car. It's only 5:11 in the morning. Too early to go to work. Fair enough.
Too early for anything.
Too early for anything, yeah. Maximo watch. And that is going to bounce away below the scaffolding there. Yep, Sim tuning in from Australia, where it's that early in the morning. That's a great shot. How about that?
Hardeep Kuttan into the attack. And, well, he's taken a leaf out of the book of Amandeep Singh and Azim Sarwar, as they both struck it over 300 strike rate.
Indeed. Crunch. That's going to go offside now to deep cover. Gets down to stop that one getting through. Can't stop 2 runs, or can he? Oh, the throw. If the throw had been accurate, that could have been out. But they chanced their arm. They said to the fielder, "Are you good enough?" The fielder couldn't hit the stumps from the boundary line, which is a tall order for anyone to do. One more to come in Shafiq's second over.
17 needed, 13 for the bonus point, so even that is quite a comfortable equation for Marlow. Dot balls help, though.
Dot balls do help, yep. Just looking to play something gentle there. Doesn't get bat on ball, and that will finish the over. So 5 overs gone, 87 for 2 on the board, and this game is completely been blown out of the water. It's looking incredibly tough for Lisbon Capitals to get something out of this. Up-and-coming events, well, we've been talking about this all day. We've got Spain, Madrid, Italy, Bologna, France, Malta, and Czechia coming your way over the next 5 weeks. Here in Portugal, the one I'm focused on are the internationals coming on the weekend. ECI action, and then T20I action on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Exciting stuff here on the European Cricket Network. Men and women competing, as Norway are going to be hosted by Portugal here at the Centrum Cricket Ground. And our very own Tina Goff, half of the G-Force, are going to be here to take you through that action.
Looking forward to that. And it looks like Marlow can look forward to cashing in on a few points here, but that's actually a smart piece of fielding. A nice relay throw there to make sure he doesn't fall foul of that boundary line, but they still run through for a couple, so they need more than just a few dot balls here with 15 needed off 11. Marlow merely in command.
Well, how about that for being in command? Bosch up in the air. Where is it? We've lost it. It's gone towards Area 51. That's why we've lost it. Anything goes to Area 51 doesn't come back usually. Gets hidden in a storage facility along with the aliens. That has gone a long way back. Crunch, crash, however you want to call it.
Suspicious grizzly sighting in Area 51. That'll have to be investigated.
95 for 2. Could finish in this over. 9 from 10 required for the bonus point and the 3 points. So, oh, Oh, shouts to get him there. Almost drew the miss hit there. Shazad just playing it sort of a bit soft hands there. Maybe just looking to get off strike. Give Kutan a chance to get some runs. 8 from 9 for all 4 points for this great team of Marlow over Lisbon Capitals. And Lisbon Capitals looks like they're going to go down for their first defeat here in this tournament. Crunched. And over the top of the fielder for a Maximo. It was a pretty flat 6. It did get some good elevation, but what a really good shot that was. Have a look at that. Nicely played. And it's almost all over. 2 from 8 now. Just 2 from 8, and this is going to be an early finish here today.
Early finish and 4 points for Marlow, and what a turn-up this is, given that the Lisbon Capitals were unbeaten before this.
Is that the winning runs? It's not. We will have to wait just a little bit longer because that shot has been hit straight down the throat of Danish Sadiki. Well caught by him running around the boundary line, and he denies Marlow from the big cheer and the big run on the field for this win here today. And unfortunately, just eyes bigger than his stomach there, and he hits it straight down the throat of the fielder. Good catch.
Hardeep Kutan, he did his job there. He departs for 14, but he didn't stick around for long. 2 big 6s on his way, 2 dot balls, and that final one picked out the grateful hands of Danish Sadiki, but it's a bit too little, too late for Lisbon Capitals. Good catching practice nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is 1 more to come. Now, the new batter, has he gone to the right end? I hope he has, because there's still 1 more to come.
Yep, by my calculations as well, Mohamed Adnan, he's come in.
Yep, there he is.
Or maybe that is the end of the over. Maybe we've missed one. The umpires are
There's a bit of discussion there.
changing ends.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to have a bit of a look at that one, because we still see it as 5.5. Might just be a moment of adjustment. I think maybe the feedback is, hold on, let's just make sure this is right. I know we're on the cusp of a win here for Marlow, but 2 from 7 for the bonus point. But I think they're just double checking, because I think maybe the scorers are a bit shy of 1 ball here. And maybe that 1 ball could have been an extra run or something, I'm not sure. Just bear with us a moment, we're just to make sure everything is gold.
That is looking like Marlow will take gold medal if the table were to end at halfway, because this 4 points will take them to the very top of the table, and it'd be a big jump for them as well. They go from 4 to 1, which I suppose shows you how close at least those top 4 spots are.
Yep.
And it's in those top 4 that you want to be going into finals day, because that will secure you a place on the plane or on the taxi to get here.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Yep.
it's Gamblers and Punjab at the moment who are bringing up the rear, and well, we don't want to write them off quite yet, especially since we're only halfway through this group stage.
That's right.
But there is a bit of a gap opening up, isn't there? But there's all still to play for. Positions 1 to 4 are important as well. Maybe talk us through the finals day structure.
Well, the finals day structure is we're going to look at the standings after the final match on Thursday this week, which is going to be all teams playing 10 games apiece. Top 4 teams go through to finals Friday. So if you finish 3rd and 4th, you go to an eliminator. If you get 1st and 2nd, you go into a qualifier. And we continue, and a lovely block there.
After all that, we waited for the final ball. We might as well have just ended the over there.
Oh, that's lovely stuff there. Just blocks that one out, says, no, I'm comfortable with that. And there we go. So that is the end of the over. 102 for 3, chasing 104 for the win. 2 from 6 balls needed for all 4 points for Marlow, and it's looking like that is going to be a bit of a cakewalk as we look at the batting card.
Yeah, it's a handsome batting card if you're of a Marlow persuasion. Runs up and down, well, really only at the up at the moment. They've lost 3 wickets. And, well, they might not lose another. Amandeep Singh, Asim Sarwar, they did the damage already, probably, we'd say, within the first 3 overs. By the time Sarwar departed on 2.2, score was already 42. That was, well over a third of the way there.
Yeah, I agree completely. So, just a flat bat here. What do you think? 6 dots.
Well, it would be a curious choice for Najam Shazad, seeing as he's hitting at 200, and he only needs 2.
There we go. This one maybe. Winds up, goes crunch, and that is going to bounce away 4 runs. There's the game right there. So it took a couple of extra deliveries, but they got inside of the 7. So that is going to be all 4 points to Marlow. And as Tina quite expertly is described to the chat and everyone listening. That means Marlow go top of the table as we turn at the halfway point of this tournament. Handshakes all round. Lisbon Capitals have been completely outclassed here by a terrific performance with both bat and ball and in the field. And well, there's not much the Lisbon Capitals can do apart from just, well, walk off together and have a talk about what they did wrong and what they can do better next time, and give the Marlow team a handshake, a pat on the back, and say, well played.
Umpire Bucks there, giving some of his years of wisdom to, I think, the Lisbon Capitals keeper there, Mayank Raval. But we can take a look at what's to come tomorrow. We're on the home stretch then. Day 4 of 7, day 4 of 6 when it comes to the group stage. And Punjab CC Amadora, we've said, they're languishing near the bottom of the table. They need to pick up points and fast. They've got 2 bites at it tomorrow. They'll be in match 16 and 18. And we picked out before the 2 games featuring ORS. They look like they'll be tasty fixtures.
They look like properly tasty fixtures there. Yeah, just a note on Punjab CC Amadora, yet to pick up a win, and their tournament is left in tatters. I'm not sure that they've got... Not so much not got what it takes to try to catch up, but I think they're going to run out of opportunities and just run out of firepower. I think these other teams that are above them are going to run away. As we watch the highlights, we're going to see Marlow run away here in these opening few overs. The power play was all important here. Asim Sawa and Amandeep Singh got so stuck into the bowling to start with. That was an amazing ball that just got every little bit of this really wide shot. Amandeep Singh in a bit of a mood here. He blasted a very quick 540 to really put the team into the pole position in this run chase.
Yeah, it was pretty much all over it in the first few overs, and even that LBW, which saw the end of Asim Sawa, was a bit of a consolation prize, and they don't even take a consolation point from this game, do the Capitals.
No.
And that was thanks to the swashbuckling innings of Amandeep Singh. 5 sixes, 2 fours in his 40, so only 2 runs that he had to actually run. He was joined by Najam Shahzad. He remained unbeaten on 24. Amandeep Singh did fall in the end, one that maybe stayed a bit low. Well, he swung all around it, and that was a wicket for Ahmad Shafiq. Hardeep Khattan, though, he came in a little cameo, which basically got their noses over the line, and it was down to Najam Shahzad to hit the winning runs, and, well, they completed that run chase in 6.2 overs. Can't quite call them a sleeping giant because we knew Marlow were giants, but they did lose that opening fixture.
Yeah.
Since then, bounced back, 4 wins on the bounce.
That loss they had, they were bowled out for 100 in that loss you were talking about. It seems like so long ago compared to what we're seeing here from this Marlow team,
Yep.
really. So it's kind of like they've been sort of shooken awake by that loss. As we have a look at the team just gathering there and congratulating each other. Commiserations, lovely shot there of the ground, and you can see that from the aerial view. That's our little igloo right there. There it is, right there.
Yep.
Just that little blue thing. It's now been covered by a bigger blue thing. And have a look at the batting card here. That's great reading if you're a Marlow fan. Amandeep Singh, as Tina just described, 40 from 13 with pretty much almost all in boundaries. Asim Sawa chipped in with 22 from 7. Najam Shahzad gets another not out, 24 runs for him. So he's played really, really well today too. And have a look at the bowlers there. Everyone came in for a little bit of stick there, and that is a bit of a problem. Sunakumar Patel only came just on at the end there, the skipper, only for 4 runs, but don't let that fool you. That was already game over when he had something to do with that. 2 for 29 to Shafiq, but also pretty expensive. There it is. 42 was the opening stand. That really set the scene because that 42 was in such quick time. Was it in,
Still in the power play.
It was still in the power play.
2.2.
2 overs and 2 deliveries, and that set the scene. Dinesh Sadiq did really well. He got 22 off 11. He was the star for the Lisbon Capitals. If you call 22 a star, but someone had to stand up. They lacked someone who could take a really good 40 or 50 and dominate, and that's why they got the score they got. As we have a look, well, at you and I here, as we say hello to the chat. Welcome back into the igloo. We're just having a bit of analysis here and seeing what happened there, and it's time for us to maybe just quickly just reflect on the games coming up tomorrow just one more time. Big day tomorrow, day 4 tomorrow, and like we said, we've now turned the corner. We're halfway through, and we're going to be getting into a real pointy end of the competition to see. Probably for me, I'm thinking of those 4 teams, who's going to end up in that 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, because that is going to change around a lot. Maybe, I think we can say, I think we know who's not going to get to the finals. Or is that too soon?
It's a bold claim halfway through, but I don't think I'd bet against you. I'd probably bet against the Gamblers and Punjab CC Amadora as they're languishing at the bottom of the table. But there's still 15 matches to play. So much has happened in those first 15. And hey, we had another golden ball.
Can you believe that? Just out of nowhere. And you said this afterwards too. It just crept up on us. I was almost oblivious until the start of that last over that we could go into a golden ball here. Maybe the chat was more awake than I was. Too busy focusing on sort of the micro events to notice the macro event, which was a golden ball finale. I hope you enjoyed that. That was a terrific finish to that game. We've had a great day here today as well. We had that first game and the last game that got a bit blown out, but those 3 middle games, exciting finishes there. Real exciting.
Well, we've promised big things with the G team, the G Force, and we've already delivered 2 GBs, 1 in the Challenger, 1 in the Premier, and well, who knows what's around the corner tomorrow.
That's exactly. So we're going to say goodnight now and wish you all a happy Monday wherever you are in the world. Maybe happy Tuesday if you're on the other side of the world. And no matter what, we hope to see you back here tomorrow. This is Phil G and Tina Goff here. We are the G Force. This is European Cricket Network. We're going to say goodnight. We hope to see you tomorrow. Stay safe, stay cool, stay happy, and we'll catch you then. Good night for now. Bye.